Chapter 492. Lin Ling at full combat strength pa. Lin Ling faintly smiled. With a flap of his wings, his speed was as fast as a vermilion bird's. After he used the vermilion bird's flames, his body had already transformed into an ancient vermilion bird. His body was tyrannical, and the power of his flames was surging. This was caused by the 4,000 vermilion bird's flames within his body. The vermilion bird's flames covered his entire body. He dodged it. All the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. That speed was too fast. They could only vaguely see a gorgeous fire shadow, and all of their martial arts had missed. I've caught you. Heavenly demon blood-devouring saber. Let me devour your blood. Suddenly, a strange saber appeared behind Lin Ling's head and slashed down. Obviously, the opponent's strength was also extremely formidable. At the critical moment, he had captured Lin Ling's tracks. Even when I've used all my trump cards and fully activated my combat strength, you can still capture my tracks. You can be considered a powerful early-stage King Spirit Realm expert. Lin Ling softly said. This time he did not dodge. His right hand reached out and grabbed the blood-red saber. Gotcha! His hand was like a vermilion bird's claw. The saber was crushed by Lin Ling's grip, and even the saber was burned into water by the flames. What a powerful strength! What a fierce fire! The martial artist sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he was fighting an ancient vermilion bird and a humanoid vermilion bird. Was this a youth at full combat strength? Die! An ice-cold voice sounded. Lin Ling's body bloomed with light. The power of his flames soared into the sky. The martial artist was too close and was instantly burned to ashes. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 2 early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists had fallen. Moreover, they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. They were proficient in all kinds of King Stage martial arts, but they still could not stop the descent of the vermilion bird. 40% true meaning of fire, and he can use it without using any martial arts. This youth is terrifying. Take the Lord and retreat. Retreat. The remaining martial artists trembled in fear. They faintly had thoughts of running away. It's too late to run now. 4,000 vermilion birds. Lin Ling spread out his arms, and vermilion birds began to swim out from his body. In the next moment, 4,000 ancient vermilion birds carried the true meaning of fire with them as they flew around the mountain valley. The scene was spectacular, turning the mountain valley into a world of vermilion birds. This was Lin Ling's current full strength. Chi! Wherever the vermilion birds danced past, even the rocks were incinerated. 2 of the remaining 3 King Spirit Realm experts had died in an instant. As for the last person, he was proficient in movement techniques and had a strange king body. He disappeared into the ground. Earth escape. However, could he escape? Blade of Nirvana. Billowing soul fluctuations blossomed, transforming into a terrifying small knife. It ignored the thick soil and shot towards the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The escaping martial artist's soul collapsed. After 3 incense sticks of time, the battle was over. 5 early King Spirit Realm powerhouses had fallen. Not only that, but they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. In the middle 3 regions, each one of them had strength equal to a master of a region. In the mountain valley, there was only the short black-clothed man left. At this moment, his pupils constricted as he looked at Lin Ling. There was a deep shock in the depths of his eyes. He had seen all sorts of geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen such a perfect genius like this youth. Perhaps in terms of strength, this youth could not compare to the top geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. But in terms of talent and potential, this youth had perfectly surpassed them. Now, are you going to wait for me to capture you, or do you want me to personally attack you? Lin Ling restrained his aura and faintly smiled at the black-clothed man. His smile caused the black-clothed man to tremble. He subconsciously said, "Do you know who I am?" An innate pressure swept over him. It seemed that this black-clothed man's status was not low at all. "I don't know. I only know that you are my captive." Unfortunately, Lin Ling was undaunted. Instead, he stretched out his right hand, and flames turned into a chain that tied up the black-clothed man. Tell me where your subordinates are hiding. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. A faint voice was left in the mountain valley. Then, Lin Ling and the black-clothed man both disappeared. The mountain valley was still burning with flames, and the rocks were constantly melting. It seemed that this was proof of the terrifying battle that had occurred not too long ago. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, on the other side, Emperor Inch and the others were encountering a terrifying ambush. They were surrounded in a mountain range, and at the peak of the mountain, a massive number of rolling stones came crashing down. These rolling stones were magnificent. They did not fear a single rolling stone, but there were too many of them. Even if they had a king spirit powerhouse, they still could not block so many rolling stones. Puff! One of the guards was smashed by a rolling stone, and the protective astral energy around his body slightly dispersed. But soon, dozens of rolling stones came crashing down, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was crushed to death. These are heavy mystic stones. The guards could be considered knowledgeable. They immediately saw that these were not ordinary rolling stones, and they were thrown out by a catapult. An older martial artist said with a solemn expression, "Some martial artists were skilled in the study of arrays and weapons. Through constant research, they could forge ordinary catapults into weapons. With spirit crystals as the foundation, they could carve rare arrays into weapons to form weapons of heaven and earth. These weapons could deal great damage to martial artists. However, these weapons were inconvenient to use in battle, so most martial artists did not use them. But now, they were trapped in a corner of the mountain range, and the catapult weapons could be used to their full potential. Who attacked us? Elder Lu, you chose this path. You said that changing the route would prevent that youth from finding us. But why is there a trap here?" The martial artists roared angrily. "How would I know? Perhaps that youth is still following us. He's so cunning. Must he kill us?" Elder Lu's cold voice sounded. He pushed all the blame onto Lin Ling. "If that youth really wants to frame us, why did he help us when he tried to kill us? Now that the youth is not here, we are in danger again. Perhaps we shouldn't have driven him away. At least with him here, our combat strength can be improved." That's right. Everyone has witnessed his strength before. Although most people were cautious and did not believe Lin Ling, there were still one or two martial artists who felt that Lin Ling had no ill intentions. Of course, the most important thing was that they were in danger again, so they subconsciously thought of the youth's help. "Stop arguing. How to avoid this crisis is the key," a burly guard shouted. He looked at Elder Lu, hoping that Elder Lu could find a way. After all, Elder Lu was in charge of everything now. Unfortunately, Elder Lu was silent at this moment, and even a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could he possibly find a way? In fact, he wished that Emperor Siyuan would die in the hands of those people, because only then could he obtain the reward and complete his mission. From the beginning until the end, it was he who'd led Di Siyuan to death, and he'd constantly exposed himself in the dark. He'd originally been able to kill Di Siyuan the last time, but who knew that Lin Ling would suddenly arrive and cause the assassination to fail? So, after Lin Ling appeared, he'd done all he could to slander Lin Ling and drive Lin Ling away. Not good. Shoot the heavens. Chapter 493. Breaking the trap whoosh. An arrow shot down from above. One of the guards barely dodged it, but the next moment, the arrow circled in the air and shot out again. These arrows could attack people on their own, fly up, and take the initiative to attack. Many guards shouted, but as soon as they moved, arrows rained down from the sky and forced them back to the ground. They were trapped in the mountain like wild beasts, about to be shot to death at any moment. How terrifying! They're going all out to kill young Master Di. Many of the guards were anxious, and Di Jichuan's face was gloomy. Was he going to die here? Only old Lu was expressionless, and there was even a hint of complacency in his eyes. His plan was about to succeed. How lively! But is it appropriate to use hidden arrows in a battle between cultivators? Just at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded, and it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They looked towards the source of the voice, and their expressions instantly changed. They saw a slender figure standing silently on a peak not too far away, and a wisp of piercingly cold wind emanated from that figure. "It's that young man." "Yes." Everyone on Dijichuan's side narrowed their eyes, but for some reason, they were looking forward to it. Perhaps the young man had saved them not long ago and turned the situation around, so they were looking forward to him saving them again. "It's him again." "Yes." Old Lu's expression was unsightly. In his heart, that handsome and otherworldly figure was detestable, like a malefic star. "Young hero, please help us." Finally, one of the guards couldn't help but ask, "You're all shameless. Brother Lin Ling saved us, but you suspected him of plotting against us, and now you're asking him for help." "Yes." As soon as the guard finished speaking, Dijichuan's anger surged, and the other guards didn't dare to face the young man. Not long ago, the young man had saved them, but because of old Lu's words, they suspected him. Now that a life and death crisis was approaching again, they were asking the young man for help again. "Brother D, I said I'll return your favor. Moreover, I hate being slandered, and I hate people who call me a thief. As for them, I'll just save them." "Yes." On the peak, Lin Ling smiled. Dijichuan was facing a life and death crisis, but he didn't ask for help first. Instead, he felt that it was unfair for him. Based on this point alone, he could be a friend. Whoosh! The sword light slashed out, and a mountain peak in the distance was sliced apart. Rocks flew everywhere, and the black-robed man hiding behind the mountain peak was also killed by the sword intent. "That young man keeps ruining our plans. Kill him first." "Kill." The rest of the men in black were furious. All of their arrows were aimed at Lin Ling. The arrow is not bad, but it's a pity that if the person holding the bow dies, then everything will be empty talk. Looking at the large number of arrows flying towards him, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He slashed out with the large sword in his hand. After cutting off the arrows, his body disappeared into the mountain range. Then the sword flashed, and the men in black hiding in the mountain range were all killed by the sword. The black-clothed men hid in the mountain and relied on catapults and arrows to ambush Dijichuan and the others on the ground. But if their hiding place was exposed, then that was all they could do. Dijichuan and the others didn't know where the black-clothed men were hiding, so they couldn't do anything. But Lin Ling knew everything from the leader of the black-clothed men. "No. How did you know I was hiding here? Who are you?" Cries of pain came from the mountain, and the guards' expressions changed. That young man was so powerful. He actually knew where the enemy was hiding. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, catapults fell from a cliff. These catapults were dismantled by Lin Ling. He seems to know all the enemy's arrangements. When there were no more arrows or rocks, all the guards relaxed. They stared at the sky. That faintly discernible figure made them feel incomparable admiration. That young man had saved them once again. Before long, the mountain range gradually quieted down. All the guards relaxed. It seemed that everything had come to an end. At this time, beneath the endless green mountains, a figure in blue and white robes appeared once more. He slowly walked over, and as the guards saw this handsome and otherworldly youth, all of them knelt down on one knee and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. They were the subordinates of Elder Sword and were responsible for escorting Dijichuan. If they had failed, they would have died. Luckily, at the critical moment, this young man had saved them. "I'm sorry. The words I said to you before were too excessive. You can insult me as you wish." "Me too." The guard spoke out, but Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at old Lu and faintly smiled. "Old Lu, your whereabouts were hidden, but these people tried to assassinate you again. Do you think I called them here?" Old Lu's eyes flashed with anger. This young man had once again disrupted his plans. He wished he could grind this young man's bones to dust. Now that he heard the young man's words, he wanted to find an excuse to slander him again. But as he saw the grateful faces of the guard around him, he knew that it would be difficult to do so. This shouldn't be the case. He forcefully squeezed out a smile. You said I approached you because I wanted to kill Di Zichuan. Is that the case now? Lin Ling asked again, causing old Lu to be angered. He knew that this young man was slapping his face. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out once more. You said that I'm ruthless and shrewd. Isn't that right? You said I deceived Di Zichuan. Is that right? Lin Ling's voice was louder and louder, and his aura was overbearing, causing old Lu to take a step back. His expression was somewhat unsightly. This young man was so domineering. The surrounding people fell silent. This time, they didn't speak up for old Lu. After all, this young man had saved them twice. How could they have the nerve to doubt him? Old Lu clenched his teeth, unable to speak. Speak, Lin Ling coldly shouted. This old man was so treacherous. He wanted to frame Di Zichuan, but he put the blame on himself. Lin Ling wouldn't show mercy to such a person. I admit that I've wronged you. Let me apologize to you here. Old Lu's heart was filled with humiliation as he bowed. I can't hear you. Lin Ling coldly shook his head, causing old Lu's eyes to narrow. This young man was so ruthless, clearly wanting to humiliate him. Old Lu forcefully suppressed his anger and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have wronged you. After speaking, he continued, In truth, I'm thinking for young Master D. At this critical moment, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you have any anger, you can vent it on me. But this has nothing to do with young Master D. Please don't blame him. Hypocrite. Seeing that his wishful thinking had been seen through, he decided to play the pity card. Di Zichuan had a kind personality and couldn't bear to see old Lu's face again. He helped old Lu to extricate himself. Brother Lin Ling, in any case, our losses aren't great. Let's just forget about this matter. That's right, young hero Lin. Old Lu is only thinking for young Master D. The other guards also spoke up for old Lu, causing old Lu's eyes to flicker with pride. Although he had failed this time, he would definitely succeed the next time. He was going to act personally. Sadly, he didn't know that there wouldn't be a next time. Chapter 494. You killed Di Zichuan. I killed him. Let's forget about the previous matter, but I still have a doubt in my heart. I hope old Lu can explain it to me. Lin Ling coldly said as he looked at old Lu. His gaze caused old Lu's heart to subconsciously tremble. I heard that you brought Di Zichuan and the others along this road. Do you want to explain this? This road is close to the 7 profound martial house, so I brought them along. Old Lu said, Because it's close, you took this road. But you said that your whereabouts were hidden. So how did the enemy know? Explain this. Lin Ling said again. How would I know? Old Lu's frown deepened. Are you suspecting me? As he spoke, he looked at Di Zichuan, his face full of grief and indignation. Young master, I have served you for many years and have always been loyal and devoted. You should know my heart. Today, this outsider has doubted me in front of so many people. What is his motive? Is it because I slandered him before, so he wants to take revenge? His voice was filled with the sorrow of an old man, causing the guards to sympathize with him. However, Lin Ling's complexion became even colder. This old man was too shameless. He simply didn't bother to ask any more questions. How long do you want to keep up this act? Brother Lin Ling, there must be some misunderstanding. Di Zichuan was extremely embarrassed. Lin Ling asked, He has always worked for your family. What is his temperament like? He has always been kind and amiable. Many people in our Di family like him. Di Zichuan recalled. Kind? Amiable? Why is it that when I never offended him on the dragon boat, he spoke such harsh words to me? Why is it that when I saved him the first time we were attacked, he slandered me and even drove me away? Lin Ling slowly said, causing the guards to be a bit puzzled. It had to be known that when they had been with old Lu, he had given them a kind and amiable feeling. But for some unknown reason, after Lin Ling had arrived, old Lu's attitude had been very tough. He had directly driven away Lin Ling. Elder Lu opened his mouth. Clearly, he didn't realize that he had changed so much. If you can't say it, then I'll say it for you. You chased me away because you didn't want me to mess up your plan. You led them on this path because you secretly told those assassins about the whereabouts of the Emperor's Inch and had them set up a trap on this path. Lin Ling sneered. You've been hiding by Di Zichuan's side for so many years just for this moment. You've really put a lot of thought into this. You've wronged me, Old Man Lu roared. His heart trembled violently as he began to fear Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to know everything. Whether you're innocent or not, it's very simple. Just hand over the things on your body and let everyone see, Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Old Lu's eyes to flicker continuously. Although the guards in the surroundings believed Old Man Lu, there were still many suspicious points. After all, Old Man Lu was the one who led them on this path. But why would there be so many assassins around? Old Man Lu, I know this is unfair to you. At most, we'll take out the things on our bodies for everyone to see. Also, don't blame us for being suspicious. After all, we only have one life. We've escaped death twice, and this mistake won't be repeated a third time. One of the guards spoke up. At this crucial moment, believing was believing, but what needed to be proven still had to be proven. All of you are bullying an old man like me. Old Man Lu pointed at the crowd with righteous indignation. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. He's just an outsider. Why should we believe his words? Because I've saved all of you twice. That's enough. Lin Ling smiled lightly, causing the wavering hearts of the guards to once again believe in Lin Ling. If Lin Ling really wanted to harm them, why would he save them twice? The previous calamity was enough for all of them to die. Hence, they believed in Lin Ling. Old Man Lu's expression kept changing. Don't dare? Or do you still want to rely on me? Lin Ling smiled faintly. That calm look of his made Old Man Lu gnash his teeth. This young man was so hateful. Not only did he ruin his plan, but he also made everyone suspect him. Old Man Lu, take out the things on your body and show them to everyone. Although Emperor's Inch still believed in Old Man Lu, if Old Man Lu didn't take out the things on his body, it would be hard to convince everyone. Moreover, everyone else had taken out their rune bags. It was up to Old Man Lu now. Old Man Lu's expression kept changing. His rune bag had the insect fragrance. It was this fragrance that exposed everyone's whereabouts. If he took it out, it would be even more difficult to explain. Old Man Lu coldly stared at Lin Ling. Finally, his gaze turned cold. His current mission was to kill Emperor's Inch and satisfy the lords in exchange for a reward. Since that was the case, he might as well kill Emperor's Inch directly. Whoosh! He pretended to take off his rune bag, but while everyone's attention was on his rune bag, his body moved, and he shot towards Emperor's Inch and seized it. Young Master D, my apologies. I have always been one of their people. I hid in the D family to watch over you. If you hadn't stubbornly insisted on going to the 7 Profound Martial House, you wouldn't have died. The lords will absolutely not allow you to go to the 7 Profound Martial House. Old Man Lu coldly said as he grasped Emperor's Inch's neck. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be surprised, and then they all glared at each other. Old Man Lu was really a traitor. Young man, you are very intelligent. You were able to force me out with just a few clues. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. You don't know that my mission is to kill young Master D. So even if you saw through me, what use is it? Ignoring everyone's anger, Old Man Lu looked at Lin Ling and smiled with satisfaction. He wanted to see Lin Ling's furious appearance. After all, this young man had failed. However, Lin Ling's face still had a smile on it. He indifferently looked at Old Man Lu, causing Old Man Lu to frown. Aren't you afraid that I will kill him? Why should I be afraid? If you want to kill him, then kill him. If I'm not wrong, you killed Emperor Zichuan for a reward. But if you don't have your life, you have no place to spend your money. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His calm appearance caused Old Man Lu's complexion to change. But soon, he laughed and said, You are smarter than them. You can still remain calm in such a situation. It seems that you've seen many big scenes. But you missed a point. If I kidnapped young Master D and then killed him, then when you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have been able to find me. Despicable. All of the guards angrily shouted. But Emperor Zichuan's face was also pale. He did not fear his own death. but he did not think that the enemy would be hiding by his side. He had always thought of the enemy as his own family. Pa pa pa. At this moment, Lin Ling gently clapped his hands. His fearless appearance caused Old Man Lu to feel uneasy. This young man was too mysterious. It was as if he had everything under control from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, he regretted it. If he had known that this young man was so difficult to deal with, he would have tried to curry favor with him from the beginning. He would have thought of a way to make him stay away from young Master D, instead of using force and slander to force him to leave. After all, the more this young man forced him, the more ruthless he became. "You are too inexperienced," Lin Ling said indifferently. Then, he walked into the forest behind him. When he reappeared, there was one more person in front of him. A sword was hanging on that person's neck. This person was the leader of the black-clothed men. "Kill. You kill Emperor Zhichuan, I will kill him." Chapter 495. Get over here and die. Lu Fei, release Emperor's Inch. The leader of the black-robed men was very calm, and his cold voice carried an unquestionable majesty. "You're that lord." Old Lu's expression changed as he recalled the terrifying experts hiding behind the scenes. Those experts could turn him into ashes with a single move, or even make him wish he was dead. That was the most terrifying thing. Release Emperor's Inch. The leader of the black-robed men didn't say anything and shouted again. Since old Lu dared to kill Emperor's Inch, then Lin Ling would kill the leader of the black-robed men, exchanging a life for a life. If the leader of the black-robed men had an ordinary identity, old Lu wouldn't have cared. However, it was clear that the leader's identity wasn't small, and old Lu was extremely wary. "You're ruthless." Old Lu coldly looked at Lin Ling. He didn't expect this youth to be so ruthless. No wonder he wasn't afraid of killing Emperor's Inch. It turned out that he had been playing with him in the palm of his hand. Then, he unwillingly released Emperor's Inch, and Emperor's Inch ran towards Lin Ling. "I've already released him. You should also release the Lord." Old Lu immediately looked at Lin Ling, but he heard Lin Ling's smiling voice. "Did I say one person for the other? Don't go too far." Old Lu was so angry that his face turned red. "I'm going too far? Do you have the qualifications to say that? Your young master treats you like family, but you always want to kill him. You even slandered me for no reason and dared to scold my family. I forgot to tell you, those who scolded my family are all dead." Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but it was very cold. He waved his left hand at old Lu. "Get over here." "Get over here? That youth actually wants me to get over here?" Old Lu's eyes narrowed, and he panicked. "What do you want to do?" "Of course I want to kill you. I want you to get over here, so I can kill you." Lin Ling's voice was filled with killing intent. He wouldn't show mercy to someone like old Lu. "No, I definitely won't go over." Old Lu kept shaking his head. He was already thinking of running away, but when he saw the black-clothed man in Lin Ling's hands, his complexion immediately turned ugly. That young man had his lifeline in his hand, sending him to his doorstep to die. This kind of death wasn't the young man chasing after him, but he had to obediently stretch his head out and let the young man kill him. Was this the result of insulting the young man's family and slandering him? "Elder Lu, if you don't want to live a life worse than death, you'd better come over," said the black-robed man coolly. Old Lu's face flickered as he thought about how terrifying those powerful figures were. In the end, he walked over to Lin Ling, his face pale. "Kneel," Lin Ling coldly said, making old Lu kneel down with a plop. "No one can humiliate my family. If you hadn't done anything wrong, perhaps I would have spared your life. Unfortunately, you have done something wrong." Flames appeared on Lin Ling's left hand, surging with scorching heat. "I didn't expect that the plan that my lord and I had prepared would be broken by you alone. You are very powerful. Before you die, can you tell me your name?" Old Lu's face was ashen. He seemed to know that his time was up, but before he died, he wanted to know the young man's name. "Lin Ling." Boom! The world-cleansing demonic flame gushed out, burning old Lu into ashes. Di Zhichuan sighed softly, but for some reason, he didn't sympathize with old Lu. After all, without Lin Ling's help, he would have died 3 times. He couldn't help but sigh. Just because of a piece of fire elemental jade, Lin Ling had saved him 3 times. Lin Ling was indeed a man of his word. He had repaid all the favors he owed. I've already done as you asked. Let me go. Let me go. The black-robed man had maintained his composure from beginning to end. Of course. Let me go. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't kill the black-robed man. After all, he didn't have any conflicts with the black-robed man. Your name is Lin Ling. I'll remember it. The black-robed man looked at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be slightly stunned. His eyes were cold, but there was no killing intent. Instead, there was a kind of anticipation, as if he was looking forward to meeting his match. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that his eyes were very beautiful and had very long eyelashes. After the black-robed man disappeared into the forest, Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Di Jichuan. Di Jichuan also looked at Lin Ling and said guiltily, I'm sorry, big brother Lin Ling. I almost implicated you. I didn't expect old Lu to be the one who betrayed me. His face was a bit gloomy. It was obvious that he still couldn't accept the truth. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, in this world, the weak are prey to the strong. In order to become stronger, many people will abandon everything, conscience, principles, and so on. Some people become strong to rule the world, some to protect the peaceful place in their hearts, and some to bully others and enjoy the feeling of being above others. It's the same for all kinds of people. Di Jichuan's heart trembled. Lin Ling was at most 2 years older than him, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to know so much. Obviously, Lin Ling's experience was much more than his. Brother Lin Ling, you must be the first type of person. Di Jichuan smiled. Lin Ling shook his head. I become strong to rule the world, but I also belong to the second type of person. I want to protect the peaceful place in my heart. At this point, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. It was blue, and he could faintly see the faces of his family. Grandfather, Yu Yu, Xiaolan, Mengyun, and Yuer. These were also the reasons why he had become strong. I don't know how they are now. After I go to the 7 profound martial house, I will go back and see them. Lin Ling's heart was filled with nostalgia. He smiled, but his eyes were filled with determination. Sometimes, in order to protect the world in your heart, you must kill to stop killing. You must be free and unrestrained and do not feel guilty. Because some people are not worthy of you feeling guilty. You should cherish those who are important to you. Di Jichuan was startled. He knew that Lin Ling was comforting him. He didn't need to feel guilty or uneasy about old man Lu's death. Those who were important to him, he would raise his sword to protect them. Those who tried to destroy the peaceful place in his heart, he would cut them down with his sword. This was free and unrestrained. This was life. I understand. Di Jichuan nodded. He knew that Lin Ling must have encountered many injustices in the past. But Lin Ling had survived and even grown up. Compared to a greenhouse flower like him, Lin Ling was much more mature and decisive. Let's go. I'm also going to the 7 profound martial house. We could go together. Lin Ling gathered his thoughts and smiled. Thank you, big brother Lin Ling. Di Jichuan nodded. As a group moved forward, Lin Ling asked a question that he wanted to know. Di Jichuan, who is Di Wuji to you? Chapter 496. The 100 Territories geniuses gathered. Lin Ling nodded. It was no wonder that Di Jichuan had been assassinated. It was obvious that the person who had framed Di Wuji in the past did not want someone with the Di surname to enter the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling also wanted to help Di Wuji. After all, he owed the limitless sword saint a favor. But Lin Ling still needed some time to reach that height. Time slowly passed. The sun was setting in the west, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated the earth. In the distance, a vast mountain range appeared in sight. Layer upon layer, it was ancient and mysterious. Above the pure white clouds in the sky above the mountain range, there were 4 words that would never dissipate. 7 profound martial house. I've arrived. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a smile. He had finally arrived at the martial arts hall of geniuses. Di Jichuan's mind shook. He bid farewell to Lin Ling and also left. Lin Ling followed the jade token and walked towards the registration area. At this moment, in front of the 7 profound martial houses' northern gate, there was a surging tide of people. Their imposing aura soared into the sky, causing the air to turn illusory. Most of these people were youths, and each one of them was powerful. They were all geniuses from the 100 territories. I came from a dragon boat in the east. On that boat, I am a #1 genius. Are you proud? I'm not on your boat. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so proud. Long Xiaochun and the others are also here. They're the 3rd-ranked genius of the 100 territories. They are even fiercer than Tang Yu. Voices of discussion rose and fell, but most of the focus fell on the top 3 geniuses. The 1st-ranked genius was currently a mystery. No one knew who it was. The 2nd-ranked genius was Zhao Qingtian, who had the title of Little Overlord. This youth was at the late Heavenly Spirit Realm, and it was said that his king body was the 3rd-grade brilliant gold tyrant body. What sort of concept was the 3rd grade? With his king physique, he could crush any genius in the same realm as him. No matter how powerful that genius was, they would still lose to him. This was also why he was the one with the lowest cultivation but the strongest strength among all the geniuses. With the Overlord Saber in hand, he could easily kill an early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. He had once fought with the 3rd-ranked genius for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he had defeated him with a single strike. Why did he need 3 days and 3 nights to defeat him? That was because his opponent was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, while Zhao Qingtian was only at the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. From this, it could be seen that he was a true genius, or even a monster. He's so cold. He's standing there motionlessly with a saber in his hand. His aura is terrifying. Many people secretly looked at a corner where there was a maple tree. Leaning against the maple tree was a tall and sturdy young man wearing a brown robe with his eyes closed. That young man was the little tyrant, Zhao Qingtian. Are you done admiring me? Slightly opening his eyes, Zhao Qingtian revealed a disdainful smile. His confident aura blossomed along with his smile, causing many people to feel a little dazed. Plop! Even a few of the weaker geniuses fell to the ground in fright. Zhao Qingtian's aura was too shocking. It felt like a sleeping monster awakening. Huh! Zhao Qingtian laughed loudly, as if he found it very amusing. His overlord aura has always been terrifying. If you want to admire him, it's better to admire him from afar. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. A young man with a long spear on his back walked over. He was vigorous and full of energy. The long spear on his back was extremely majestic. There was a dragon coiling around it, emitting the aura of a dragon. Ranked 3rd, young Master Divine Dragon, Long Xiaochun. He was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. His Divine Dragon Spear swept the world. He had once defeated a powerful mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. Among his peers in the 100 territories, he was famous. These 2 should be the most dazzling stars of this year. Tang Yu, Zui, Mo, and the others are still lacking. Many geniuses exclaimed in admiration. Subsequently, more and more geniuses arrived, causing the square to become even more lively. What a powerful aura! The weakest is at the late stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. The early stage of the King Spirit Realm can be seen everywhere. The Cloud region is indeed the tip of the iceberg. The Rainforest Sacred Land is the place where geniuses gather. At this moment, Lin Ling also arrived at the square. He quietly spread out his soul power. After scanning the geniuses in the square, he immediately admired them. Many of the geniuses here were very strong. They were young and talented. If he didn't use his trump card, he didn't have the confidence to win. A frog at the bottom of a well. This is the first time you've seen a genius at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. No wonder you're making a fuss. Behind him, a few young men in gorgeous robes walked over. One of them disdainfully said to Lin Ling, "Scram, don't block the way." These people seem to have a high status, so, after coming to the gathering place of geniuses, they looked down on everyone. They could even trample on the geniuses of the various regions to prove their superiority. They were extremely satisfied. The surrounding geniuses were silent. They knew that these young men were from the upper three regions. Then, they looked at the young man who was being reprimanded and shook their heads. In the world of geniuses, the weak had no dignity. Are you talking to me? However, when they thought that the young man in blue and white robes would humbly move aside, a calm voice came from the young man's mouth. That young man actually didn't lower his head and move aside. The surrounding geniuses were shocked. What courage! Huh? The young men in front frowned. One of the handsome young men said indifferently, I'm talking to you. I'm telling you to scram and move aside. But you don't seem to be convinced. You've broken the rules. I don't know what rules are. I only know that I'm shocked by the strength of the geniuses here. But you seem to be lecturing me and telling me to scram. I just want to ask you, is this your home? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the young men. These young men seemed to be pampered and were used to teaching others a lesson. As expected, no matter where it was, there would always be martial artists who used their status and strength to bully others. They just wanted to enjoy the feeling of being superior. This isn't my home, but we're from the upper three regions. Also, do you know Zuemo? He's from the same family as me. The handsome young man said indifferently, his eyes full of arrogance. Zuemo was ranked 5th among the geniuses of the 100 regions this year. In other words, among the tens of thousands of geniuses here, only 4 people were above Zuemo. It was enough to prove his pride. No wonder he's from his Zhuo family. When the crowd heard that voice, they all inhaled sharply. So that handsome young man had a backer. Slap his face. The handsome young man was very satisfied with the respect of the geniuses around him. He waved his hand and said, behind him, a young man instantly walked forward with a smile. As he walked, he shook his head. Move your face closer. Slapping your face is a small punishment for you. If this wasn't the sacred land of the rainforest, you would be crippled if not dead for daring to scold brothers Wuxian. He came in front of Lin Ling, smiled coldly, and was about to slap him. Slap. However, Lin Ling's hand was faster than him. His left hand waved, and a crisp slap sounded, landing on the young man's face. The young man's eyes narrowed, and the surrounding people were also shocked. That young man in blue and white actually dared to hit someone from his Zuemo family? Just because you're from the upper three regions, you think you're better than others? Just because there's a genius Zuemo, you think you could be so tyrannical? As for who Zuemo is, I have no interest in knowing. I only know that in the 100 regions, strength is not everything. The 7 profound martial house is the true beginning. If there's nothing important, don't provoke me. Chapter 497. The 7 profound martial house recruiting. You dare to hit my people? Zuetian's face was gloomy. In front of so many geniuses, this youth had not given him the slightest bit of face. This was an insult to his dignity. If he were to enter the rainforest holy land, how would he be able to raise his head? You really want to die? Zuetian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Are you done with your bullshit? Lin Ling's voice was even colder. He arrived in front of Zuetian, and his palm did not stop. Another slap flew out, and Zuetian crashed into the ground. So ruthless. The surrounding youths sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this blue and white-robed youth? He was so arrogant. Zuomo's strength is Zuomo's, and you use Zuomo's reputation to feel superior everywhere. Don't you think you're losing face? Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Zuetian crawled up from the ground, his face ugly, his anger surging. At this moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. Not too far away, a familiar figure appeared. It was his cousin Zuemo. Brother Zuemo, he hit me. Zuetian angrily shouted. The crowd's pupils constricted, and they subconsciously looked over. They saw that on the other side of the crowd, there was a short but handsome youth coldly glaring at them. That was Zuemo. That blue and white-robed youth was dead. Let me tell you, my cousin Zuemo has already passed the assessment, and his results are excellent. He will become a disciple of one of the 36 scholars. So even if he kills you here, the 7 profound martial house will not speak for you, because you cannot compare to my brother Zuemo. Zuetian proudly smiled. Is that so? Lin Ling coldly nodded and stepped forward. He arrived in front of Zhuo Tianyin, looking down at him. What do you want? The youth in front of him was not old, but for some unknown reason, Zhuo Tian's heart trembled. In front of your brother's Wuxia, I'll hit you. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap sounded out again, causing the crowd to stiffen. This youth really dared to hit him, and he did it in front of Zhuo Mo. Subconsciously, many people looked at Zhuo Mo in the distance. They wanted to see how the genius Zhuo Mo would teach that blue and white-robed youth a lesson. It's him. Yet Zhuo Mo's brow furrowed, and he became completely silent. Originally, he had wanted to teach them a lesson. He wanted to see who was so arrogant in the holy land of the rainforest to dare to teach the people of the Zhuo family a lesson. However, he was far too familiar with that blue and white robed figure. It was the #1 genius of their dragon boat, the one who had beheaded the dragon head with a single sword strike, Lin Ling. How could he be a match for such a genius? It's your own fault. Solve it yourself, Zhuo Mo said coldly to Zhuo Tian. Then he looked coldly at Lin Ling. Being strong now doesn't mean you'll be strong in the future. The rainforest holy land is just the beginning. Soon, I will make you lose all face. Lin Ling had beaten up a member of the Zhuo family in front of so many people. It was hard for him to swallow the anger in his heart, but he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he could only say this helplessly. It was a pity that after he finished speaking, the crisp sound of a slap sounded again, causing Zhuo Mo's heart to shake. Now, that blue and white robed youth had hit his cousin in front of him. Not only that, but this was the 3rd time. As his cousin, don't you think you should teach him how to be a man? Lin Ling's lips moved, and his soft voice floated out, causing everyone's eyes to widen. This slap was even more powerful than the previous one. After Zhuo Mo had arrived, this slap had been delivered in front of his face, as if it were a provocation. Big brother Zhuo Mo, you are the 5th-ranked genius of the 100 territories. On the ground, Zhuo Tian was also shocked. Shut up. Zhuo Mo felt as if he had lost all face. He wished he could leave this place immediately. He coldly said, "See you at the 7 profound martial house." Then he turned and left. You aren't the overbearing and arrogant type. You aren't as condescending as your cousin. Otherwise, today I would have also hit you. However, just as he took a few steps, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. Zhuo Mo paused, his face turning red and blue. In front of so many geniuses, Lin Ling had actually said that he would also hit him. This was a thick humiliation. How is this possible? Zhuo Tian sat on the ground, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Your big brother Zhuo Mo is indeed very strong, but that doesn't mean that no one can surpass him. It's just that some people don't like to use their fame to bully others. Lin Ling shook his head as he spoke, then left as well. The surrounding crowd looked at Lin Ling with surprise. They suddenly had a guess in their hearts. This youth might be a hidden genius, and his strength was above Zhuo Mo's. He was ranked 4th among the 100 territories geniuses. It was just that he was low-key, so not many people knew about him. Thinking this, many people looked at the handsome youth on the ground and couldn't help but laugh. That handsome youth thought that he came from the Zhuo family, and that he had Zhuo Mo's support, so he acted as a tyrant. He didn't know that today he had kicked an iron plate. His swollen face was extremely ridiculous. Ignoring the previous episode, Lin Ling went to the crowd and quietly waited for the 7 profound martial houses disciple recruitment. In the memories of the limitless sword saint, the 7 profound martial house was mysterious and vast. It had a massive amount of ancient martial arts and cultivation grounds. It was currently the most suitable place for Lin Ling to cultivate. After all, compared to those geniuses with rich family backgrounds, Lin Ling could be considered a loner. Therefore, he valued the 7 profound martial houses' cultivation resources very much. This year's disciple recruitment is still the same. At this moment, a loud voice sounded out, causing the entire square of tens of thousands of geniuses to quiet down. They all looked up and saw that not far from the square, on a mountain peak, a middle-aged man wearing the 7 profound martial houses robes was quietly sitting on a chair. He was like a powerhouse looking forward to the future. This year, I, Su Fan, will be presiding over the disciple recruitment. The voice sounded out again, causing the blood of many youths to boil. The seven profound martial house had 36 apprentices, and each one was formidable. If one could obtain the attention of an apprentice, then they would be heavily trained and become a proud son of heaven. Unfortunately, the 36 apprentices were like masters in the sky and rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples. Only the top 10 geniuses of the 100 territories each year would be actively recruited by the apprentices. Apprentice? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In the past, Lin Xuanwu had lost to him, and it was very likely that he had an apprentice guiding him. An apprentice was equal to a master. Before, you all came from all over the 100 territories, took the dragon boat, and also passed the assessment. But if you want to become a disciple of the seven profound martial house, many of you are still lacking. The names in the sky will become candidate disciples first. On the mountain peak, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a large number of names appeared in the sky. They were candidate disciples. Candidate disciples were not official disciples. They had to work for the seven profound martial house, such as gathering herbs, sweeping the floor, cooking, and so on. Only after passing the assessment could they become official disciples. Of course, the assessment was absolutely difficult. It was very cruel, but also very realistic. Many genius disciples gently sighed. Their names appeared in the sky. Obviously, they were candidate disciples, but they did not give up. Only in the seven profound martial house could they be reborn and amaze the world in the future. Next is the official disciple. You can enter the star level. At this moment, Su Fan spoke again, and many more names appeared in the sky. Official disciples did not have a master to guide them. Everything depended on themselves, but they did not need to do anything. Moreover, their status in the seven profound martial house was higher than that of candidate disciples, and they had a certain level of authority. I'm sorry, there was an impromptu meeting today. I just got off work and did not inform everyone. I'm very sorry. Chapter 498. Su Fan Lin Ling stared at the sky and found that his name was not there. This meant that he was not a candidate disciple, nor was he an official disciple. Of course, this was normal. Not long ago, the red-haired man had told him that his results were very good, and he would certainly be valued by the seven profound martial house. The next proud son of heaven will be Su Fan's disciple. Su Fan quietly sat on the mountain peak, speaking again. As one of the 36 apprentice masters, he also had a massive number of disciples. I'm so envious. Many of the talented youths thought to themselves, if they could become apprentice master Su Fan's disciple, they would be able to avoid detours. For instance, if they entered the seven profound martial house, it wouldn't be long before those geniuses who became apprentice master Su Fan's disciples would surpass them. This year's first-ranked genius of the 100 territories will become my direct disciple. Ranked second is Zhao Qingtian. Ranked third is Long Xiaoqin. Ranked fourth is Lin Ling from the Cloud Domain. Wait a minute. This Lin Ling can only be a candidate disciple. Su Fan was constantly reading a book in his hand. It recorded the top 20 outstanding talents, but when he read about Lin Ling, he frowned and then announced it. The fourth-ranked genius in terms of strength and talent was actually a candidate disciple, not even an official disciple. Wasn't this the same as sending Lin Ling to the seven profound martial house to do odd jobs? If this was an ordinary genius, then it would be fine, but this was someone who was ranked fourth. Everyone's pupils shrank, and then they all laughed. That youth called Lin Ling was so pitiful. It seemed that he had offended apprentice master Su Fan. Ranked fifth is Tang Yu. Ranked sixth is Zhuo. Su Fan continued to announce, but it seemed that he had already eliminated Lin Ling. Why is it like this? In the crowd, Lin Ling frowned. He was also surprised by this result. He had gone through the assessment on the dragon boat, but in the end he was only a candidate disciple. This was too unfair. Moreover, he hadn't offended anyone when he first came to the seven profound martial house, So why was Apprentice Master Su Fan targeting him? Anger rose in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. A guess rose in his heart. Could it be that the powerful Master Su Fan was Lin Xuanwu's master? Wait, Lin Ling was the most talented and powerful person on my ship. Why did he become a candidate disciple in the end? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. The person who came seemed to be indignant on behalf of Lin Ling. So he stood up for Lin Ling. After all, the Seven Profound Martial House was a place where geniuses were cultivated. It was a sacred and dignified place. How could the rules be changed in front of countless people? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and discovered that it was a middle-aged man with long red hair. He was the red-haired middle-aged man from Lin Ling's ship. On the mountain peak, Su Fan was still sitting in his chair, his expression calm. He picked up a cup of tea from a nearby table and took a sip before slowly speaking. I'm the host of this disciple recruitment. If I say yes, then that is it. Zhang Hongfa, your responsibility is to assess these talented youths. You do not have the qualifications to decide where these youths will go. Not to mention, the cloud domain is just a tiny place in the lower three realms. How could there be a fourth-ranked genius here? You shouldn't have been bribed by someone. Su Fanyu, the red-haired middle-aged man's face was ugly. Although his status in the Seven Profound Martial House was not low, it was obviously below the 36 apprentice masters. This Lin Ling's heart of martial arts is not firm, and his killing intent is too heavy. In fact, he is not suitable to become a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. If he wants to become my disciple, then that is just a dream. I do not want this kind of youth who constantly kills others in order to become stronger. But in the end, he came from thousands of miles away, so I will not be too excessive. I will still give him a chance to become a candidate disciple. Su Fan opened his mouth again. His eyes fell from the mountain peak to the youth in the square. The corners of his mouth curved up in a cold smile. Lin Ling had killed his apprentice Lin Xuanwu, and had also killed his nephew Qing Chuanming. If it weren't for the fact that the square was the center of attention, and that he was the apprentice master of the Seven Profound Martial House this year, he would have already taken his revenge and turned Lin Ling into ashes. However, if Lin Ling wanted to enter the Seven Profound Martial House, he would not refuse. Instead, he would become a candidate disciple of Lin Ling and become everyone's slave, slowly toying with him until he died. Su Fan, I don't know what grudges you have with Lin Ling, that a great character like you would humiliate him like this. But don't you think that you are abusing your power for personal gain? You have gone too far. The red-haired, middle-aged man roared again. He didn't know what had happened between Su Fan and Lin Ling, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that Su Fan had a problem with Lin Ling and wanted to toy with Lin Ling, this ant to death. After all, according to the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House, the top 20 talents of the 100 territories would all be accepted as disciples by the apprentice master. Even if Su Fan didn't want to accept Lin Ling as a disciple, Lin Ling still had the qualifications to become an official disciple and not a candidate disciple. A candidate disciple, from a certain point of view, was a servant without any dignity. I'm abusing my power for personal gain? Do I need to do this to an ant? Go and ask the people around you. Did this boy Lin Ling rob others of their treasures, or did he kill them? Then ask Lin Ling, did he kill anyone? If he kills too much, sooner or later he will turn into a demon. I gave him a way out and recruited him into the Seven Profound Martial House. That is a gift to him. On the mountain peak, Su Fan lightly said, what Apprentice Master Su said is right. Lin Ling has no principles. In order to become strong, he killed his own family. That's right, I was just blocking his way, and he almost killed me. Luckily, this is the Seven Profound Martial House. He doesn't dare to mess around. This kind of person is ugly. The voices of many youths came from all around Square. These youths all wanted to become Su Fan's disciples, so they naturally understood. You've gone too far. The red-haired middle-aged man's face was gloomy. From his impression of Lin Ling, this boy was relatively low-key. From the moment he boarded his ship, he didn't provoke anyone. It was always others who provoked him, and he didn't go around bullying other youths just because he was the strongest. But now, all of this had been reversed by Su Fan. Some of the talented youths who didn't understand the whole story began to despise Lin Ling. "Thank you, Senior Red-Haired." At this moment, a soft voice rang out, causing the square to fall silent. Countless eyes looked over, only to see a young man in a blue and white robe walking out step by step. His face was indifferent, but the anger in his eyes was like flames blooming. He came out? The many talented youths were slightly surprised, but they could understand. After all, Lin Ling was ranked 4th among the 100 territories geniuses, but he had been reduced to a candidate disciple. Anyone would be unwilling to accept this. However, in the face of the powerful apprentice master Su Fan, what could he change? "This boy is the murderer who killed my nephew?" Chapter 499. Young Master Divine Dragon. Everyone's eyes stared at Lin Ling. Many of them had gloating expressions on their faces. It had to be known that their purpose in coming to the 7 profound martial house was to surpass all the other geniuses and soar above the clouds. Therefore, they subconsciously did not like others to surpass them. They liked to see others in a worse state than themselves. Lin Ling ignored the gazes all around him. He faintly looked at Su Fan. At this moment, he was almost certain that Su Fan was targeting him in order to avenge his nephew and disciple. It was just that Clear Spring Ming and Lin Xuanwu. One had tyrannically wanted to destroy Extreme Ice Temple, and the other had wanted to kill him after losing to Nine Shade Mountain. These two people had played with him like an ant, and in the end they had met their end. And now, their elder, Su Fan, in order to take revenge, had also played with him like an ant. Did he think that because he came from a cloud domain, he would have to lower his head and give up his dignity to be humiliated to death? Moreover, he had only met that red-haired senior once, but he had also fought for a spot for him. How could he not do anything about it? Lin Ling's eyes rippled with anger. He looked at Su Fan and coldly said, "I want to ask Apprentice Su Fan. The 7 profound martial house does not accept disciples based on talent or strength, but on personal preference? How dare you? You think you have the qualifications to speak to an apprentice like that?" His words had just fallen, but they were soon met with a large number of disdainful voices. Lin Ling was only a late Heavenly Spirit Realm martial artist, but Apprentice Su Fan was a top powerhouse. He could turn Lin Ling into ashes with a single finger. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to ask Apprentice Su Fan? "Apprentice Su Fan, you really raise a lot of dogs. You said that I bribed that red-haired middle-aged man, but it seems that there are many people who are flattering you. Did they also curry favor with you, so they easily became your disciples?" Facing all sorts of taunts, Lin Ling was indifferent. He spoke again. "You." Those geniuses who were disdainful of Lin Ling narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling's mouth was truly poisonous. He had even pushed them into the limelight. Su Fanxue frowned. He thought that Lin Ling would flatter him and beg for mercy, but who knew that Lin Ling would question him and not fear him in the slightest. However, he was not angry. He was a dignified and ancient apprentice of the 7 profound martial house. How could he be angry at an ant? "Master, have some tea." At his side, it was unknown when, but a youth wearing the robes of the 7 profound martial house had arrived. He respectfully poured a cup of tea for Su Fan and then quietly stood to the side. "You don't dare to speak? If you say that I don't have the qualifications, then I don't have the qualifications. It seems that all of this is up to you to decide. Since it's like this, then you might as well directly say that the 7 profound martial house is yours alone. You can recruit whoever you want as a disciple. Why do you need to hold a recruitment ceremony and deliberately mystify things?" Lin Ling said again. Su Fan picked up the teacup and gently sipped from it. He didn't seem to hear Lin Ling's words. From beginning to end, his eyes were closed, and he still didn't bother to speak. Seeing his master's indifferent appearance, the youth at his side naturally understood. He took a step forward and said, You are nothing but a clown from the cloud domain. What qualifications do you have to question our master, and what qualifications do you have to doubt others? Others are at least top geniuses of the 100 territories. But you only managed to bribe Redhead. That's why you are ranked so high. You have spoken so much and deceived everyone. What intentions do you have? The youth's voice was like a brilliant heavenly might, bringing with it an irresistible pressure that caused the entire square to fall silent. Those who knew this youth were secretly surprised. This was Su Fan's disciple, Extreme Moonjon. This person was a true disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. His robes were embroidered with a moon on the chest. This also represented his superior status in the Seven Profound Martial House. The Seven Profound Martial House was as vast as the sea. It was strictly divided into ranks. Star Guard disciples, Moon Guard disciples, Sun Guard disciples, official disciples, and candidate disciples that had no dignity at all. The massive ranks of the disciples allowed the Seven Profound Martial House to stand for thousands of years without falling. So, the disciples that Master Su Fan recruits are very fierce, and I come from the tiny cloud domain. The reason why I can become a genius of the 100 territories is because I bribed others, Lin Ling lightly said. Yes, the youth Extreme Moonjon nodded. Although he didn't know why his master was deliberately making things difficult for this youth. This youth had come from the cloud domain, and his strength was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Therefore, he didn't believe that this youth could be ranked fourth. Yes, he's only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Among this year's batch of geniuses, his strength is the lowest. Is he really ranked fourth? There must be something fishy about this. The crowd was talking. Besides the youth on Lin Ling's ship, no one believed in Lin Ling. This trash called Lin something. Who do you think you are? Master Su Fan said that you are a candidate disciple, so you should obediently admit it. You actually dared to question Master Su Fan again and again. You simply don't know what you're doing. At this moment, in the square, a youth in white lightly said. He didn't even care what Lin Ling's name was, and directly called him trash. Of course, he had never heard of Lin Ling and didn't know where he had come from. For such a youth to be ranked below him, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. It's young Master Divine Dragon. Everyone's complexion slightly changed. The third-ranked genius of the 100 territories was young Master Divine Dragon, Long Xiaoqian. He had already become Su Fan's disciple. When he saw Lin Ling questioning Master Su Fan, he stood up and spoke up. Moreover, he seemed to be very unhappy that Lin Ling was ranked fourth. Of course, this was also normal. Young Master Divine Dragon came from the upper three regions' 18th domain, Dragon God Bay. He was a nameless nobody and had only managed to win second place in a great competition of the 18 domains. Since then, his name had shaken the 100 territories. But now, Lin Ling had almost overtaken him. Moreover, he hadn't participated in the upper three regions' sacred competition of the 18 domains. How could young Master Divine Dragon accept him? There were even many people in the square who refused to accept Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling become the fourth-ranked genius of the 100 territories? There must be something fishy about this. Master Su Fan really has a lot of dogs. I only asked a question, and they immediately started barking like wild dogs. Do the 36 apprentices of the Seven Profound Martial House specifically recruit dogs as disciples? Facing young Master Divine Dragon's arrogant words, Lin Ling didn't give him any face and instead mocked him with cold words. His words caused the faces of all the youths in the square to change. This Lin Ling really didn't lower his head. Even if he was the enemy of the entire world, he still wouldn't retreat. Dog? You say I'm a dog? Long Xiaoqian's complexion turned icy cold. He suddenly looked at Su Fan and said, Master, this boy has no respect for his elders and mocked me in front of everyone. Please allow me to fight him. Also, didn't he question Master's vision? Then let's use this battle to prove Master's choice. Challenge. All the youth's pupils shrank. Chapter 500. Fight. Permitted. Moreover, he has no respect for his elders. So you are permitted to cripple him and make him the servant of countless geniuses for the rest of his life. On the mountain peak, Su Fan finally spoke. He was as aloof as ever. But his words were ruthless. He did not kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant to him. Killing him would not be satisfying. but he wanted to cripple Lin Ling and make Lin Ling a slave to everyone, a candidate disciple for the rest of his life. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. This Su Fan had a formidable status and strength, so he did not want to kill him, but wanted to play him to death. What? You don't dare. You have the courage to question Apprentice Master Su Fan, but you don't have the courage to accept my challenge. Humph! You actually don't believe me when I say you are trash. Long Xiaoqian's right hand pulled out the Dragon God Spear from his back. His foot kicked the spear point, and the spear was pointed at Lin Ling. Come, trash. Ayo! As the spear came out, its aura rippled, like a dragon swimming in the sky. Young Master Divine Dragon has the innate king body, the dragon spirit body. It is said that he has the bloodline of an ancient dragon. What is most terrifying is his spear, the Divine Dragon Spear. It is said that this spear and young Master Divine Dragon have become one. It is extremely fierce, and the spear has reached the level of a medium-grade weapon. Someone whispered. Obviously, this youth was very familiar with young Master Divine Dragon, and even worshipped him. No wonder he was able to become this year's third-ranked genius. He is truly terrifying. Lin Ling's background cannot compare to his, and even his cultivation is inferior. He doesn't dare to go up. The surrounding youths whispered. They thought that Lin Ling did not dare to go up. After all, Lin Ling was inferior to them. Only the young geniuses on Lin Ling's ship knew that Lin Ling was not weak. Being ranked 4th was well-deserved, but facing young Master Divine Dragon, it was still a bit difficult. I only want to ask Apprentice Master Su Fan, does the 7 Profound Martial House only recruit disciples based on what he likes? But you insist on challenging me. You don't even want to be ranked 3rd. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. Huh! As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd roared with laughter. This Lin Ling was really daring. He seemed to think that young Master Divine Dragon would definitely lose and fall behind Lin Ling in the rankings. Sure enough, not asking for your name was the right choice. An arrogant person like you can only be trash for the rest of your life. Long Xiaoqian shook his head and shook his spear, emitting a dragon's roar. Do you dare or not? Hurry up! I still have to go to the martial house to receive my disciple robe. I don't have time to play monkey games with you. Lin Ling nodded and finally took a step forward. Su Fan thought that he had bribed the red-haired middle-aged man and was not really ranked 4th, so he let him become a candidate disciple. Now, he would use his strength to tell Su Fan, to tell everyone, that Su Fan would accept a disciple based on his personal preference. They're fighting, and it's crazy. When the crowd saw Lin Ling walk out, their blood boiled. The battle between the 3rd and 4th ranked geniuses was about to take place. Everyone was eager to see how powerful the 2 top geniuses were. You're a man at last. Long Xiaoqian nodded. I'm a King Spirit Realm cultivator, and you're a Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator. I won't take advantage of you. In order to curry favor with your master, you think of ways to step on me. What's the point of that? Lin Ling didn't say anything else. Since his opponent let him make the first move, then he would make the first move. Chi-chi. Scorching green flames bloomed, enveloping Lin Ling's entire body in flames. At the same time, a purple Heavenly Spirit origin core rippled out. Many people looked over and were secretly shocked. Although this Lin Ling was a Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator, his foundation was very solid. After all, that was a top Heavenly Spirit origin core. No wonder he's so arrogant. Long Xiaoqian's eyes flashed, but he still shook his head. Heavenly Spirit origin core was a characteristic of Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivators. However, ordinary Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivators only had ordinary Heavenly Spirit origin cores. True geniuses, on the other hand, had solid foundations and had purple Heavenly Spirit origin cores. This was not rare. Whoosh! Ignoring Long Xiaoqian's voice, Lin Ling took a step forward and threw himself at Long Xiaoqian. Obviously, this year's 3rd-ranked genius. He wanted to see just how strong he was, and how much stronger he was compared to Tang Yu and Zuo Mo. What a slow speed! Long Xiaoqian smiled contemptuously. He even lazily waved the dragon god spear in his hand. Lunar shadow, flower cut. At this moment, a dazzling palm shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a flying flower, a moon, and a gale swept towards Long Xiaoqin. King Step Martial Arts. Feeling this terrifying aura, the crowd's pupils shrank. They didn't think that Lin Ling would actually know a King's Step Martial Arts. The 7 profound martial houses, first grade King's Step Lunar Shadow Flower Cut. This boy really has some skill. No wonder he was able to kill my disciple Lin Xuanwu. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. He didn't know how his disciple had died. He only knew that he had died at the hands of this boy, Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling use the Lunar Shadow Flower Cut, his heart was filled with a trace of anger. This King's Step martial arts was one of his disciples' favorite martial arts. Lin Ling came from the Cloud Domain and had never had the opportunity to learn it. It was obvious that he had secretly learned it from his disciple. Using his disciple's martial arts in front of him was like a silent slap to Su Fan's face. The martial arts aren't bad, but the one using it is too weak. Long Xiaoqin waved the dragon god spear in his hand. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, dazzling the eyes. Pung pung pung. All of the flying flower moon slashes were pierced by his spear. So fierce, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This was worthy of being the 3rd-ranked young Master Divine Dragon. Zhuo Mo and the other top 10 geniuses frowned. Although they were slightly lower ranked than young Master Divine Dragon, they could see the disparity. After all, if they had to face that move, they could only avoid it. They couldn't break it one by one. In your hands, a King's Step martial art doesn't even have the qualifications to make me take a step back. Look carefully, I didn't even take a step back. A mocking voice floated out of Long Xiaoqin's mouth. His arrogance soared to the clouds. The dragon god spear was invincible, very powerful indeed. Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He didn't stop rushing forward. The Ling energy in his body surged and rushed to his right hand, causing his right hand to turn red. First grade King Step, Mortal Fist Technique, Mortal Regrets. King Step martial arts had a special characteristic, and that was that any king physique could use it. Of course, after using it, it would also have some characteristics of the king physique. For example, Lin Ling's Mortal Fist Technique had some fire characteristics. Another King Step martial art. Long Xiaoqin frowned. This Lin Ling's foundation was really deep, but it still couldn't move him. Hidden Dragon, don't use. He pointed his spear, and the dragon's spirit body bloomed with dazzling light. The spear was like a dragon, piercing straight at the Mortal Fist Technique. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and a terrifying shock wave swept out in all directions, causing the hearts of the youths in the square to fiercely tremble. The strength of these 2 geniuses was really terrifying. There was no need to talk about Long Xiaoqin. There was no doubt about his strength, but Lin Ling was also so strong. He had endless trump cards. Chapter 501. Did they see it clearly? Look over there. At this moment, a youth shouted in surprise. In the center of the square, spirit energy rippled. An azure dragon was colliding with a fist emitting a red glow. They were evenly matched. Is it a draw? Many people's eyes narrowed. Who said it's a draw? Didn't you see that I didn't move at all? I just didn't make a move. I just wanted to tell this trash that no matter how strong he is, he doesn't even have the qualifications to make me take a step back. At this moment, Long Xiaoqin's arrogant voice floated out from his mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to focus. Long Xiaoqin was looking down on Lin Ling. He didn't take the initiative to make a move, but instead easily broke it. Of course, Long Xiaoqin was a King Spirit Realm cultivator, and Lin Ling was only a Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator. If Long Xiaoqin used his full strength, even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious. Therefore, Long Xiaoqin first proved his strength before defeating Lin Ling. These king-tier martial arts are useless in your hands. Is your sword just for show? Use your sword. Long Xiaoqin raised a spear with one hand and said indifferently. King stage martial arts were based on one's cultivation level, and Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, so the martial arts power didn't affect Long Xiaoqin much. It's really useless? Lin Ling muttered to himself. Long Xiaochun was stronger than he imagined, but he didn't believe that Long Xiaochun was invincible without a sword. 7 phantom evil king steps. His body disappeared in an instant, and a strange aura spread out. When he reappeared, he was already behind Long Xiaochun. 7 phantom evil king steps transformed into a shadow evil king, killing without trace. It was as if he rushed out from the shadows and killed with a single strike. If the Lunar Shadow Fantasy Flower Slash was a group attacking martial art, then the Secular Fist art was a 1 versus 1 martial art. Its destructive power was very strong, and the 7 Shadow Evil King steps was a fatal martial art. If one couldn't see through the steps of this martial art, and if they didn't defend in advance, then the damage they would receive would definitely not be light. He's disappeared. The crowd stared at Lin Ling with a serious expression. They didn't expect Lin Ling to know so many King's stage martial arts. Long Xiaochun frowned. The young man in front of him had disappeared. Where had he gone? It's the 7 Shadows Evil King steps. Su Fan's expression changed slightly as he instantly guessed Lin Ling's martial art. After all, he was the one who personally taught Lin Xuanwu this martial art. Then, after a slight ripple in the air, Su Fan's incredulous voice sounded out. 7 Shadows Evil King steps perfection stage. As soon as these words fell, his expression turned ugly. How ironic. His disciple, Lin Xuanwu, had only cultivated the 7 Shadow Evil King steps to the large success stage. However, that young man was even more proficient and had reached the great perfection stage. Was the young man saying to him, Su Fan, that as the other party's teacher, the disciple he taught was so bad? Master, that's junior brother Lin's 7 Shadow Evil King steps. This young man is too much. Taiyu Zhan's face turned ugly. Whoosh! At the same time, a pair of sharp fingers shot out from the shadows, aiming straight for the back of Long Xiaochun's neck. This finger was fatal, unexpected, and extremely terrifying. King stage martial arts not only allow the martial artist to unleash 120% of his strength, but also allowed him to borrow the power of heaven and earth to enhance his attack, defense, speed, and other areas. Not good. However, Long Xiaochun's strength was indeed powerful. When a finger came from behind him, he took a step forward and floated forward like the wind, dodging the terrifying finger. What a pity! The finger missed. Lin Ling appeared and shook his head regretfully. The 7 Shadows Evil King steps and fatal finger could only be used to attack at close range. The attack could not be allowed to break through the opponent's body. If the opponent dodged the attack, then the fatal finger would also fail. However, Lin Ling was only slightly disappointed. He did not intend to use the 7 Shadows Evil King steps to defeat Long Xiaochun. Earlier you were shouting and telling everyone that you did not even take a step back and that you were invincible with a spear. Now I see it clearly. After shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at Long Xiaochun in the distance. Long Xiaochun's expression instantly turned ugly. He had been arrogant and confident before, thinking that Lin Ling, who was in the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm, could not hurt him at all. Therefore, he had let everyone see clearly that he had not taken a step back as he fought. Now, that Lin Ling had told him to see clearly, not only had he taken a step back, he had retreated more than a dozen steps like a stray dog. Haha, interesting. The surrounding youths couldn't help but laugh when they heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling had slapped young, noble divine dragon in front of everyone. Long Xiaochun's breathing quickened. This Lin Ling is so hateful. He's clearly just an ant, but he's made me, who's high and mighty, lose face. The battle is not over yet, and you're already so proud. No wonder you're only in the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. How can you go far with such a heart of martial Dao? Now that you've made your move, it's my turn. Long Xiaochun took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Obviously, he didn't plan to humiliate Lin Ling anymore and was ready to make his move. It seems like you're the one who's proud. You invited me to a battle, but you used your spear to fight. You wanted to prove your strength and nobility. Now that you've lost face, you're saying that I'm proud? Can your face be any thicker? Lin Ling's mocking words made Long Xiaoqian grit his teeth. He couldn't care less about his face and stabbed out with his spear. Divine Dragon Spear Art, Flame, Tree, Silver Flower. His body shot towards Lin Ling, and the Divine Dragon Spear in his hand seemed to come alive as he attacked crazily. Pop! Pop! The air was pierced and exploded. Thousands of spear shadows bloomed, like a flame tree blooming with silver flowers. The ground of the plaza was pierced with thousands of holes. This martial art was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Ling frowned. He finally pulled out the tyrannical song from his back and frantically blocked the attacks. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, causing the crowd's expression to become serious. Previously, Long Xiaoqian was only blocking. Now, he finally made his move, and the result was very shocking. The spear seemed to have turned into an azure dragon that was suffocating. Every spear attack emitted a destructive aura. If one wasn't careful and didn't block it, they would definitely die. Lin Ling is going to lose. Sigh. Many people looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Do you still have a right to be proud after I made my move? You used a first grade king level martial art before, but let me tell you now, I'm using a second grade king level martial art. Sigh. Long Xiaoqian pressed forward, his spear, aura, domineering. Whoosh! Lin Ling's body floated back. Long Xiaoqian actually knew a second grade king level martial art. This Long Xiaoqian was indeed stronger than Zhua Mo and the others. Just as he floated back, the terrifying Divine Dragon Spear chased after him again. The Divine Dragon Spear art is said to be the ultimate art of the Dragon Godbei clan. It seems that this ultimate art is quite powerful and has reached the power of a second grade king level. However, Long Xiaoqian hasn't cultivated it for long and has only reached the realm of great success. On the mountain peak, Su Fan drank a mouthful of tea and said indifferently, "The realm of great success is enough to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's realm is lower than Long Xiaoqian's, and his martial arts are inferior to Long Xiaoqian's. Unless he has a third grade king level martial art, or if he is also at the early stage of the king spirit realm and has the true meaning of martial arts, he will not be able to escape death." Yes. At the side, Tai Yuzhan said respectfully, then smiled and said, "Master, are you going to kill Lin Ling?" Yes. Chapter 502. The Secret of the Divine Dragon Spear. Master is right. Yes. Tai Yuzhan nodded and looked down with a cold glint in his eyes. Bang! 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 At this moment, the battle was still going on in the square. The speed of the two figures was so fast that many of the young geniuses couldn't even see them clearly. They couldn't help but sigh. Although Lin Ling wasn't a match for young noble Divine Dragon, he deserved to be ranked 4th. Lin Ling was being suppressed and beaten. This made his previous complacency extremely laughable. Yes. However, some of the young geniuses ignored Lin Ling's radiance and didn't confirm Lin Ling's ranking. Instead, they gloated. They all thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. Speak. Why aren't you speaking? Yes. Long Xiaoqian's cold voice was accompanied by his spear. He wanted to oppress Lin Ling in all aspects. You, stop before you go too far. Yes. At this moment, a cold voice floated out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling actually stopped blocking. Instead, he held his sword with both hands as if he was preparing for a powerful attack. Lin Ling was definitely crazy. He was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and his martial arts were only at the first grade of the king realm. If he wanted to resist, how could he block Long Xiaoqian's Divine Dragon Spear? Perhaps, if his attack failed, he would lose his life. 50,000 soaring dragons. Long Xiaoqian's expression turned indifferent. Since Lin Ling wanted to fight to the death, Long Xiaoqian would make him lose in shame. The Divine Dragon Spear in Long Xiaoqian's hand became even more terrifying. It was as if it had turned into a god of spears. Countless green dragons roared out. This was 50,000 spears in a breath. It was extremely powerful. Only this sword sings hegemony under the heavens. At this moment, a fierce aura spread out. It was overbearing and majestic, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble fiercely. Lin Ling seemed to be hiding a trump card. Whoosh! A sword came from the horizon. It wasn't an elegant and sharp sword, but a sword that could annihilate 1,000 armies. Clang! Clang! The sword intent finally bloomed at this moment. The black greatsword was like a black dragon that collided with the countless azure dragons. Crack! However, the black dragon's sword was invincible. It was like a domineering arm that swept away all the dragon god spears. Long Xiaoqian's expression changed. A terrifying word appeared in his mind. True meaning of the sword. It was the true meaning of martial that was above king stage martial arts. What? On the mountain peak, Su Fan's face changed. He never thought that Lin Ling would actually know the true intent of the sword. Moreover, he could see that it was the tyrant's sword art. Not only did this Lin Ling know a king stage martial art, but he also knew the He Jimin sword art. Just who taught him this? Tyrant's sword art, and that's the tyrant's song sword. At the same time, at the edge of the square, a young man in a black robe narrowed his eyes as a sense of familiarity rose in his heart. If someone recognized him at this moment, they would definitely be shocked because this young man was this year's #1 genius of the 100 territories, the enigmatic Tian. However, no one noticed that at this moment, everyone's eyes were on the square. Your arrogance has come to an end. The sword in Lin Ling's hand bloomed with a domineering aura. He took a step forward and pounced towards Long Xiaoqian. You were so arrogant before. Now, let me see where your arrogance lies. Clang! The true meaning of sword gushed out. This time, Lin Ling's sword was like a storm. You! Long Xiaoqian's face changed drastically. The divine dragon spear in his hand kept blocking, but at this moment he realized that Lin Ling's sword had become extremely terrifying. Every time he blocked, he had to use up a lot of spirit chi. The true meaning of sword was truly terrifying. Previously, he was suppressing Lin Ling, but now, Lin Ling was suppressing him. This was a huge humiliation to him. So powerful. Looking at this dramatic scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Things had changed too quickly, like a glimmer of hope. No one would have thought that the one who had the upper hand in the end would be Lin Ling. He seems to be only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Someone shouted in surprise, causing everyone's heart to fiercely tremble. This was the most terrifying thing. If Lin Ling was at the early stage of the king spirit realm, then it would be easy for him to suppress Long Xiaoqian. However, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Moreover, Lin Ling came from the cloud domain, a place as small as a village. As for Long Xiaoqian, he came from the upper 3 regions. His bloodline was ancient and his martial arts foundation was extremely deep. But now, the one being suppressed was Long Xiaoqian. All of this was like a dream. Wait, look! At this moment, someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Lin Ling's sword danced, sweeping everything in its path. His true meaning of sword gushed out, but Long Xiaoqian's divine dragon spear shone with an azure light that became more and more dazzling. Long Xiaoqian hasn't lost yet. He seems to be preparing an even more powerful martial art. The crowd was shocked. As expected of the 3rd-ranked genius, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had also noticed Long Xiaoqian's strange behavior. This genius seemed to have some ability. He was actually able to block the true meaning of sword. Moreover, it seemed like he was about to lose, but in reality, he was preparing an even more terrifying attack. As expected, the geniuses of the 100 domains were indeed very powerful. I forgot to tell you, my spear is called the Divine Dragon Spear. It's a mid-grade weapon. In addition to its powerful attack, its defense is also very strong. Every time it blocks, it can absorb the enemy's attack. Your true meaning of sword is being absorbed by my Divine Dragon Spear and will become my spear's true meaning. At this moment, Long Xiaoqian's cold voice sounded. A weapon that can absorb other people's true meaning of sword. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With that spear, Long Xiaoqian was almost invincible. No wonder he was able to fight with the second-ranked little overlord for several days. Lin Ling's expression also changed slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a powerful weapon. But was it really so heaven-defying? Suddenly, his soul force quietly spread out. At the same time he was attacking, he was constantly investigating the divine dragon spear. That spear was indeed very strange and unfathomable. After the true meaning of sword was slashed out, a portion of its power was actually absorbed. This was why Long Xiaoqian was not defeated. Innate king physique, martial arts, and weapons are all a display of a person's strength. You can't be thinking that because I have a powerful weapon, it's an unfair victory, right? Long Xiaoqian indifferently laughed. He seemed to have seen the hope of winning. At the beginning, he did not put Lin Ling in his eyes. However, once the true meaning of sword was released, he knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak at all. Lin Ling was indeed ranked 4th, and could even threaten his 3rd place. Fortunately, he had hidden a powerful trump card. Your weapon is indeed powerful, but it has its limits. Everything in the world has its own way of restraining it. Just like the 5 elements, there is no such thing as being invincible. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, causing Long Xiaoqian's heart to fiercely tremble. This Lin Ling was not only strong, but his will to battle was also extremely terrifying. Even though he knew that Long Xiaoqian had the divine dragon spear, he still seemed to be fearless and extremely calm. When fighting with others, the most terrifying thing was to encounter such a calm genius. I don't know how to say it, but I can break it, Long Xiaoqian said with a forced smile. Clang. Chapter 503. Caught in a trap of one's own. The divine dragon spear is of the wood attribute. It looks like metal, but in reality, it should be forged from the trunk of a divine tree. Unfortunately, the forging is not perfect. Its weakness is that metal restrains wood. If it is someone with the king physique, as long as they attack continuously, your spear will not be able to withstand it. Lin Ling said softly. Long Xiaoqian's pupils constricted as he recalled what his father had said to him. This spear is forged from the azure dragon sandalwood. It looks like wood, but it is not afraid of fire. If you meet a genius with the same strength who has the king physique of the metal attribute, you must not use the spear, because every time you touch the spear will be damaged. This was the secret of the divine dragon spear. All these years, no one could see through it. However, the young man in front of him had only exchanged a few hundred rounds and immediately saw through it. What a terrifying insight. You're very powerful. But I'm sorry, you seem to have the king physique of the fire attribute. Long Xiaoqian laughed again after he recovered from shock. I forgot to say that this spear has a flaw. That is, if it exceeds the power it can accumulate, it will self-destruct. Lin Ling said indifferently. Long Xiaoqian's face turned ugly. Lin Ling was right again, but he still gritted his teeth and said, So what if you know? Can you make this spear self-destruct? Try it, and you will know. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The great sword in his hand became even more majestic. The sword intent gushed out and continuously suppressed Long Xiaoqian. Long Xiaoqian's divine dragon spear became brighter and brighter as it continued to absorb the sword intent. It seems like the critical moment is coming. Although the crowd did not know the secret of the divine dragon spear, they could faintly guess that the critical moment had arrived. Could Lin Ling's sword intent last until the last moment? Bang, bang, bang. The spear and sword collided repeatedly. The terrifying frequency of the collision set the ground on fire. It was extremely powerful. You lost. At this moment, Long Xiaoqian shouted arrogantly. Countless people's pupils constricted. Was it going to end? As expected, 20% sword intent is still a bit weak. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. The divine dragon spear could absorb his sword intent and turn it into its own, and the only way he could break it was to make the divine dragon spear unable to bear the burden and explode from his sword intent. This was just like a martial artist cultivating. Sometimes a huge amount of spirit chi would not be beneficial, but rather harmful. It would cause the martial artist's body to explode. Of course, the prerequisite for exploding was naturally a huge attack. But now he had failed. Haha, your sword intent has already transformed into my spear intent. Next, I'll let you see the radiance of my divine dragon spear. Boom! The spear in Long Xiaoqian's hand seemed to come alive. Not only did it transform into an azure dragon, it also seemed to transform into an ancient towering divine tree. At the same time, a terrifying spear intent emanated out. It was at least 30% spear intent. So powerful, he absorbed Lin Ling's sword intent and turned it into his own spear intent. The crowd looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. Then they looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling frowning slightly. Obviously, he was helpless. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling had actually abandoned his sword. Had he given up? Whoosh! Under countless surprised gazes, Lin Ling put down the tyrannical Song sword and pounced towards Long Xiaoqian. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and a terrifying flame bloomed. Everyone thought that he was a swordsman, but in reality, they did not know that he was even more terrifying after abandoning his sword, because he was a fire-attributed martial artist. This fist will break your spear. Cold. The crowd could only see a fist flying towards Long Xiaoqian. Even sword intent is useless. What's the use of fists? Long Xiaoqian laughed loudly. The divine dragon spear in his hand stabbed out. He did not display his spear intent, but was prepared to leave it for the final moment. Now, facing Lin Ling's casual attack, he naturally used a normal attack. Clang! The fist and the spear collided, and a deafening sound was heard. A scorching flame with the two of them as the center bloomed in all directions. It was extremely gorgeous. Then, under countless gazes, Long Xiaoqian's pupils constricted. His body trembled, and the divine dragon spear in his hand made cracking sounds. The next moment, crack! The spear cracked. Crack! Crack! The spear turned into powder. Silence. The crowd was silent. The power of the divine dragon spear was obvious to all. It seemed to be able to absorb any attack and turn it into its own strength. But now, the spear had shattered. What was going on? The most surprised person was none other than Long Xiaoqian. He did not know why the divine dragon spear had self-destructed. Whoosh! After the scorching flame fist shattered the divine dragon spear, its power did not stop. It pounced towards Long Xiaoqian. The strong wind blew Long Xiaoqian's long hair, and a stream of air cut his cheek, causing blood to flow out. However, he did not dare to move. He could only watch the fist coming towards him. But in the next moment, the fist stopped in front of him. It was as if he had walked a circle under the Grim Reaper's scythe. How terrifying! Divine Dragon Spear, you've been caught in your own trap. You relied too much on your weapon, so you lost even faster. Crack! Lin Ling raised his left fist and said indifferently, "Impossible, your 20% sword intent couldn't even shatter the divine dragon spear. How could your fist succeed?" Long Xiaoqian muttered to himself. He could not believe his eyes. Who told you that I only know 20% of sword true intent? I even know the true meaning of fire, and it's 40%. Crack! Lin Ling said coldly, causing Long Xiaoqian's eyes to widen. Caught in his own trap, the divine dragon spear kept absorbing the opponent's attacks, but there was a limit. Lin Ling's tyrannical Song sword did not break that limit, but his fire intent did. Because Lin Ling's fire intent was even more terrifying. It had reached 40% fire intent. 40%? What a terrifying genius. He's a monster. Crack! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. One true intent of martial arts was already very terrifying, but this young man had actually grasped two, and it was 40%. Such a youth had been abandoned by apprentice Master Su Fan, and had even become a candidate disciple. In the history of the 7 profound martial house, had there ever been such a strong candidate disciple? You said before that you didn't even care to know my name, and directly call me trash. But now, You've lost to a trash like me. Are you worse than trash? Lin Ling coldly looked at Long Xiaoqun. Long Xiaoqun's face paled. He had lost, and he was sincerely convinced of his loss. Plop. He knelt down on one knee. I have never liked trash, but I am sincerely convinced by a genius that is stronger than me. Today I, Long Xiaoqun, have lost. In this year's 100 Territories tournament, you are ranked second. You are even stronger than the little overlord Zhao Qingtian. Surrender. He had admitted defeat. In front of countless people, he had been convinced by Lin Ling, and even worshipped. This worship caused Su Fan's complexion to become incomparably ugly. Long Xiaoqun was a genius that was about to become his disciple. But now he worshipped Lin Ling. Wasn't this the same as slapping his face? You won disgracefully, and you even used the 7 profound martial house's martial arts. So, the previous battle does not count. Surrender. Chapter 504. Third grade talent King Body. He has learned the 7 profound martial house's heaven step martial arts. This is unfair to everyone. After all, no one knows a heaven step martial arts. If he can be ranked in the top 10, then that is not because of his talent or perseverance, but because of his heaven step martial arts. This is cheating, Tai Yuezhan said again. His words left the crowd silent. Was this really cheating? It didn't seem like it. After all, Long Xiaoqun had used a second-grade heaven step martial arts, and his strength came from the divine dragon spear. He had not shown his talent or perseverance, but Long Xiaoqun could become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, and Lin Ling could not. This reason was just too far-fetched. And most importantly, Lin Ling had not used the 7 profound martial house's king step martial arts to defeat Long Xiaoqun, but had relied on the true meaning of martial arts. Did you not hear my words? As if he was aware of the crowd's silence, Tai Yuezhan shouted again. Many of the talented youths echoed him. Although it was unfair, they would not do something as stupid as offending apprentice master Su Fan. Ha! Is the 7 profound martial house a place where hypocrites like you gather? In the silence, Lin Ling's mocking laughter spread out. Everyone was silent. They were in the wrong and did not have the face to speak. Shut up. If you did not learn the 7 profound martial house's heaven step martial arts, then are you Long Xiaoqun's match? If you don't believe me, then ask Long Xiaoqun. Tai Yuezhan coldly shouted. He wanted to regain face for his master. His words made everyone look at Long Xiaoqun. Long Xiaoqun frowned, but in the next moment he laughed. A loss is a loss. It has nothing to do with the heaven step martial arts, talent, or perseverance. Apprentice Master Su Fan, you have disappointed me. On the mountain peak, Su Fan's pupils shrank. He was very surprised. He did not think that Long Xiaoqun would not give him face. Did Long Xiaoqun not want to become his disciple? Although I, Long Xiaoqun, am proud, I can still distinguish between right and wrong. If you do not want to recruit me, then don't go. I will follow Lin Ling. Long Xiaoqun laughed loudly, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This Long Xiaoqun was really open and candid. After losing to Lin Ling, he was wholeheartedly convinced. You two do not have the qualifications to become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. One of you relied on stealing the martial arts of the 7 profound martial house to rise above others, and the other relied on a weapon to show off his prowess. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Tai Yuezhan's expression turned ugly. Long Xiaoqun's rejection made him feel deeply humiliated. Then, he once again spoke for his master Su Fan. No matter what, when the 7 profound martial house recruits disciples, they must have exceptional talent and perseverance, and they must not have a murderous heart. You have not met these requirements. You can only become candidates. I've already said that when the 7 profound martial house recruits disciples, the truth is that all of you who think you are strong and powerful, all of you are doing it according to your heart's desire. What powerful king body talent! Now, can you find someone with a more powerful king body talent than me? Lin Ling indifferently said. At this point, it didn't matter whether or not he went to the 7 profound martial house. But now he had to fight for his dignity. Ridiculous. Little Overlord Zhao Qingtian, you go out and let him know just how small an ant he is. Great Moon Zhan shouted, causing the second-ranked little tyrant, Zhao Qingtian, to nod his head. I will let them know just how much of a waste they are. But master, I never fight, and when I do, I will use my full strength. If I kill someone, don't blame me. Step. The little overlord slowly walked out. He carried a broadsword on his back and licked his lips as he looked at Lin Ling. On behalf of my master, I say that the 7 profound martial house does not kill too many people. Also, for such a talented youth to die, it may be a good thing for everyone. Tai Yuezhan coldly nodded. Today he had wanted to slowly torture Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's strength had surpassed his imagination, making it difficult for him to control. Since it was like this, then he might as well kill him and end all troubles. Long Xiaochen, you're standing on the wrong side. If you kill Lin Ling, then it will be your turn next. Don't think that because we fought for a long time last time, I won't dare to kill you. I'm only jealous of your divine dragon spear. Now that you don't have the divine dragon spear, you will die without a doubt. Yes. After walking out, the little overlord Zhao Qingtian looked at Long Xiaochen, causing Long Xiaochen to frown. Young Master Divine Dragon, you are so pitiful. You supported Lin Ling, but the result is that not only do you not have the qualifications to enter the 7 profound martial house, but you will also die. The surrounding talented youths secretly shook their heads, rejoicing that they had not supported Lin Ling before. In this world where the strong were revered, sometimes you knew that the other side was wrong, but you still had to say that the other side was right. Otherwise, your end would be the same as Long Xiaochen's. Moreover, many people were aware that Long Xiaochen's death was in fact the extreme lunar/establishing prestige for student Su Fan, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. As for Lin Ling, the truth was that when he came to the rainforest Holy Land, his fate was death. Lin Ling, I don't understand why you are so stubborn. If you want to become a candidate, then become a candidate. Why do you have to go against your master's wishes? You have no background. No background. Do you really think you can set off such a big wave? Zhao Qingtian looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Then he sighed and shook his head. What a pity. Another genius has died at my hands. Let me tell you, my king body is the 3rd-grade brilliant gold tyrant body. My king body is very terrifying. It can absorb the world's metal attribute spiritual energy and has a tyrannical offensive and defensive power. My weakness is only my speed. As he spoke, he gently waved the overbearing saber in his hand. An endless saber wind bloomed, forming a golden membrane of light that wrapped around Zhao Qingtian. At the same time, countless golden fireflies fluttered out. Not good. I feel a bit dizzy. Some of the geniuses in the distance had a drastic change in expression. You have a metal attribute king body, right? Quickly leave the square. If you encounter a 3rd-grade king body, you're like an ant, and he is like a king. He can absorb your strength from a distance. Some of the youths who were familiar with the little tyrant, Zhao Qingtian anxiously said, causing the youths in the square to have a drastic change in expression. What a terrifying king body. He seemed to be a metal attribute king. Have you noticed? My strength is getting stronger and stronger. Although I am at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, I am invincible against early-stage king spirit realm martial artists. A tyrannical voice floated out from Zhao Qingtian's mouth. He had the strength to kill all early-stage king spirit realm martial artists. He could be said to be invincible. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but shake their heads. Could Lin Ling still win? Are you done showing off? However, in the next moment, they heard an arrogant voice. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid at all. You will know how powerful I am. Zhao Qingtian didn't get angry and said indifferently. He had absolute confidence that he could kill Lin Ling. Then, he wanted to say something, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted. At the same time, everyone in the square quieted down. They sensed a terrifying power of fire blooming. You are not the only peerless early-stage king spirit realm martial artist. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, he stretched out his left hand. On his palm, a vermilion bird condensed from flames kept dancing, releasing an innate power of fire. At this moment, he was like a king of fire. Ha! On a mountain peak, Su Fan was drinking tea. However, when the tea reached his mouth, the teacup was instantly crushed by his grip. The tea splashed all over his body, but he didn't feel it at all. His pupils constricted as he stared at the flaming youth below. Vermilion bird flame. At. Chapter 505. Is that all you've got? What kind of fire is that? It's so hot, and there's a vermilion bird flying around. After a short moment of silence, the square was filled with surprised voices. They noticed that Lin Ling, a young man from the cloud region, had a hidden king body. It was a flame body that was completely different from the green flames from before. But now it was blood red. Even though they were far away, they could feel the terrifying temperature. You pervert. Not far behind Lin Ling, Long Xiaoqian's eyes widened. He thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but now he realized that Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card. That meant that his evaluation of Lin Ling was still too low. You're very arrogant. You actually hid your king body. But against my brilliant gold tyrant body, is your king body useful? Let me tell you, my brilliant gold tyrant body has been revived. A drop of blood can revive me. A deep voice sounded. Zhao Qingtian did not put Lin Ling's king body in his eyes. He waved his overlord blade and walked out step by step. Origin gold body. The crowd looked at the dazzling Zhao Qingtian and their pupils constricted. At this moment, Zhao Qingtian seemed to have turned into a golden man. His whole body was shining with golden light and was filled with terrifying power. The most terrifying thing was that around the golden tyrant body, there were countless blade radiances. Those blade radiances even created a vacuum in the air. That was his protective blade radiance. Third grade king body. Zhao Qingtian is very powerful. I wonder what level Lin Ling's flame is. If it's a second grade or even a third grade, he will die. Looking at Zhao Qingtian, who was like an ancient giant, the young geniuses sucked in a cold breath. Not only was this year's genius ranking competition, but it was also a battle between king bodies. Unknowingly, many people's hearts trembled. Lin Ling might not be Zhao Qingtian's opponent, but with his current strength, he deserved to be ranked in the top 10. The story of him bribing the red-haired middle-aged man in exchange for a spot was obviously debunked. Die. Zhao Qingtian was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Within a radius of 100 meters under the blade, it was a death zone. This was his powerful defense. Then, Zhao Qingtian's fist broke through the air at the same time. It was said that his innate talent was the king's physique, which doubled his attack power and defense power. If that was the case, then even a mid-stage king's spirit realm cultivator wouldn't dare to casually receive that punch. But that was indeed the case. At this moment, many Starguard disciples were watching the battle from afar. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Although Zhao Qingtian was in the late stage of the sky spirit realm, the power of that punch was enough to intimidate them. After all, their strength was at the middle stage of the king's spirit realm, and some were even at the late stage. From this, it could be seen how terrifying a third-grade king body was. All eyes were on Lin Ling, wanting to see how Lin Ling was going to defend himself. Even Su Fan and the red-haired middle-aged man had their gazes fixed on him. The former was curious about how powerful Lin Ling's vermilion bird flame was, while the latter had already tested Lin Ling's talent and knew that Lin Ling's strength was unfathomable. However, he had no idea how powerful Lin Ling was. And now, everything was about to come to light. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't say a word and allowed the flames on his body to continue burning. Many people's eyes narrowed. He doesn't seem to have reacted. Many people were puzzled. When Zhao Qingtian's fist came, Lin Ling seemed to be dumbfounded and stood there quietly without moving. What was he trying to do? Humph, he must be frightened by my aura. Zhao Qingtian sneered. He had a third-grade king body and had been favored by the heavens since he was a child. He had always been domineering, and that was how he got the title of Little Overlord. Although Lin Ling's flames were magical, how could they compare to his brilliant gold tyrant body? I'll crush you with one punch. The terrifying fist carried an aura that could destroy everything. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. He's dead, he's dead. It's too late to retreat now. The crowd shook their heads. Lin Ling was still standing. Boom! The fist landed squarely on Lin Ling's cheek. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions, causing some of the weaker youths to lose their balance and fall to the ground. However, their eyes were fixed on the center of the square. They wanted to see what would happen to Lin Ling. Is he dead? The crowd swallowed their saliva. At this moment, in the center of the square, the gale gradually dispersed. Under countless gazes, Zhao Qingtian's terrifying, brilliant gold fist landed on Lin Ling's cheek. This was a real punch that landed squarely. However, Lin Ling still stood there like a pine tree. His cold face finally spat out a voice. Is that all you've got? What? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a cultivator in the middle stage of the King Spirit realm wouldn't dare to take a real punch head-on. However, after Lin Ling took the punch, he asked Zhao Qingtian indifferently, is that all you've got? In other words, Zhao Qingtian's punch didn't hurt Lin Ling at all. No wonder Lin Ling didn't even try to dodge. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he didn't even bother to dodge. So what if he had a third-grade king body? So what if he took a punch from you? That was all. Impossible. As the person involved, Zhao Qingtian was more shocked than anyone else. After all, no cultivator in the early stage of the King Spirit realm could block his punch. They would all be smashed into pieces. However, Lin Ling easily blocked his punch. All of this was like a dream, but to Zhao Qingtian, it was a great humiliation. I'm going to kill you. Die. Rumble. Zhao Qingtian's other hand slashed out with the Overlord blade. A terrifying golden blade swept out. This blade was executed by the king body. It wasn't an ordinary blade. After using the brilliant gold tyrant body, Zhao Qingtian's attack power had more than doubled. Pop, pop, pop. The air was sliced into a vacuum. That blade slashed down like a thunderbolt, instantly leaving a blade mark on the ground. However, just as the blade was about to land on Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling gently stretched out his right hand and caught the blade. With this little strength, you dare to be proud of being ranked second? A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Flames spewed out, and the blade that was caught by Lin Ling melted like water. What a scorching flame. It can even melt a weapon. The crowd's heart trembled. This Lin Ling had a terrifying king body. I have a third-grade king body. Why is it that it doesn't affect you at all? What rank is your king body? Zhao Qingtian stared blankly at the scene in front of him. There was no longer any arrogance on his face. At this moment, he was absent-minded. He was easily suppressed in 2 moves. Unless he was an idiot, how could he not know the difference between him and Lin Ling? Only the vermilion bird knows what it is. However, the bird is called vermilion. The feather race soars in the sky with a scarlet flame. This flame is the 4th-grade vermilion bird's flame, the 4 motif's true fire. Lin Ling's face was still cold as he spoke. He slowly stretched out his right hand. 4th grade. Zhao Qingtian's pupils constricted. He thought that with his 3rd-grade king body, he could sweep through everything. However, who knew that this unknown young man in front of him was a 4th-grade king body? He was high above him. 4 motifs true fire. The surrounding geniuses' hearts trembled. Lin Ling's talent, martial arts foundation, and battle experience were all perfect. Did they still have the qualifications to laugh at Lin Ling? Chapter 506. Begging for mercy was useful boom. At this moment, a huge pillar of flame shot up into the sky. It even burned the clouds. The flame was 1,000 feet wide and was extremely dazzling. If one looked carefully, the pillar of flame was like magma that constantly shot up into the sky. However, within the flame, there were many vermilion birds that symbolized the flame. They slowly flew up into the sky and were extremely dazzling. Look at the flame. Someone forced himself to look at the dazzling pillar of flame and suddenly exclaimed, Within the huge pillar of flame, countless vermilion birds were slowly flying up into the sky. Below the vermilion birds, a young man stood there like a pine tree. His right hand reached out and grabbed a person like a vermilion bird's claw. That person's body was suspended in the air. His feet were constantly kicking, but he could not break free from the vermilion bird's claw, and the endless flames were burning that person. From afar, this scene was extremely pleasing to watch. The young man in the flame grabbed a strong enemy and burned him with flames. "That is Xianxia," a young man said with difficulty. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They finally witnessed the terror of the vermilion bird's flames. Xianxia was completely powerless against Lin Ling. "Your brilliant gold tyrant body is reborn from a drop of blood. What if it burns to nothing?" A cold voice came out from the pillar of flame. Everyone saw that the young man in the flame was extremely cold. He was like a flame god, but more like a fire demon. "No, spare me. I admit defeat." With his head being grabbed, Zhao Qingtian said with difficulty. Previously, when he slashed at Lin Ling with his overlord blade, even the air was cut into a vacuum. However, it was easily grabbed by Lin Ling and melted. This made him realize that the vermilion bird's flames were also a tyrannical king body. Moreover, the degree of tyrannical strength was above his. The most terrifying thing was that after his head was grabbed, endless flames were burning him. Even his powerful, brilliant gold tyrant body could not block the scorching flames. Fire was the most unyielding yang. No matter how strong the defense was, no matter how hard the metal was, if it was continuously burned, it would still melt. Is there any use in admitting defeat? Earlier, you said that you never attack, but when you attack, you will use your full strength and want to kill me easily. A cold voice rang out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Zhao Qingtian's eyes to widen. He shook his head with all his might. "I was wrong. I didn't know you were so strong. If not, I wouldn't have dared to say those words. In fact, I wouldn't have even participated in the battle." Lin Ling sneered. "It's because I'm stronger than you that you're regretting your actions. If I was weaker than you, the one who would die today would still be me. Geniuses from the upper three regions are all like this. When you bully the weak, you're arrogant, but when you face the strong, you're like a stray dog." His words were filled with mockery, leaving Zhao Qingtian speechless. Not long ago, he thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him, so he wanted to kill Lin Ling to prove his strength. At the same time, he wanted to flatter Su Fan. However, when he found out that Lin Ling was stronger than him, he immediately begged for mercy like a stray dog. However, would begging be of any use? You are Su Fan's proudest disciple. I want to ask you, why are you so proud? Lin Ling said again, causing Zhao Qingtian's face to become extremely pale. He couldn't be proud anymore. Pitiful. In order to flatter others, you even threw away your own life. At least, Long Xiaochun is not as stupid as you. He still has his own principles. You are about to die, but your master won't be moved at all. Lin Ling sneered, causing Zhao Qingtian's pupils to constrict. He looked at Su Fan in the distance with difficulty. However, Su Fan was surprised by Lin Ling's king body. He didn't seem to care about his death. A sadness rose in his heart. He flattered Su Fan, but in the end, he ended up like this. In your next life, open your eyes and don't provoke people you can't provoke. Without any sympathy for Zhao Qingtian, Lin Ling's body burst out with 4,000 vermilion bird flames. Countless vermilion birds circled around Zhao Qingtian. The scorching flames burned him into a metal solution, and then the metal solution was burned into nothing. At this point, the second-ranked genius, Zhao Qingtian, was defeated. The square was silent. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. No one thought that when Lin Ling was forced into a corner, he would finally erupt with terrifying strength and become this year's second-ranked genius. All of this was like a dream, especially the red-haired middle-aged man and the others. They were shocked. When they were on the dragon boat, Lin Ling didn't burst out with his full strength. Even when he fought Long Xiaochun, he didn't use his full strength. This young man seemed to have no limit. They couldn't see through him at all. Vermilion bird flames. Su Fan muttered to himself, and memories rose in his mind. Not long ago, his nephew and disciple said that they were going to the Cloud Realm to give him a surprise. At that time, he was afraid that something would happen to his nephew, so he secretly investigated and found that his nephew was only going to the Cloud Realm. That place was the lower 3 regions, so he wasn't worried. Moreover, he also found out that Qingchuan Ming and Lin Xuanwu's goal was the Vermilion bird flames. But he completely didn't expect that Qingchuan Ming and Lin Xuanwu would die in the Cloud Realm and didn't get the Vermilion bird inheritance at all. And now, it was clear that the Vermilion bird inheritance's owner was the young man below. Without a doubt, the young man gave him a crisp slap in the face again. Not only did he learn his disciple's heaven-class martial arts, but he also stole the Vermilion bird inheritance from his disciple and nephew. Lin Ling. Su Fan finally couldn't calm down and drink tea. This ant was not someone he could play with at all. If he was careless, he would lose face in front of countless people. Master Su Fan, you said that I bribed the red-haired senior to become the 4th-ranked genius, and I can only be a candidate disciple. Now, you can choose any of this year's geniuses to fight. I'm happy to accompany you. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling. Su Fan roared in a low voice. Even the 2nd-ranked Zhao Qingtian was defeated. Who could be Lin Ling's opponent? Only the 1st-ranked Tian. You dogs only know how to flatter others. You don't even know your own martial arts heart. Now, I'll give you a chance to flatter Master Su Fan. Come out and fight. Lin Ling looked at the geniuses around him and shouted again. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. The geniuses had complicated expressions. Fight? Do they dare? Absolutely not. They were not Lin Ling's opponent at all. Didn't you bark loudly as a dog before? Now you don't dare to speak? Lin Ling coldly said again, making the crowd even more silent. All the geniuses were humiliated by Lin Ling. They wanted to flatter Master Su Fan, so they couldn't distinguish right from wrong and ostracized Lin Ling. And now, Lin Ling invited them to fight. Do they dare? Aha! Dogs are afraid of evil people. Long Xiaoqian sneered from the side, making the faces of the geniuses turn even uglier. In the 7 profound Martial House Square, the geniuses of the 100 territories have been cursed as dogs, but they had no way of refuting. Shut up. At this moment, Extreme Lunar Zhan's cold voice sounded out. How could he allow his master to be humiliated? Also, because his master had scruples about his status, he was embarrassed to come out and suppress Lin Ling. But he had to come out. Another dog? Chapter 507. Ranked 1st Heaven, don't be too arrogant. Heaven. Tai Yuezhan's face was ashen. He was a Moon Guard disciple. Who was Lin Ling? How dare he call him a dog? You're the arrogant one. I clearly won, but you turned black into white. You said that I relied on a king's step martial art to rank 4th, and that I had no talent or willpower. And now, the genius that you think has talent has also lost to me. Don't you think your words are very shameful? Lin Ling said coldly. Tai Yuezhan's face became even more unsightly. He had said that Lin Ling had no talent and relied on a heaven-step martial art to suppress other geniuses. But now, did he still have the right to say that? In terms of king body, who could compete with Lin Ling? Tai Yuezhan was speechless. No matter how he turned black into white, he still needed an explanation. But now he couldn't find any. The youth in the square was too perfect. Talent, martial arts, battle experience, and the heart of martial arts were all perfect. It was difficult for him to find fault with him. Lin Ling, among this year's geniuses, other than the enigmatic Heaven, no one is his opponent. Heaven, although the surrounding youths were cursed by Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling did have the right to be arrogant. Although you have some talent and strength, you kill too much. You consider everything beneath your notice. Zhao Qingtian was only sparring with you, but you killed him. Are you afraid that Zhao Qingtian will surpass you in the future? Is that why you killed him? Heaven, Tai Yuezhan shouted coldly. You finally found a way. As a disciple of the Discipline Hall, don't blame me for punishing you. Heaven, He didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak. A terrifying aura bloomed, revealing his killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. So domineering. Heaven. Many people shook their heads. Tai Yuezhan's actions were getting uglier and uglier. At first, he kept making things difficult for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling countered each and every one of them. He even slapped Tai Yuezhan's face, causing him to lose his dignity. In the end, Tai Yuezhan became angry and directly killed him without any reason. This was a shameless move. Ugly, extreme moon slash. Su Fan, if I don't die, you'll regret it in the future. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as a resolute aura burst forth from him. Facing the extreme lunar slash, he still stood firm without fear. If he retreated, it would mean that he was afraid of Su Fan, and that he was in the wrong. What a tenacious young man. Seeing Lin Ling fearlessly face the extreme moon slash, the crowd's hearts froze. It seemed that Lin Ling was able to become this year's number 2 genius. In addition to his talent, his heart of martial arts was also much more resolute than all of them. On the path of martial arts, one must bravely move forward without fear. However, many martial artists found it difficult to achieve this. When faced with difficulties and setbacks, they would feel fear and hesitate. At that time, their heart of martial arts would be flawed. Originally, they would be able to break through in one go, but because of their hesitation, their momentum would weaken. And Lin Ling was that kind of genius who bravely moved forward without fear. You can't compare to others, so you want to renege on your debt? As the extreme lunar slash's giant hand reached towards Lin Ling, a mocking voice sounded out. Under countless gazes, a white sword slashed down, and with a loud bang, it cut off the hand that was reaching towards Lin Ling. A figure slowly walked out from the crowd. He held a jug of wine in his hand, drinking as he walked. His carefree and calm appearance caused everyone's eyes to widen. Who was this person? Even the extreme lunar slash was puzzled. He didn't know who this person was. However, his eyebrows furrowed together in anger. You dare interrupt my fun? Are you tired of living? Does apprentice Su Fan raise dogs that randomly bite people? It seems that apprentice Su Fan is nothing more than this. After the person walked out, he shook his head. Then, he disdained the extreme lunar slash and turned his gaze towards Lin Ling. No one knew who this person was. They could only see that he was around 19 years old. His face was covered with a beard, and his long hair cascaded down his back. He looked like a martial artist that had traveled all over the world. Heavens, what is the meaning of this? On the mountain peak, Su Fan's icy voice sounded out, causing everyone's pupils to flash. Suddenly, a terrifying name rose up in their hearts. This year's number 1 ranked genius, the enigmatic Heavens. Do you want to fight with Lin Ling? Su Fan asked again. In your dreams, you damned old ghost. I originally wanted to worship you as my master, but who knew that you would be so ugly? Luckily, this little brother allowed me to see everything clearly. The youth called Heavens lightly smiled. He seemed to have rejected Su Fan, not wanting to join Su Fan's sect. Heavens, what do you want to do? Su Fan's complexion was extremely ugly. The number 1 ranked Heavens had rejected him, the number 2 ranked Zhao Qingtian had been defeated, and the number 3 ranked Long Xiaochen had also rejected him. This year, he was in charge of the disciple recruitment, but he had broken the record of the 7 profound martial house, becoming the apprentice that had been rejected by the most disciples. This was shameful, and all of this was brought about by that Lin Ling. However, the truth was that he wasn't too familiar with this Heavens. He only knew that this mysterious youth was extremely powerful, and his talent with a king body was also extremely terrifying. Thus, he had taken the initiative to recruit him as his disciple. I just don't like you, because you are too ugly. As for me, of course I want to protect my little brother. The youth called Heavens looked at Lin Ling and lightly smiled as he spoke. Little brother? The crowd's eyes widened. When had Lin Ling become Heaven's little brother? Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. This was the first time that he had seen this free and easy youth. But he actually called him little brother? Because of the tyrannical, singing sword. The youth looked at Lin Ling, a touch of warmth in his eyes. Then, he pointed at the sword, not too far away from Lin Ling. Tyrannical, singing sword. Lin Ling also frowned. This sword had been left to him by the limitless sword saint. Could this youth know the limitless sword saint? Those who have the tyrannical singing sword are my family, and you are younger than me, so I have to thicken my skin and call myself your big brother. Moreover, the previous you kept winning, but because you were fighting alone, they kept bullying you. They bullied you because you had no one to help you. Now let us brothers fight side by side. After smiling, the youth's expression turned cold. A terrifying aura bloomed, and a sword made of bone floated in his hand, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Whoever dares to say another word about my little brother will die. The bone sword pointed at Tai Yuezhan, and a destructive aura spread out. A cold voice floated out from the youth's mouth. Tai Yuezhan, you bullied my little brother before. Now take my sword! Exclamation point. Who the hell are you? Exclamation point. Tai Yuezhan roared. After this youth had appeared, his master had once again lost face, and then pointed his sword at Tai Yuezhan with disdain. He was simply too arrogant. This one is Sakura! Exclamation point. Shio! As the tyrannical voice fell, spirit energy surged, and a white skeleton appeared. It then exploded, turning into a huge bone sword, and slashed at Tai Yuezhan. What a terrifying aura! It's destruction. Destruction! The crowd sucked in a cold breath. The number one genius was indeed mysterious, and his strength was simply unfathomable. Chapter 508. The Sword Elder appeared in your dreams. Extreme Lunar Beheader's face was extremely ugly, but in the next moment, the bone sword slashed down, a faint aura of hell filling the air. Late King's Spirit Realm. Extreme Lunar Beheader sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying talent. He wasn't even 20 years old and had already reached the late King's Spirit Realm. He had almost caught up to a veteran disciple like him. Am I dreaming, or are you dreaming? The bone sword cut through the air, accompanied by a disdainful voice. Universe remorseless. Extreme Lunar Beheader's hands moved, and the aura of a king's step martial art erupted. His hands turned into a black and white spiritual energy wave that constantly fused together. It was like a black and white moon that slashed out. Gotcha! However, the bone sword was extremely terrifying. With a single slash, the black and white moon was split in two. Extreme Lunar Beheader. What a terrifying strength. Before even entering the 7 profound martial house, he was already able to threaten a veteran disciple. With this, one could see just how terrifying Sakura's talent was. How bold! Su Fan could no longer sit still. An ancient aura blossomed, and smoke crazily gushed out, turning into an ancient fist that blocked the sword. Put on! Although Su Fan had saved Extreme Lunar Beheader was still affected by the bone sword's destructive aura. He fell from the high mountain peak and sprawled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At least a 5th-grade talent king body. His fearful voice sounded out at the same time. The crowd quieted down. At least a 5th-grade talent king body. This Sakura was too terrifying. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A cultivation realm that surpassed his peers, and an extraordinary talent king body. This Sakura was truly worthy of being the number 1 mysterious talent. But his surname was D. Dijichuan was also surnamed D. Limitless Sword Saint was also surnamed D. Suddenly, Lin Ling had a conjecture in his heart. After beating the young, the old comes. Master Su Fan, you really are a disgrace to the 7 profound martial house. Sakura waved his right hand, and the bone sword disappeared. He looked at Su Fan with a mocking smile. If Su Fan hadn't acted, that sword would have taken Extreme Lunar Beheader's life. Su Fan's face was gloomy, but he didn't speak. In his heart, he was surprised at Sakura's talent. This was a true proud son of heaven. But unfortunately, because of Lin Ling's fault, he had missed his chance. That damned Lin Ling. Su Fan looked at Lin Ling, and his anger grew even stronger. This ant had humiliated him time and time again. The crowd was also silent. They knew that Sakura wanted to kill Tai Yuezhan because of Lin Ling. Sakura had said before that if anyone dared to touch his brother Lin Ling, he would kill them no matter how far away they were. Lin Ling has a good brother. Many of the young geniuses became envious. Su Fan, this is only a disciple recruitment ceremony, and you've already caused such a sensation in the 7 Profound Martial House. Do you want to lose face for the 7 Profound Martial House? You really don't have any dignity as an apprentice. At this moment, a low and deep voice sounded out from the 7 Profound Martial House. Then, under countless eyes, 2 figures strode in. The first was an old man around 80 years old. This old man's hair and beard were all white, but his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was like a sharp sword. Behind this old man was a youth. He was somewhat ordinary, but after he appeared, he immediately winked at the distant Lin Ling. It was the Emperor's inch. Lin Ling's pupils flashed, and he smiled and nodded. Su Fan greets Elder Sword. Looking at this spirited old man, Su Fan's complexion changed, and he quickly respectfully saluted. The 7 Profound Martial House had a strict status. Below the 36 powerful apprentices, there were also 12 Elders Xian. They represented 12 different surnames, and were the foundation of the 7 Profound Martial House. According to legend, the previous Martial House Masters were born from these 12 surnames. Moreover, the Martial House Master had a powerful authority, but when he made a decision, he had to obtain the consent of the 12 Elders Xian. The 12 Elders Xian were equal to the highly respected Council of Elders. Elder Sword was one of the 12 surnames. His surname was D, and the bloodline of this surname was once the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master. You still know to see me. Tell me, this is just a recruitment ceremony, and you've made such a foul atmosphere. What is this? A cold voice floated out from Elder Sword's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at Elder Sword. Elder Sword, please calm your anger. This year's genius youth has violated the 7 Profound Martial House's recruitment rules. He has not yet entered the 7 Profound Martial House and has already killed people for fun. That is why I stopped him. Su Fan quickly said, but his eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Ling trash. However, just as his words fell, Elder Sword angrily shouted. Su Fan's complexion turned ugly. After all, there were so many talented youths watching, but he had been cursed as trash. In the future, what dignity would he have in front of these talented youths? However, all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Today, in front of Elder Sword, he would make Lin Ling die in front of the 7 Profound Martial House's main gate. He was just about to speak when he heard Elder Sword's voice in his ear, but it was not directed at him. Lin Ling, you speak. Let Lin Ling speak. Elder Sword was such a powerful and respected character. Yet he actually knew Lin Ling. Su Fan's pupils constricted, as if he could not believe his own ears. Lin Ling coldly smiled. At the beginning, because there was no one to support him, no matter what he did, Su Fan would make things difficult for him. But now, there was finally someone to support him. Emperor's Inch. It was definitely Emperor's Inch that was helping him. You dare to speak. Today, I want to see just who dares to bully you. The 7 Profound Martial House has a long history. It is not the turn of a small apprentice to have the final say. Elder Sword said again. Elder Sword seems to be helping Lin Ling. The youths in the square were aware of Elder Sword's meaning. This made them even more envious. Lin Ling came from the tiny cloud domain. First, he had the mysterious youth Sakura to help him, and now he had Elder Sword to help him. His luck was just too good. They were very clear that in the vast palace of martial arts that was the 7 Profound Martial House, if one did not have a backer to support them, then it would be much more difficult to grow. For instance, Lin Ling was like this. No matter how he tried to prove himself, Su Fan would always make things difficult for him. This was the reason why he did not have the right to speak. But now Lin Ling had it. Even his backer was extremely powerful. He was one of the ancient 12 elders. Greetings, Elder Sword. Lin Ling stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Elder Sword. Then he coldly looked at Su Fan and said, "This old dog said that I bribed the red-haired senior and did not have the qualifications to become a disciple of the seven profound martial house. So he wanted me to be a candidate disciple. You call me an old dog." Su Fan's face turned ugly. Lin Ling had always called his disciple a dog, but now that he had Elder Sword support, he had directly called him an old dog. "You are not only a dog, you are also a shameless old toad." Lin Ling's lips curved into a taunting smile. Su Fan was so angry that he almost wanted to slap Lin Ling to death. But with Elder Sword here, how could he dare to act recklessly? Old toad. As the crowd heard this, they all covered their mouths and laughed. Even Elder Sword shook his head and smiled. "You said that I bribed the red-haired middle-aged man, but then I defeated the third-ranked Long Xiaochun and the second-ranked Zhao Qingtian. Do you recognize my strength?" Lin Ling said again. Chapter 509. A 3-month bet. "I killed too much. Did I kill your entire family?" Lin Ling sneered. Facing Su Fan, who was a picky person, he did not give him any face. Then, he looked at Tai Yuezhan, who was not far away. "That trash wanted to kill me before. Why didn't you say that he killed too many people? He has a position in the discipline hall and has the authority to punish the thugs of the seven profound martial house. He is innocent of murder." Su Fan's voice was extremely low. Lin Ling's aura was oppressive, and he did not fear him in front of everyone. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Not too long ago, this boy was nothing but an ant. "What you mean is that he can kill people at will, but I cannot. Once I kill someone, I will enter the demonic path, and in the future I will have to kill my fellow disciples. If others want to kill me, I cannot resist and can only raise my neck for them to kill. But that trash has a position in the discipline hall, so he can kill me at will. Then, may I ask Apprentice Su Fan, have you ever killed anyone?" Lin Ling sneered. Su Fan's face became increasingly ugly, and the anger in his heart caused his blood to boil. "You don't have to answer, but I already know the answer. For a scum like you, how could you not have killed anyone? Then, let me ask you again, have any of the geniuses here not killed anyone?" Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The eyes of all the youths in the square flashed. As a martial artist, how could they not have killed? Sometimes, even if you did not want to kill, others would force you to. If they came to kill you, it was impossible not to resist. All the youths were silent, apparently tacitly agreeing. They have all killed people. Do they not have the qualifications to become disciples of the seven profound martial house? Lin Ling asked again, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth. This boy's mouth was too poisonous. With just a few words, he had pulled all the geniuses into the same boat, making it difficult for him to refute. "Also, Apprentice Su Fan, you do not have a position in the discipline hall. You have also killed people. Do you not have the qualifications to become an apprentice of the seven profound martial house?" Lin Ling said with a smile. "Nonsense. I am an apprentice. How could I not have the qualifications to kill?" Su Fan coldly snorted. "Haha, so you can casually kill people, but we can't. If we resist, then we will kill too many people and fall into the demonic path. Like this, the seven profound martial house is your world. You are the martial house master. If others resist and kill your enemies, then they will kill too many people." Lin Ling coldly snorted, causing Su Fan's face to darken like the bottom of a nest. In the seven profound martial house, only he was allowed to kill, but no one else was allowed. This was obviously difficult to convince the masses, and if he didn't handle this well, it was easy to arouse the dissatisfaction of the other powerhouses. This boy's mouth was simply a flowery lotus. "You can't say it, Apprentice Master Su Fan. You only allow the government to set fires, but you don't allow the common people to light lamps. Also, you say that I have killed too many people, but the truth is that I killed your disciple. That's why you have been targeting me. As an apprentice master, your tolerance is too poor. You have simply lost the face of the seven profound martial house." Lin Ling said as he pointed at Su Fan. It was as if he was scolding Su Fan while pointing at his nose. No wonder Master Su Fan wanted to target Lin Ling. He was abusing his power for personal gain. The crowd finally understood why Su Fan had repeatedly made things difficult for Lin Ling. "You're courting death." Su Fan was so angry that he almost went mad. His powerful aura was about to erupt. "You dare!" The Sword Elder's voice rang out. Su Fan forcibly suppressed his aura. He clenched his teeth and said, "No matter what you say, I will not accept you as my disciple. You think too highly of yourself." "Did I say I wanted to be your disciple? Please don't think too highly of yourself." Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. The last four words were like pearls, and his voice was loud. "Think too highly of yourself." His voice floated out like a great bell. The young geniuses in the square could not help but laugh. Su Fan was thinking too highly of himself? That seemed to be the case. Lin Ling did not intend to take Su Fan as his master. But Su Fan actually refused to accept Lin Ling as his disciple. It was as if he was saying, "I will never accept you as my disciple." Wasn't this just thinking too highly of himself? Su Fan's skin was really thick. "You." Su Fan trembled with anger. His terrifying cultivation was about to erupt, but because the Sword Elder was present, he did not dare to move. That kind of sullen feeling could be imagined. After all, Lin Ling was just an ant to him. Student Su Fan is shaking with anger. The crowd saw student Su Fan's appearance and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Fan continued to take deep breaths. His energy sank into his dantian, and he forcibly suppressed his anger. He coldly said, "According to the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House, if this year's student does not accept you as a disciple, you only have 2 choices. One is to become an official disciple, and the other is to become a candidate disciple. Without the help of a student, you will not be able to go far in the 7 Profound Martial House. In less than 3 months, you will not be able to mingle in the 7 Profound Martial House, and will obediently roll out of the 7 Profound Martial House." His words were obviously arrogant, as if he wanted to regain his last bit of face. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. "What if, after 3 months, I managed to persist?" "Me?" Su Fan was speechless. "I will speak for him. After 3 months, if Lin Ling can become a Moon Guard disciple from a Star Guard disciple, then Su Fan's status as a student will be stripped away. But if after 3 months, Lin Ling fails? Elder Sword, you should at least show some sincerity." At this moment, an old woman appeared in the sky. She looked down at the crowd below and said, "Great Sun Elder." Su Fan looked up, and his heart was suddenly filled with joy. If he could become a student of the 7 Profound Martial House, then he naturally had a backer supporting him. And that backer was that old woman, one of the 12 elders Xian, Great Sun Elder. She was also a person of virtue and prestige. With a single move of her foot, she could cause monstrous waves in the 100 territories. However, Elder Sword and Elder Child were obviously not on the same page. After the old woman appeared, Elder Sword frowned. "If Lin Ling loses, then I, Elder Xian, will withdraw." Elder Sword, for Lin Ling, is actually gambling with Elder Xian's status. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder Sword seemed to hold Lin Ling in high regard. This Great Sun Elder was also surprised, but soon smiled and nodded. "Elder Sword's promise is as good as gold. I believe in your words." Lin Ling looked at Elder Sword with surprise. He did not understand why Elder Sword would hold him in such high regard. But now, Elder Sword's sword was already shining. The sword was pointed at Great Sun Elder, and he had the aura of an invincible swordsman. Since this was the case, how could Lin Ling refuse to fight? 3 months of gambling. If I lose, Elder Sword will give up his status as Elder Xian. But if I win, Su Fan will give up his status as a student. This gambling stake is not fair. Old woman, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Lin Ling looked at Great Sun Elder. He guessed that this old woman was one of the 12 elders Xian. She had a terrifying status, but he had never offended this old woman. But this old woman actually used him to suppress Elder Sword. Did she really think that he, Lin Ling, was a soft persimmon? Do you know who you were talking to? Great Sun Elder's pupil shrank. What a frivolous youth. Lin Ling, good courage. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth was about the same age as them, but facing one of the 12 elder Xian of the 7 profound martial house, he was not afraid. With this courage, they were ashamed of their inferiority. Moreover, Lin Ling dared to call Great Sun Elder an old woman. Chapter 510. 3 slaps. Why do you care who I speak to? Now, the Sword Elder has said that if I lose, I will give up the position of Elder Xian. If you lose, do you dare to give up the position of Elder Xian? Lin Ling coldly said. The newborn calf does not fear the tiger. As the great Sun-Child Elder looked at Lin Ling, she only had this thought in her mind. This youth was showing off his ability. But to bet the position of Elder Xian, this price was a bit too high. She didn't dare to gamble. After all, she had come here to support Su Fan, but she hadn't thought that things would become so big. Do you dare not? Lin Ling shouted again. You swaggered around and made others pay such a heavy bet, but you don't dare. Are you really the 12th Elder Xian? His aura was like a swordsman's, like a tyrant's. His eyes were firm as he looked at the great Sun-Child Elder, causing the great Sun-Child Elder to frown. Haha, forget it. Lin Ling, if she loses, she doesn't need to give up the position of Elder Xian. But I will give her 3 slaps and let her know the price of being mean. The Sword Elder praised. He wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, but Di Jichuan had a very high evaluation of Lin Ling. Not only that, but Lin Ling had saved Di Jichuan. In addition, he had been paying attention to Lin Ling in the previous battle. He knew that Lin Ling was the descendant of their Di family bloodline. Therefore, he supported Lin Ling. Good, I'll add in my 3 slaps. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His bold words caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. This youth Lin Ling really dared to speak. With his little status as a disciple, he actually dared to hit Elder Xian. You have courage, a hero from the youth. The Sword Elder laughed. In Lin Ling, he seemed to see his old brother, the limitless Sword Saint, a swordsman showing off his ability, the descendant of the tyrant sword art, overbearing and magnificent, uncompromising. Good. 3 months from now, everything will be revealed. Also, the Sword Elder is not allowed to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling must cultivate as an official disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise, the bet will not count. Great Sun Elder's face twisted as she looked coldly at Lin Ling. She didn't expect this teen to not fear her and even raise the stakes. Ugh, the Sword Elder furrowed his brows. With his status as the 12 Elder Xian, it was not difficult for him to make Lin Ling a Moon Guard disciple. However, the great Sun-Child Elder had requested that Lin Ling could not accept any help and could only rely on his own efforts. In the 7 profound martial house, there was no one to guide them. In addition, there were no cultivation resources, so it was very difficult for them to grow. Not to mention anything else, just take a king step martial art as an example. Without the guidance of an elder, it would be impossible for an ordinary genius to learn such a profound martial art in less than a year. In addition to cultivation resources, official disciples did not have any cultivation resources. They had to rely on themselves for everything. Without cultivation resources, no matter how powerful one's talent was, it was just empty talk. Obviously, it was very difficult for Lin Ling to advance from a Star Guard disciple to a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. Sword Elder, I can do it. Lin Ling turned around to look at the Sword Elder, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. He was very grateful to the Sword Elder for helping him, but he did not want to rely on the Sword Elder too much. After all, on the road of martial arts, if one relied too much on the help of a powerhouse, then it would create a sense of dependence. When one encountered difficulties and setbacks, they would lack the courage to cut off all means of retreat. In the past, Lin Ling had relied on himself to overcome all difficulties and obstacles to become the #1 king of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Then, in the 7 profound martial house, he could also do the same. This 3-month bet would be the motivation for his growth. Good. You're truly worthy of being his descendant. You have a sharp spirit. The Sword Elder nodded with satisfaction. Although he had not seen Lin Ling much, This youth had always given him a series of pleasant surprises. Relying on your sharp spirit, you won't be able to go far. The great sun-child elder sinisterly smiled and waved his hand, wanting to take Su Fan away. Hold on, I've already agreed to the bet. The sword elder will not help me. Don't you want to express your gratitude? The dignified 12 elder Xian, a character that stands above tens of thousands of people. Are you really so petty? Lin Ling coldly said. What do you want to do? The great sun-child elder stopped in her tracks. Towards this youth in front of her, she hated him more and more. He was obviously an ant, and his strength was not strong, but he had never placed these seniors in his eyes. Apprentice Master Su Fan slandered me before, saying that I was picky. This is simply a disgrace to the status of a 7 profound martial house student. Since he dared to do this, then he must pay the corresponding price. In front of everyone, I want to slap him 3 times. Lin Ling slowly said, his attitude extremely tough. How could he casually let go of the matter that had been made difficult for him? Did he think that he, Lin Ling, was someone that could be bullied as he wished? You want to slap me 3 times? Don't forget your status. Su Fan was so angry that he laughed. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His eyes were indifferently looking at the great sun-child elder. He was forcing the great sun-child elder to make a choice. The great sun-child elder's face was gloomy. From this youth's eyes, she could clearly see that this youth would not compromise. If he refused this request, then the 3-month bet was likely to be rejected by this youth as well. And this was not what she wanted to see. Su Fan, you also made a mistake before. Slap him 3 times. The great sun-child elder faintly said, and then slowly left. In order for the sword elder to continue the bet, she could only sacrifice Su Fan. Great sun-child elder, Su Fan's pupils widened. Did he really want to slap Lin Ling's face? Lin Ling coldly smiled. He walked forward step by step until he arrived in front of Su Fan, his eyes indifferent. You dare to slap me. Su Fan clenched his teeth, and a terrifying aura bloomed from his body. This was an aura that surpassed the king's spirit realm. To these young geniuses, this was like an insurmountable mountain. Su Fan wants to use his aura to make Lin Ling feel fear. Everyone's eyes focused. To them, Su Fan's aura was truly terrifying. It was like if he moved a finger, they would turn to ashes. Pah! However, in the next moment, there was a crisp sound of slap. A clear palm print appeared on Su Fan's face. As a teacher, you are narrow-minded, unable to distinguish between right and wrong. You deserve to be slapped. As a teacher, you invert right and wrong. You deserve to be slapped. As a teacher, you don't follow the principle of fairness. You do things as you please. You deserve to be slapped. Papa! 3 consecutive slaps sounded, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was not afraid of Su Fan's aura and really slapped him. Su Fan's face was burning with pain. Those slaps had landed on his face, and the pain was in his heart. In the depths of his eyes, the crazy killing intent was boiling. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his killing intent was, would he dare to touch Lin Ling in this place? He did not dare at all. He could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Get lost. After the 3 slaps, Lin Ling coldly shouted, I will remember these 3 slaps. In the future, you will regret it. Su Fan coldly said. In his heart, Lin Ling was a person he must kill. Do you want to be slapped again? Get lost. Get lost. However, his threat was met with another shout from Lin Ling, killing intent towards Lin Ling. It was not as if Lin Ling had not seen such people before. He could not possibly give up his dignity and speak humbly just because the other party had a high status. On the path of martial arts, how could one retreat just because the other party was powerful? Chapter 511. D Family Bloodline, you have guts. Su Fan nodded. He coldly glanced around at the silent, but in fact, he was secretly laughing. He knew that today he had lost all face. This was the first time that he had lost so much face in the 7 profound martial houses recruitment process, that he had lost so much face. He had even created a new record in the 7 profound martial house, becoming the apprentice that had been rejected by the most talented youths. And all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. With a cold snort, Su Fan strode away. "Master, wait for me." "Not too far away," Tai Yuezhan shouted out with a pale face. He had not thought that things would turn out like this. His respected master had not only not punished Lin Ling, but had instead been slapped 3 times, losing all face. Pung! At this moment, a white-boned sword hung around his neck. A cold voice sounded out, "Old toad, get out of here. You dog! Leave behind your dog life!" Exclamation point. It was Sakura. Tai Yuezhan's pupils constricted. Sakura was a terrifying genius. He was frivolous and unrestrained. He did not fear an old disciple like him. "Leave him to me." Before, he was constantly making things difficult for me. I will use my own strength to personally resolve the grudges between us. At this time, Lin Ling walked over and said. Sakura nodded. Lin Ling did not seem to want to deal with Tai Yuezhan for the time being. He wanted to personally deal with him after he was strong enough. But not doing so did not mean that Lin Ling did not care about Tai Yuezhan's previous difficulties. Pa pa pa. 3 crisp slaps sounded out on Tai Yuezhan's face. "When you were so arrogant, did you ever think that you would have such a day?" Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Tai Yuezhan's face was extremely ugly. The 3 palm prints on his face were very clear. He had also been slapped in the face. A dignified Moon Guard disciple had been slapped in the face in front of countless people. It had to be known that with his status and strength, he could go anywhere in the middle 3 regions with the status of a master of a region. But now, he was also being humiliated. "Get out of here. 3 months from now, I will personally come and find you." Exclamation point. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. He would personally avenge the grudge between him and Tai Yuezhan. "Good. I only hope that the next time you see me, Sword Elder will not be present." Tai Yuezhan clenched his teeth and replied. What he meant was, if it wasn't for the Sword Elder, would Lin Ling have the qualifications to be so arrogant? "Get lost." Lin Ling didn't want to waste words with him. He coldly shouted, causing Tai Yuezhan's teeth to creak. Then he strode away. However, the square remained silent. This year's 7 profound Martial House disciple recruitment was obviously different from the previous years. No one would have thought that a simple disciple recruitment ceremony would draw out the appearance of 2 Xian elders. And all of this was because of Lin Ling. It seemed that this year's 7 profound Martial House recruitment had become Lin Ling's stage. Many of the talented youths were jealous. Lin Ling had just arrived at the 7 profound Martial House, and he had immediately become famous, causing them to be extremely jealous. However, although they were incomparably jealous, Lin Ling did not rely on the Sword Elder to become famous. His strength was also extremely terrifying. At the very least, among all the talented youths present, besides Sakura, who else could be Lin Ling's match? Lin Ling is indeed very fierce, but he has become an official disciple, and we have a master to guide us. It won't be long before we surpass him. Zhuo, Lan Feng, and the others whispered. Lin Ling had already left a heavy shadow in their hearts, and even affected their hearts of martial arts. Therefore, they had to surpass Lin Ling. Otherwise, if they wanted to make a breakthrough in the future, it would be very difficult. We can definitely do it. Lin Ling doesn't have any cultivation resources, but we do. Sigh. The other disciples also thought in their hearts. Perhaps this was the only way they could comfort themselves. 7 profound Martial House, 10,000 Swords Peak. This mountain was extremely strange. It was like a huge island, vast and boundless. Moreover, it floated in midair. Countless swords were inserted on the island. These swords were of various types. There were thin swords, long swords, axe-like swords, swords that flickered with bloodlight. This was like a graveyard for swords. At this moment, 4 figures were walking on top of the 10,000 Swords Peak. The 7 profound Martial House is so big. This is the place where the Sword Elder lives. It really is mysterious. Lin Ling followed the Sword Elder as they walked forward. As he looked around, he was secretly surprised. He could feel that these swords all seemed to have a sword soul. These swords were all left behind by the D family bloodline. So far, the D family bloodline only has 3 pure descendants. Stopping at the summit of the mountain, the Sword Elder looked at Lin Ling and the others. Then, he looked at Sakura and said, "Tian, you have been out adventuring since you were a child. Now that you have finally returned to the 7 profound martial house, I hope that you can bring glory to the D family bloodline and wash away the shame of the D family bloodline." This was the first time that Sakura had seen the Sword Elder. He had been out adventuring since he was a child and had only just returned. But Di Jichuan had seen this elder brother of his, but he did not have a deep impression of him. "I will challenge the martial house master and take back the glory that we have lost." Sakura's face was cold and indifferent. In the past, the Limitless Sword Saint's father had received a disciple, and that disciple had colluded with others to frame the martial house master, and had even stolen the Limitless Sword Saint's swordbone, causing their D family bloodline to decline. This was a disgrace, and also the goal of Sakura's life. The Sword Elder nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Di Jichuan and said, "Jichuan, you must also work hard." Di Jichuan had grown up in a branch family and had never seen a great storm. Therefore, his temperament was somewhat timid, and he was not decisive enough. However, Di Jichuan also nodded. "Lin Ling, although you are not of the D family bloodline, you have obtained the only sword, Tyrant Song of the world. That is Di Wuji's sword, and this means that you are Di Wuji's successor. Therefore, no matter what, our D family bloodline will treat you as a family member, and we will protect you forever." The Sword Elder finally looked at Lin Ling and said, "This young man had appeared out of nowhere, and his name had shaken this year's genius disciple recruitment with the Tyrant Song of the world." At that time, the Sword Elder was very surprised, and he had never thought that Di Wuji's successor would appear. After that, he personally saw the young man's arrogance soaring to the clouds, and he had Di Wuji's pride and domineering aura. He did not lose face for Di Wuji in the slightest. Therefore, he knew that Di Wuji had found a good successor. After that, he used his name to protect the young man, and he did not hesitate to use Elder Xian's identity as a stake. He was so bold because he treated Lin Ling as his family member. "Little brother, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I will support it for you." Sakura looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He punched Lin Ling's chest with his fist. Although this was the first time he met Lin Ling, he saw the shadow of Di Wuji in Lin Ling. Not to mention that Lin Ling had the Tyrant Song of the world. "Big brother Lin Ling, from now on, we will be a family." Di Jichuan also smiled. A family. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. This result was somewhat beyond his imagination. However, when he saw Sakura, Di Jichuan, and the Sword Elder looking at him with eyes full of affection, his heart felt warm. After coming to this world, he had his own family and friends, but he had never had a brother. Let us become sworn brothers. From now on, we do not ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but we ask to die in the same year and month. Sakura once again laughed heroically, causing Lin Ling to nod heavily. Chapter 512. Star Sea Pagoda. I am the oldest, so I will shamelessly be your big brother. In the 7 profound martial house, if anyone dares to bully you, my sword will not spare them. Sakura said again, his voice incomparably overbearing. Di Jichuan smiled and nodded, quickly saying, "Then I will be the 2nd brother. You seem to be younger than me. You should be the 3rd brother." Lin Ling interrupted him with a smile, causing Di Jichuan's handsome face to reveal a helpless expression. Clang! Then, 3 swords were drawn and clashed in the air, representing the oath of the 3 brothers. The Sword Elder smiled as he looked at the 3 of them. In fact, this was the first time that he had seen these 3 youths, but to him, these 3 youths had a feeling of blood being thicker than water. As for Sakura and Di Jichuan, their goal was to regain the martial house master position. As for Lin Ling, the Sword Elder did not want him to be involved in this maelstrom, so he only wanted to protect Lin Ling. But what he did not know was that in Lin Ling's heart, Limitless Sword Saint was his benefactor. To help Limitless Sword Saint, Lin Ling was absolutely duty-bound. This was also one of the reasons that he had come to the Seven Profound Martial House. It was just that Lin Ling's current strength was too weak, so he had not spoken of his goal. Lin Ling, the Seven Profound Martial House has a clear hierarchy. If a Star Guard disciple wants to become a Moon Guard disciple, they must pass an assessment. 3 months from now, do you have confidence in passing the assessment? The Sword Elder asked Lin Ling. Sakura and Di Jichuan also looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with worry. Then Sakura laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if you lose. At worst, you won't go to the Seven Profound Martial House. In any case, if anyone dares to touch you, I will be the first to oppose them." Lin Ling's heart warmed. The Sword Elder was not sure whether he would win, but he still supported him. Sakura was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Once he recognized him, even if he had to fight against the heavens, he would protect him. These people treated Lin Ling with sincerity. "Rest assured, I will not lose." Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head, which made the Sword Elder and the other elders smile. They really liked the confident appearance of this youngster. After that, the few of them rested on the myriad swords' peak, chatting and laughing happily. The members of the D family were generous by nature, and once they acknowledged each other, they would immediately treat each other sincerely. Back then, the Wuji Sword Saint was the same. He was sincere to his senior brother, but unfortunately, he was framed and betrayed by his senior brother. "Come, let's drink." Loud laughter could be heard from time to time. What made Lin Ling upset was that although D family people were all generous and carefree, every single one of them was a drunkard. Even Di Jichuan, a gentle and handsome young master, was like that. The nightlight was like water. In the vast Seven Profound Martial House, some places were brightly lit, and some places were pitch black. It was filled with an ancient and mysterious flavor. The Xianxia Tower was a huge tower that towered into the clouds. It had a total of 99 floors, and it was a symbol of the status of a Star Guard disciple. It was also a cultivation tower. It was said that if one could cultivate on the 99th floor, then becoming a Moon Guard disciple was just around the corner. This was where Lin Ling would cultivate. He had to go from a Star Guard disciple to a Moon Guard disciple within 3 months. Around the Xianxia Tower, there were large and small houses. When Lin Ling came here alone, a voice sounded out. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As Lin Ling walked down the road, under the illumination of the moonlight, a slender figure appeared in front of him. It was Long Xiaochen. Long Xiaochen had not become Su Fan's disciple, so he had naturally started to cultivate from the very beginning, and had also become an official disciple. Long Xiaochen. Lin Ling smiled. Although this youth was very arrogant, he was also straightforward and upright. Therefore, he had a good impression of Long Xiaochen. The challenge of becoming an official disciple begins. "Lin Ling, do you know how many disciples there are here?" Long Xiaochen shrugged his shoulders and walked towards Lin Ling. But Lin Ling shook his head. In the memories that Limitless Sword Saint had left him, there was indeed some information about the Seven Profound Martial House. But the Star Guard level was the most basic disciple camp, so Limitless Sword Saint didn't know much. "I've heard that there are at least 90,000 disciples. Besides this year's disciples, there are also the geniuses from last year and the year before," Long Xiaochen solemnly said. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. There really were a lot of people. These geniuses only have one goal, and that is to rush to the 99th floor of the Xianxia Tower. Only then will they have the qualifications to be a Moon Guard level disciple. However, there are so many geniuses here, but there are very few that can become a Moon Guard level disciple. You tell me, how difficult is that test? Some people even spend 3 years trying to reach the 99th floor. As the two of them walked, Lin Ling saw that the lowest cultivation of these geniuses was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. But Lin Ling's cultivation was the lowest among these geniuses. If the peak of the heavenly spirit realm were placed in the lower 3 realms, then any one of them would be a tycoon of the lower 3 realms. But here, they were only the lowest level disciples. The 7 profound martial house was more terrifying than he had imagined. To become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months, no one in the 7 profound martial house can do that. Long Xiaochen pointed out. I'll do it. Lin Ling confidently smiled. I won't lose to you. If you can do it, then I can do it too. Long Xiaochen's eyes exuded an endless fighting spirit. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, then let's see who's faster. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that besides Long Xiaochen, there were many other geniuses that wanted to see him fail. They all wanted to surpass him, and the next time they met, they would be above his head. However, although their ambitions were good, they would never have the chance to realize them. Let's go, we'll find our residence. The two of them moved forward again. Official disciples were not given any cultivation resources. Everything depended on themselves, but they had already arranged a place to live. The massive Star Sea Pagoda was surrounded by a massive number of wooden huts. Each wooden hut had a genius living in it. When Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen arrived at their own wooden hut, they helplessly discovered that someone was actually living in it. Although a martial artist did not care about where they lived, no one wanted to cultivate in front of so many people and have their cultivation methods seen through. Therefore, they planned to have the genius living in the wooden hut leave. After all, according to the rules, the wooden hut belonged to them. Gee! At this moment, the wooden hut's door was pushed open and a tall and sturdy figure walked out. He frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen. Why are you staying in my residence? Is there a problem? He was around 19 years old and should be a genius from last year. But his voice was extremely cold. My official disciple status is number 108. This wooden hut just happens to be number 108, so it seems to be my residence. Lin Ling frowned and then slowly said. The genius youth froze for a moment and then burst into laughter. There were many geniuses all around watching, and they could not help but laugh. This was the first time that these two little fellows had come to the 7 profound martial house. Newcomers? There's a garbage dump at the east gate. That is where the newcomers live. Now get out of here, the tall and sturdy youth coldly said. If you don't accept this, you can report to the 7 profound martial house. Just say that I, Huang Lin, have seized your residence, and see who will speak up for you. As these words fell, Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen were stunned. This person had seized their residence, but it seemed that he was in the right. What was going on here? Chapter 5:13. Newcomer rules. Newcomer, this is your first time cultivating in Star Sea Pagoda. Let me tell you, the houses near Star Sea Pagoda have much richer spiritual energy. So many geniuses choose to cultivate nearby. Your wooden house will naturally be occupied by others. In the distance, many youths jeered. Lin Ling nodded, so that's how it is. But now that we're back, can you return the wooden house to us? Haha, childish. Huang Lin once again laughed arrogantly. Was I not clear enough before? This wooden house already belongs to me, Huang Lin. You newcomers will live in the garbage dump at the east gate. Aren't you afraid of violating the rules? Long Xiaochen couldn't help but ask. Rules? Do you think the vast 7 profound martial house will care about small characters like you? In Star Sea Pagoda, strength is revered. If you have the strength, you can go to the 99th floor without a problem. If you don't have the strength, you can only be a dog. Huang Lin disdainfully smiled, then shook his head and said, You've wasted a lot of my time. Now it will be difficult for you to leave. My door is a bit dirty, so clean it for me. Otherwise, don't blame me if you break bones and bleed. I forgot to tell you newcomers that although Star Sea Pagoda does not allow internal strife, if you are only seriously injured and not killed, then the 7 profound martial house will not convict you. It was very cruel. Here, unless you had amazing strength, you would fall into depravity. Now, clean the floor for me. Huang Lin shouted again. Now that you've said it, I understand. If I seriously injure you, then the 7 profound martial house will not convict me. If I want to take back my wooden house, then I can only use martial arts to decide everything. Long Xiaochen had always been proud. Even if he was a newcomer, he did not fear the older disciples. However, after his words fell, there were even more jeers. Obviously, they had seen such a thing before. Every year, when a new genius arrived, they would inevitably be taught a lesson. After a proud genius came here, after experiencing a setback, they would eventually understand that there was always someone better than them. Their previous pride in the 7 profound martial house was nothing at all. This newcomer is going to suffer. He dares to challenge Huang Lin, huh? I'll wait for him to be crippled. The crowd laughed at his misfortune. I just finished cultivating. It's a good time to stretch my body. Since Huang Lin was able to occupy a wooden house near the Starseed Pagoda, it was clear that he had faced many challenges. Therefore, he walked out in large strides. Trash, come on up. Let this young master beat you into a dog. Kneel down and beg for mercy 3 times, and you'll become a cripple from now on. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted. Huang Lin's strength was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. Haha, you're only at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. Your strength is on par with mine. I don't understand what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Long Xiaochun was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and he strode forward as well. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He wanted to warn Long Xiaochun, but he was too slow. This was because he sensed that Huang Lin didn't seem to be an ordinary early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. His aura was extremely deep, and it was obvious that his foundation was solid. Do you think you can disregard the old man just because you're at the early King Spirit Realm? You overestimate yourself. The crowd was not surprised by Long Xiaochun's cultivation level at all. Instead, they were even more disdainful. In their hearts, a newcomer was a newcomer. No matter how high his cultivation level was, his strength was limited. 18 legs of the dragon god. Without saying anything more, Long Xiaochun immediately used his martial arts. His dragon god spear had been destroyed by Lin Ling, so he could only rely on other martial arts. Swoosh! Clouds drifted out, and 18 illusory legs appeared. It was like a divine dragon swinging its tail, extremely powerful. This was the ultimate martial art of Dragon God Bay that was not passed down to outsiders. It was a powerful first-grade king stage martial art. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound rang out. Although it didn't seem too loud, everyone knew that once a martial artist reached the King Spirit Realm, they would pursue martial arts skills and techniques, and not use brute force to break through brute force. To truly break through brute force with brute force was a result of a great disparity in strength. Therefore, what seemed like an ordinary leg was actually able to split mountains and rivers. Bang, bang, bang. Dust spread out, and the sound was like a giant beast walking on the ground. However, facing Long Xiaochun's 18 legs, Huang Lin had one hand behind his back. He stretched out his other hand and gently patted out. All 18 legs were broken. Huang Lin's martial arts foundation is getting stronger and stronger. He can easily see through the trajectory of that newcomer's martial arts. The crowd was secretly surprised. Get lost. As soon as the 18 legs were broken, a powerful aura erupted at the same time. A palm seemed to have come from the void, slapping straight at Long Xiaochun. Rolling Stone Palm. Although this martial art had an ordinary name, it was in fact a second-grade king stage martial art. It had the power of rolling stones on a mountain. The more it rolled, the stronger it became. It was said that even a middle King Spirit Realm martial artist would not be able to block this palm. Pung! The palm slammed into Long Xiaochun's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body glided across the ground, leaving a deep scar in the ground. You overestimate yourself. This young master will cripple you. After defeating Long Xiaochun in a single move, Huang Lin did not give up. He took a step forward and chased after Long Xiaochun. I thought it would be fierce, but it was only a single move. The crowd jeered and shook their heads. That newcomer dared to take back his wooden house with just this little bit of strength? Unfortunately, this was nothing but a dream. He could only be reduced to another genius that had been crippled. How could he be so strong? Long Xiaochun's body flew backwards, his pupils constricting. Before, he was a genius of the 100 territories. However, After arriving here, he was first defeated by Lin Ling, and now he was defeated by a completely unknown person. This was not a small blow to him. The seven profound martial house was much stronger than he had imagined. Just as he was feeling discouraged, the terrifying rolling stone palm appeared in front of him once again. Looking carefully, this palm had an illusion, as if it were a rolling stone that could shake the heavens and earth. Am I going to die? Long Xiaoqian's pupils constricted. As an old man, he dares to bully a newcomer. His face is too thick. At this moment, a flaming fist appeared, accompanied by the faint cry of a vermilion bird. Then, under countless eyes, it collided with the rolling stone palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and a terrifying astral wind blew out in all directions. The crowd's pupils constricted. Who had blocked Huang Lin's palm? At this moment, Huang Lin was also extremely surprised. He looked forward and saw that the heat in front of him had caused an illusory wave of air to surge. A slender figure appeared in front of him and blocked his palm with a fist covered in flames. It was the other newcomer from before. He's only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The crowd also saw the youth's figure, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that between the two newcomers, Long Xiaoqian was the stronger, and the other youth was the follower. But now they discovered that the youth was actually the hidden master. My hand. After Huang Lin recovered from his surprise, he immediately saw the youth in front of him turn his fist into a palm and suddenly grab his palm. At the same time, a terrifying heat spread out, and flames began to burn his palm. True meaning of fire. Huang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. His rolling stone fist was a second-grade king step martial art, but the youth had blocked it. This meant that the youth's attack was stronger than his second-grade king step martial art. Chapter 514. Breaking through a boundary. Wait, let go of my hand. Let go. Huang Lin felt a sharp pain as his arm was being burned by the flames. You said that you would beat us like dogs and cripple us? Lin Ling still held onto Huang Lin's hand, his cold voice sounding out. Although he hadn't used the vermilion bird's flames, he had used 40% of the true meaning of fire. The geniuses here were truly terrifying. Any one of them had forced him to use one of his trump cards. As for the world-purifying demonic flame that had once dominated the Heaven Mystics' kingdom, this flame was very ordinary in the seven profound martial house. After all, the world-purifying demonic flame was only a first-grade king body talent. Let go of me, I admit defeat. Your flames are too terrifying. My hand is going to be crippled. Huang Lin's face twisted. He found that the flames burning his arm could not be extinguished no matter what he did. Didn't you say you were going to cripple us? Lin Ling said with an indifferent expression. The flames in his hand burned even more vigorously, burning Huang Lin's arm to nothing. Huang Lin fell to the ground with a thud, his face ferocious and terrifying. What a fierce newcomer. The crowd's hearts trembled. For a newcomer to defeat an elder, this was very rare among the Star Guard level disciples. After all, the elders had been cultivating in the seven profound martial house for a longer time and had a deeper foundation. It was simply impossible for a newcomer to defeat an elder. Kowtow 3 times and then clean up the wooden house. Otherwise, I will cripple your other arm, Lin Ling said with an expressionless face. These words caused Huang Lin to grit his teeth. He had already lost an arm, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. This damned youth still wanted to cripple his other arm. Bang! Aware of Huang Lin's resentful gaze, Lin Ling no longer spoke. He stretched out his right hand, and a blood-red flame bloomed. Sometimes it was better to use strength to awe others. I'll clean it. Huang Lin's face became even paler. He could feel a destructive aura from that flame. If he spoke another word, perhaps it wouldn't just be his arm that would be burned. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful genius among the Star Guard level disciples this year. He no longer spoke. He endured the pain of losing his arm and hurried to clean the wooden house. Right now, who else wants to snatch our wooden house? Lin Ling looked coldly at the Star Guard level disciples in the distance, which made them silent. Clearly, They were in awe of Lin Ling's strength. As expected, no matter where one was, strength was everything. Even more so, it was dignity and the right to speak. After that, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to him. He looked at the disheartened Long Xiaochun and couldn't help but shake his head. You said before that this is the beginning of the challenge. Now, you've only lost one battle, but your martial heart has been shaken. Remember, no shame and then courage. With that, he slowly walked forward. Long Xiaochun's eyes flashed. You're right. This is just the beginning. The real challenge isn't over yet. Thank you, Lin Ling. His gaze focused and was filled with determination. Then he stood up and chased after Lin Ling in large strides, causing Lin Ling's lips to curl into a smile. The surrounding people looked at the two newcomers, their hearts bitter. It was as if a newcomer had just arrived and had already surpassed them, making them feel as if they had been humiliated. There were 2 rooms in the wooden house. Lin Ling and Long Xiaochun each had one. After cleaning up, the 2 of them moved in, seizing the time to cultivate. In the 7 profound martial house, if you were not strong enough, then you would not have any dignity. What you would receive would be a massive amount of humiliation and ridicule. Therefore, everyone raced against time to cultivate, grasping their own destiny, and even wanting to be above others. Just an ordinary star guard-level disciple has to use one of my trump cards. But above a star guard-level disciple, there are still moon-class disciples. Master Xian, Elder Xian, it seems that I have to work harder. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. The desire to become stronger in his heart was even stronger. At the same time, he thought of his family in the cloud domain. His grandfather, Yu, and the others. If he fell here, then in the future, when powerful enemies came to the cloud domain, who would protect them? Not only that, but he also had to find his mother. If he couldn't survive in the 7 profound martial house, then how could he talk about the rainforest holy land? The Moon Guard level disciple assessment is in 3 months. Before the assessment, I have to go back to the cloud domain and take a look. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then he suppressed his thoughts and began to cultivate again. Now, he had the 50,000 medium-grade spirit crystals that the red-haired middle-aged man had rewarded him with. He had originally wanted to use them to refine the first true fire pill, but now he planned to use them for cultivation. After all, the first true fire pill required very few spirit grasses and herbs, and he wouldn't be able to gather them in a short time. After taking out the 50,000 spirit crystals, Lin Ling didn't use them to refine the heavenly crystal pill. He didn't have that much time, so he directly used them for cultivation. Lin Ling grasped the sparkling stones in his hand, and then they turned into spiritual energy that flowed into Lin Ling's body like a dragon, causing Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence core to become even larger. Time slowly passed. The 50,000 spirit crystals turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence core's aura bloomed like a sea urchin, piercing thousands of holes in the wooden house. Peak of the heavenly spirit realm. In his dantian, the heavenly spirit essence core was even rounder, blooming with purple light. He was only 1 step away from the king spirit realm. Unfortunately, this step seemed to be separated by a layer of gauze, but Lin Ling found it difficult to break through. The king spirit realm was to comprehend heaven and earth and become one with the core. The higher the grade of the heavenly spirit essence core, the harder it was to break through. This was also the reason why Lin Ling found it difficult to break through. Of course, if he broke through, Lin Ling's foundation would be the most solid, and he would be able to easily defeat ordinary early-stage king spirit realm martial artists. There were disadvantages and advantages. After reaching the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, Lin Ling would no longer be afraid of early-stage king spirit realm martial artists with his various powerful trump cards. No matter how strong an early-stage king spirit realm martial artist was, he would be able to instantly kill them, and he wouldn't even need to use his trump cards. 40% true meaning of fire, 20% true meaning of sword, and my trump card, the Saber of Nirvana. These are my trump cards. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered as he pondered his next path of cultivation. As for the vermilion bird's flames, Lin Ling's current 4th adage true fire was obviously going to take some time to reach the 5th adage true fire. However, the 4th adage true fire was enough to sweep away many young geniuses, so Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry for now. As for the Tyrant's Song Sword, it was currently at 20% true meaning of sword, so he could upgrade it. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling chose to upgrade his true meaning of sword first. After all, it would be faster than upgrading his king body vermilion bird's flames. Tyrant's Sword Art. Lin Ling slapped the rune bag with his right hand, and an ancient book appeared. It was the Tyrant's Sword Art that Sword Elder had given him. In fact, Lin Ling already had the Tyrant Song Sword and didn't need the Tyrant's Sword Art anymore. However, if he learned the Tyrant's Sword Art, he would be able to display the full power of the Tyrant's Song Sword. The book opened, and various ancient sword techniques appeared before his eyes. There were actually 365 sword techniques. Chapter 515. Sword Practice. After leaving the wooden house, Lin Ling walked around the Star Ocean Pagoda and soon found a quiet valley. There was a quiet pool in the valley, and a waterfall poured down from the side of the mountain. This place is very suitable for cultivation. Lin Ling nodded, took off his clothes, and walked into the pool with the tyrannical song sword in his hand. Xianxia's sword technique. Floating cloud sword technique. Then he began to cultivate. He slashed out crazily, making sure that not a single drop of water from the waterfall would fall into the pool. Rumble. However, the power of the waterfall was extremely strong, surging like a dragon. Lin Ling's sword was already heavy, and he used it with a light and graceful sword technique. This obviously required a high level of skill. I failed. There were actually 10 drops of water that fell into the pool. It seems that my sword speed is not fast enough. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, comprehending his own flaws. Although he had a part of the Wuxia Sword Saint's memories and had a deep understanding of martial arts, comprehending was one thing. Putting it into practice was another matter. I need to be faster. Time passed quietly, and for 3 whole days, Lin Ling did not stop swinging his sword. So far, he had already swung his sword more than 100,000 times. The heavy tyrannical song sword in his hand gradually became lighter, and he swung it as smoothly as flowing water. Moreover, he had also mastered all 365 sword techniques. My whole body hurts. The harvest was good, but the process was very difficult. The continuous swinging of the sword caused Lin Ling's meridians to ache, but the more tired one was, the easier it was to stimulate one's potential. Again, Xiao. In the pool, the sword light was like the moon, bright and beautiful. Behind the mountain, the waterfall crashed down like a dragon, but it was blocked by the young man's sword. Not a single drop of water fell into the pool. This sword technique was at the peak of perfection. I can cultivate the tyrannical sword technique now. The previous sword techniques were all to build the foundation and make up for Lin Ling's attainments in the sword. Now that his foundation was solid, he could naturally cultivate the tyrannical sword technique. The tyrannical song sword was divided into 2 types, the tyrannical sword and the singing sword. In other words, they were the slow sword and the fast sword. The slow sword sounded simple, but it was the most difficult. It required a sword technique to break all techniques and dominate the universe. When it was cultivated to the tyrannical song sword technique, one could achieve more than 50% sword intent. This was very terrifying. If Lin Ling did not cultivate the tyrannical sword technique, and tyrannical sword technique was tyrannical sword technique, he could have it was 50% of sword intent. But if he had both tyrannical sword and tyrannical was martial technique. However, the slow sword was difficult to cultivate, so he had to cultivate the fast sword first. The fast sword technique was all about drawing the sword quickly, fiercely, and swiftly. There was a good saying, in all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. If one sword was fast enough, they would be able to kill their opponent before they could even make a move. And the quick sword technique had 3 realms. First, water drop sword. Extremely fast sword, coupled with the terrifying sword intent. Often the enemy would be killed before they could even react. Sword of the Heart's Eye. In the blink of an eye, it can deliver a fatal strike. Sword of Understanding. Able to see through the flaws in the enemy's martial arts and then deliver a fatal blow to break the enemy's martial arts. Requires extremely deep martial arts foundations. If you want to practice the slow sword, you must thoroughly understand the fast sword. Lin Ling came to a realization and left the pool. He found a place with maple leaves and began cultivating again. Here, the maple leaves were like a sea. When the wind blew, the leaves fell like snow. Water drop sword. Lin Ling bellowed. The seemingly heavy, tyrannical sword became illusory and elegant at this moment. Swish, swish. The falling maple leaves were all cut in two, but Lin Ling wasn't satisfied. His soul force detected that there were 4,562 maple leaves, but he had only cut 3,733. This meant that his water drop sword did not meet the requirements. Again, Lin Ling sweated profusely again. Time passed quietly. Sweat dripped down along with the bitter training. If a martial artist wanted to move unhindered in the world, talent, perception, and opportunities were indispensable. But the most important thing was still hard work. Lin Ling was very clear on this point. Along with the sweat, the water drop sword was gradually controlled by Lin Ling. With one sword, it was as fast as lightning. Moreover, he had also grasped the second stage, Sword of Heart's Eye. In this stage, there was only one sword, but it was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the enemy would be killed with one sword. As for the third stage, he had only just touched the threshold. It was Sword of Understanding. It could break the enemy's martial arts and find the weakness of the enemy's martial arts. 30% of sword intent. After a long time, Lin Ling closed his eyes and stood still, comprehending the sword in his hand. Although the tyrannical sword could only display 20% sword intent, because he had practiced the tyrannical sword art, he could display 30% sword intent. A 30% sword intent was already very terrifying. It had to be known that the true meaning of martial arts was much stronger than a King Step martial arts. A 30% sword intent was above a third-grade King Step martial arts. It was able to compete with a fourth-grade King Step martial arts, and was even stronger than some martial arts. After all, a swordsman was swift and fierce. Moreover, if Lin Ling were to erupt with his king body vermilion bird flames, in addition to his sword, just what would his combat prowess be? Of course, facing an ordinary genius, Lin Ling did not intend to erupt with the vermilion bird flames. After all, in a world of geniuses, hiding a hidden card could be more unexpected. He believed that other geniuses also had this idea. Compared to when I first came to the 7 profound martial house, my strength has increased by more than half, and it has only been half a month. Looking up at the distant maple forest, Lin Ling faintly smiled. He guessed that his current strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the Star Guard level disciples. Then, he took out a blue and white robe from his room bag. After putting it on, he slowly walked back with his greatsword on his back. At this moment, all around Star Sea Pagoda, many disciples were still bitterly cultivating. Occasionally, they would compare notes with each other, laughing and joking with each other. There were even some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to humiliate others in order to win the favor of some young girls. Looking at this scene, Lin Ling shook his head. These youths might be a bit strong now, but they didn't know that while they were enjoying the superiority of strength, many others had already quietly surpassed them. Who is that? A newcomer? That sword is so domineering. What an elegant feeling. I don't know why, but his aura is so ethereal, as if he were floating in the clouds. Tisich, he's just trying to be mysterious. Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe. With his handsome appearance and magnificent greatsword, he attracted the attention of many young boys and girls. They realized that although Lin Ling's cultivation was not high, his aura was very strange. It gave people a feeling of the elegance of a sword. It seems that my control over my aura is not good enough. Lin Ling shook his head. He had comprehended the quick sword, which also meant that he had comprehended his own true meaning of the sword. This had led to the true meaning of the sword inadvertently diffusing out, causing many people to feel that something was strange. After all, the true meaning of martial arts was not something that just anyone could have. But soon, Lin Ling's heart sank into his dantian, and he quietly restrained the aura of the true meaning of the sword. Then, he went to his wooden house. He saw that there was a piece of paper on the door. It was a message from Long Xiaoqin. Chapter 516. Martial Lecture Hall official disciples didn't have any cultivation resources, and they had to get their martial arts from other sources. However, there was a martial lecture hall near the Star Ocean Tower, and Moon-class disciples would come to the Star Ocean Tower to learn martial arts in order to get rewards from the martial house. To the geniuses who didn't have any background, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. They could learn heaven-ranked techniques there, and it was rumored that Moon-class elites would teach them level 3 heaven-ranked techniques if they were in a good mood. Heaven-ranked martial arts were the highest level of martial arts among Star Guard-level disciples. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had a lot of experience in martial arts, but he had to see martial arts in order to learn them. Since that was the case, he would go and take a look. Not long after he left, more than a dozen figures appeared in front of his wooden house. "Brother, this is the kid who crippled my arm," a tall and sturdy young man said with resentment. He was Huang Lin. "How dare you? You even dare to bully the people of my Tri-Mountain region." A thin young man said coldly. He seemed to be the leader of the group, and after he finished speaking, the other young men all started to flatter him. That's right. At that time, no one was living in his wooden house, so I stayed there temporarily. Who knew that after he came, he would immediately attack me. He wouldn't even listen to my apology. Huang Lin said angrily again. This time, he wanted that newcomer dead. "You've gone too far." The thin young man waved his hand, and a few geniuses beside him walked out and used their martial arts, instantly destroying Lin Ling's wooden house. Who is that? How dare he destroy a wooden house in the Star Ocean Tower? How domineering. The crowd gasped as they stared at the thin young man. It's Sky Eagle, early King's spirit realm. It said that he has a heaven-rank martial art and has cultivated it to the minute subtlety stage. He once reached the 68th floor of the Star Ocean Tower. Someone said seriously. As soon as this was said, everyone's heart trembled. A third-grade King's step martial art. Moreover, it had been cultivated to the minute subtlety stage. This was very frightening. It was said that only the monstrous geniuses of the Star Sea Pagoda had such a martial art level. Moreover, to be able to reach the 68th floor of the Star Sea Pagoda, this also proved his strength. Star Ocean Pagoda had a total of 99 levels, and it was very difficult to break through. Those who could reach the 50th level and above were all top Star Guard level disciples. "Men, bring some excrement and piss over here. Leave half of it behind. We'll wait here for him to come back. I want him to finish eating all the excrement and piss. I want to see what kind of guy he is." The skinny youth shouted coldly again. Killing was not allowed here, so if he wanted to vent his anger, he would make him eat shit and drink piss. Moreover, even a newcomer was so arrogant. If he didn't show them who was boss, everyone would think that Sky Eagle could bully them as they wished. So ruthless. Who on earth is so foolish to provoke Sky Eagle? The crowd's pupils constricted, making people eat shit and drink piss. This humiliation was too much, but the Sky Eagle had such strength, so they were curious which poor soul had provoked the Sky Eagle. I think it's this year's newcomer. He taught Huang Lin a lesson not long ago. Even a newcomer is so bold. Hee, there will be a good show to watch. Daring to provoke an expert from the 68th floor of Star Sea Pagoda. He's dead for sure. Also, I heard that this year's newcomers are very different. For instance, Lin Ling and Long Xiaoqin. If those newcomers were them, then it would be a good show. I also heard that this newcomer dared to slap the apprentices. The crowd began to talk. They didn't leave, They were quietly waiting for a good show. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He was still walking towards the martial lecture hall. The so-called martial lecture hall didn't even have a single room. Rather, it was an open space where a massive number of talented youths had gathered. They were looking at a youth explaining King Step martial arts, their eyes full of awe. King Step martial arts borrow the power of the world to strengthen one's attack, defense, and speed. A proud voice spread out from the open space. The youth was sitting in a chair. He was around 20 years old, and his expression was indifferent, like a highly respected senior. In front of him was a table, and he was drinking tea with his eyes closed, speaking as he did so. This youth was a Moon Guard level disciple. In order to obtain the rewards of the 7 profound martial house, he had taught some Star Guard level disciples. Even so, many disciples still worshipped and admired him. They stared intently at him, afraid that they would miss something. Only a second-grade King Step. Lin Ling shook his head. He currently had 30% of the true meaning of the sword. A second-grade King Step martial arts obviously wouldn't be of much help to him. If he wanted to be moved, then it would have to be at least a third-grade King Step martial arts, or even a fourth grade. Long Xiaochun, senior apprentice Brother Rin, spoke of a second-grade King Step martial art. Have you learned it yet? At this moment, a soft voice sounded out. The one who spoke was an 18-year-old youth. He held a white jade fan as he calmly spoke. After he spoke, many people looked at the youth with a frown. This youth was Long Xiaochun. What are they doing? Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't walk over. Brother Xiaochun, didn't you say that you were ranked 3rd in this year's Genius Rankings? Your talent is excellent, so you must be able to learn a second-grade King Step martial art. Show it, and let Sir Zhu see how fierce you are. In the open space, there was also a young girl wearing a pink dress. She was beautiful and sweet, and most importantly, her figure was hot. But her sweet voice could make any youth fall for her. Wonder it's me. Long Xiaochun raised his head and looked a little embarrassed. He seemed to like this young girl very much, so he didn't want to lose face in front of her. Long Xiaochun, senior apprentice Brother Ren, has already demonstrated a second-grade King Step martial art. You said that you wanted to compete with me. Now, have you learned it? The youth with the white jade fan laughed again. They seemed to be betting to see who could learn a King Step martial art faster under the guidance of the Moon Guard. However, a King Step martial art was unfathomable. How could someone learn it after just one demonstration? Unless one was a real monster, no one could have such a strong comprehension ability. Therefore, Long Xiaochun seemed to have lost, but he couldn't swallow his pride, so he still stubbornly wanted to continue the competition. Brother Xiaochun, you can do it. Don't let me down. As long as you win, I promise to accompany you once. The young girl called her, said again. Her sweet voice made people unable to bear to refuse. Okay, yes. Long Xiaochun nodded and then took out 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. He looked at the youth opposite him and said, Zhu Qin, I'll bet with you again. Let's see who can learn a second-grade King Step martial art first. Okay. The surrounding youths looked at all of this with ridicule and didn't say anything to interrupt. Well, you two, watch carefully. I'm now using a second-grade King Step martial art, the Void Six-Gate Fist. This fist uses the talent of the King Body as the foundation to increase the speed of punches. In the small success stage, 300 punches per breath. In the great success stage, 500 punches per breath. In the perfection stage, 800 punches per breath. In the nuance stage, 1,000 punches. Okay, Chapter 517. Deception Pop. Pop, pop, pop. The air exploded, creating a void space. What a terrifying martial art. One had to know that he could throw out hundreds of punches in a single breath. When facing an enemy, just this martial art alone would be enough to make the opponent run for their lives. So powerful. This is a Moon Guard disciple. His strength is comparable to the 8 heavenly kings of the Star Ocean Pagoda. Perhaps if the number 1 genius of the 8 heavenly kings fought with Senior Brother Run, it would be hard to say who would win. The world of these geniuses is not something we can understand. The surrounding youths were all in awe. All right, if any of you can throw 300 punches in a single breath, that means you have learned the basics. But remember, you must have the void energy, or it won't be called the Shiwu Six-Gate Fist, Senior Brother Rin said proudly. Then he returned to his chair and picked up his teacup to drink. Long Xiaochun and the other youth nodded slightly, indicating that they had learned it. Next, they would bet 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Long Xiaochun, when I first met you, you gave me the feeling that you were arrogant and unwilling to be inferior to others. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would lose the spirit of a martial artist. Lin Ling looked at Long Xiaochun in the distance and couldn't help but shake his head. Long Xiaochun's mentality had changed. There were many geniuses here, and it was very cruel. After facing other geniuses, Long Xiaochun's spirit was constantly being sharpened, and he had lost his fearless martial heart. He was the same as other geniuses. Moreover, Long Xiaochun seemed to have fallen in love with a girl called Wan. He was blinded by her beauty and didn't know that a king-stage martial art was not something that could be learned in a short time. Long Xiaochun agreed to the bet, so he was bound to lose. Money was a small matter. The most important thing was that if he continued to lose, Long Xiaochun's martial heart would be greatly damaged, and he would no longer believe in himself. Bang! 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 In the open space, the youth called Zhu Qin began to practice martial arts. His talent seemed to be very terrifying. He learned it with just a glance. He threw 300 punches in a single breath, and they had the void energy. Amazing, as expected of the younger brother of Zhu Qin of the 8 Heavenly Kings. The gazes of the youths were filled with envy and awe. Then it was Long Xiaochun's turn. At this moment, the pressure on him was quite great. He constantly deduced and recalled, and then used according to his memory. However, because he was anxious and didn't know that there was something fishy going on, he failed. And because he had forcefully used a martial art, it caused his meridians to be damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Genius? I'm sorry, but I'm suppressing geniuses. You were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. That's embarrassing enough. Zhu Qin smiled faintly and took the 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals from Long Xiaochun. Brother Xiaochun, I thought you must be very talented since you were ranked 3rd this year, but you've disappointed me. I'm sorry, but don't come looking for me in the future. Wan Er's face turned cold as she shook her head. She rejected Long Xiaochun. Haha, what a shame. You have the nerve to call yourself a genius? You're just trash. Many of the surrounding youths also laughed in schadenfreude. Long Xiaochun's face paled. He had lost, and that was already a great humiliation. In the end, the young girl he had been pursuing had laughed at him and rejected him. The people around him had also laughed at him like he was trash. One had to know that he had always thought of himself as extraordinary. Why had he ever suffered such a blow? Trash, do you still want to bet? As long as you have spirit crystals, I'll accompany you at any time. But if you don't dare to bet, then fine. But if you see me in the future, you'll have to take a detour. You're not allowed to bother Wan Er again. Zhu Qin disdainfully said again. He was trying to goad Long Xiaochun. His icy voice once again humiliated Long Xiaochun's self-esteem. His eyes were red as he looked at Zhu Qin. He wanted to take out his family heirloom jade and bet again. He did not believe that his talent was weaker than others. Enough. You've already suffered internal injuries today. If you let your emotions affect your decisions, then your life's achievements will stop here. Also, can't you see that not only are they humiliating you, but they also want to waste your heart of martial arts? At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Long Xiaochun's entire body to tremble. He turned around and saw Lin Ling. He didn't know why, but his heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps in the world of geniuses like the 7 profound martial house, there were too many people who were stronger than him. Many people could easily humiliate him. Only when he was with this year's genius Lin Ling did he feel a sense of closeness. Lin Ling, it's me. Long Xiaochun regained his composure. On the road of martial arts, you must bravely move forward. But that does not mean that you must constantly suffer setbacks and difficulties. You must also act according to your own strength. Otherwise, no matter how firm your heart of martial arts is, it will still collapse. Don't you realize that you are doing something impossible? But if you wholeheartedly want to do it, then you will eventually suffer from cultivation deviation. Lin Ling came to Long Xiaoqian's side and lightly said. Long Xiaoqian's body trembled. He seemed to understand a bit more. His heart seemed to be obsessed. Those closely involved could not see the situation clearly. How could he see as clearly as Lin Ling? You cannot look at a woman's appearance. Some women are not worthy of you chasing them. Lin Ling said again. He knew that the reason Long Xiaoqian could not wake up from his obsession was because he had met a woman he liked. But when a man fell in love, sometimes he would do things that would cause him to lose his cool. Most importantly, Lin Ling could see that Wuner did not like Long Xiaoqian at all. She was just toying with him. She had probably joined forces with young Master Zhu to swindle Long Xiaoqian out of his spirit crystals. Long Xiaoqian's body trembled again, and he seemed to become even more clear-headed. Who are you? Since when did you have the right to interfere in our business? Seeing that Long Xiaoqian seemed to have reacted, Zhu Qin immediately frowned. Brother Xiaoqian, is this your friend? He is saying that you're not qualified to be a genius. He wants you to retreat after encountering a small setback and not dare to face a stronger challenge. Wuner said sweetly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to seduce Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling's temperament was even more otherworldly. He wore a blue and white robe and spoke indifferently. She was somewhat moved. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling be tempted by her? What a cheap woman. If you don't like Long Xiaoqian, then just refuse. Why play with his feelings? Lin Ling said coldly. Wuner's pupils constricted. This young man was calling her a cheap woman. Brother Xiaoqian, today you must teach him a lesson for me. Otherwise, don't come looking for me again. Wuner angrily roared. Her previous sweet and lovely appearance was nowhere to be seen. Long Xiaoqian indifferently looked at Wuner. Under Lin Ling's persuasion, he calmed down. He now realized that the girl he liked was so ugly. She was simply toying with him, treating him like a slave. Cheap woman, he said coldly. His cold words caused Wuner's expression to turn ugly. Even Long Xiaoqian, who had always spoiled her, was scolding her. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He knew that Long Xiaoqian's fighting spirit had been restored. He finally calmed down and knew what was important. Are you going to continue gambling for Long Xiaoqian? If not, then get out of here. My martial lecture hall does not welcome you. Don't even think about learning any of my king-level martial arts. Chapter 518. I'm afraid you can't afford to gamble, why not? I'm afraid you can't afford to gamble. Lin Ling turned around and looked coldly at senior brother Run. He naturally knew that Zhu Qin had already learned the king stage martial art that senior brother Run had demonstrated. Otherwise, Zhu Qin wouldn't have been able to use it with just a glance. This meant that these people were in cahoots. Lin Ling was too lazy to care about them deceiving him, but Long Xiaoqian had supported him in front of everyone. Based on this, Lin Ling wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since they dared to gamble, he would play with them. Anyway, he was currently lacking spirit crystals. How could Lin Ling refuse someone who was willing to give him money? Haha, I wanted to teach you a lesson, but since you agreed to gamble, let's not talk about what happened before. Now, how many spirit crystals can you take out? Zhu Qin asked with a hint of interest. Cultivation resources were always indispensable to warriors, so no matter how big the grudge was, he would put it aside and win the spirit crystals first. Look at you. You're from the countryside. Well, I can take out. You might not be able to. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. The people around him were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed mockingly. This young man was really arrogant. He actually said that what he could take out, Zhu Qin couldn't take out at all. Was he joking? Zhu Qin was the younger brother of Zhu Chun, one of the 8 heavenly kings of Star Ocean Pagoda. What couldn't he take out? I'm pretending. I'm too lazy to slap your face. Take out what you can take out. Zhu Qin waved his white jade fan with a look of disdain. Then take it. Lin Ling shrugged and threw the tyrannical song sword over. Zhu Qin's eyes flashed, and he was about to casually take it. However, when the sword smashed over, his face suddenly changed. What a heavy sword. His hands trembled anxiously as he stepped back and picked up the tyrannical song sword with difficulty. It's just a sword. You can't even take it. You want to gamble with me? You're courting death, Lin Ling indifferently said, causing Zhu Qin's complexion to become somewhat unsightly. He was in such a sorry state just to receive a sword. He felt somewhat embarrassed. This sword is indeed extraordinary. All right, I'll bet 10,000 spirit crystals. Zhu Qin swallowed his anger for the time being and said indifferently. He knew that this sword was probably worth a fortune. 10,000 spiritual crystals? Are you a beggar? I thought that someone who dared to gamble would be generous. But in the end, you can't even take out a single spirit crystal. Do you have the nerve to continue gambling? If you can't afford to play, then scram. Lin Ling smirked and snorted coldly. One arrogant young man. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This unknown youth's aura was even stronger than Zhu Qin's. Zhu Qin's complexion turned ugly. His older brother was one of the 8 heavenly kings, and this was the first time in the Star Sea Pagoda that someone had dared to speak to him in such an arrogant manner. However, he truly liked that sword, so he endured it for the time being. The most I can offer is 50,000, Zhu Qin said. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. Get lost. You want to touch my sword with this little bit of money? You. Zhu Qin's face instantly revealed anger. This youth was so arrogant. I'll add another 50,000. At this moment, senior brother Run, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his mouth. Obviously, he had a good eye and knew that Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was not a low-grade sword, and its price definitely exceeded 100,000. This meant that they had taken advantage of him today. Lin Ling looked at senior brother Ren indifferently. How could he not know what senior brother Ren was thinking? Unfortunately, Lin Ling's sword was not something that just anyone could touch. A total of 100,000 is barely acceptable. All right, 100,000 spirit crystals is enough for me to cultivate for a while. Let's start the gamble, Lin Ling slowly said. Everyone was stunned, and then even crazier laughter rang out. This youth seemed to think that he had already won. He actually said that 100,000 spirit crystals was enough for him to cultivate for a while. Ridiculous. This youth probably didn't know that Zhu Qin and senior brother Ren knew each other. Later, when he suffered, he would probably kneel down and beg Zhu Qin to return his sword. Bold enough. Then let's start. Zhu Qin waved his fan and nodded with satisfaction. This sword was passed down in your family, right? I'll tell you in advance. After winning your sword, even if your father comes, I won't return it. Who knows? I might even teach your father a lesson. You won? Enough nonsense. Let me tell you, I'll take your 50,000 spirit crystals. Even if your grandfather comes, I'll beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground. Lin Ling coldly replied, and then looked at senior brother Run. Don't think that just because you're a Moon Guard disciple, you're very impressive. I'll take your 50,000 spirit crystals. If your grandmother comes, I'll beat her until she can't find her husband. Lin Ling didn't give any face to these ugly people, because he knew that they wouldn't give him any face either. You're courting death. Senior brother Ren's eyes narrowed. This youth was so arrogant that he even dared to scold him. This youth's mouth is so poisonous. The crowd of youths covered their mouths and snickered. It was fine if this youth scolded Zhu Qin, but he even dared to scold senior brother Run, a Moon Guard disciple. He really had guts. Moreover, he didn't use any vulgarities when scolding. He said that even if senior brother Ren's grandmother came, she wouldn't be able to find her husband. This was too funny. Do you want to bet or not? If you don't want to bet, then don't talk nonsense. Facing senior brother Ren's ashen face, Lin Ling indifferently said, I'll let you be arrogant first. Senior brother Ren coldly said, and then walked out. He glanced at Zhu Qin and once again used the Shu Wu 6-gate fists. He knew that Zhu Qin had already learned a second-grade king step martial art. Moreover, Zhu Qin's brother was very strong in the Star Sea Pagoda and had taught Zhu Qin many second-grade king step martial arts. Therefore, he would definitely win this bet. And this unknown youth really thought that he was a monstrous genius. He thought that he could learn it with just a glance. Pop, 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 pop. A terrifying martial art aura bloomed. Senior brother Ren punched out 500 times in a breath, causing the surrounding youths to cheer. Then it was Zhu Qin's turn. He had already used it once, and this time he used it again. He punched out 300 times in a breath, barely managing to use the Shiwu six-gate fists. A king's step martial art resonates with the heavens and earth. Unless one is a true genius, it is difficult for an ordinary person to learn it. Zhu Qin, your talent is not bad. At the very least, it took me 3 days to learn it. Senior Martial Brother Run pretended to praise him. I was just lucky. In this world, geniuses are as common as clouds. There are many geniuses stronger than me. Pop. After using the martial art, Zhu Qin pretended to be modest. However, the surrounding gazes of admiration still made him feel very satisfied. Then, the two of them looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lin Ling's dignified and regretful expression. However, when they looked over, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling had unknowingly arrived at Senior Brother Ren's chair. He even picked up Senior Brother Ren's tea and drank it. Moreover, he indifferently said, "You two are flattering each other. Don't you feel ashamed? It's just a second-grade king's step martial art, and you only punched out 300 times in a breath. You dare to bet with me? And you, Senior Brother Run, who is in charge of teaching me, you only punched out 500 times in a breath. Don't you feel ashamed?" That calm voice, coupled with the admonishment of a senior, caused the crowd to fall silent. This youth was too arrogant. I'll update 2 chapters first. There will be more later. Chapter 519. 800 punches in one breath. Senior Brother Run and Zhu Qin's pupils constricted as a strong sense of humiliation rose in their hearts. If it wasn't for the bet, they would have killed this young man. Haha, Lin Ling, you're always so domineering. Long Xiaochen laughed. He was grateful because he knew that Lin Ling was helping him vent his anger. Lin Ling was a good friend, but he was a little worried about Lin Ling's decision to bet. Lin Ling, we're going to use a second-grade king step martial art. It's something you haven't learned before. Are you confident? Do you think you can win just because you're confident? Young man, in the world of geniuses, it's more important to see yourself clearly than anything else. Senior Brother Ren said coldly as soon as Long Xiaochen finished speaking. It's okay, but it's not a problem to teach these 2 dogs a lesson. Lin Ling walked out of his chair in high spirits, which made Long Xiaochen's eyes twinkle. He realized the gap between him and Lin Ling. This young man seemed to never be timid in the face of difficulties and setbacks. He couldn't help but admire Lin Ling even more. The power of your tongue. Wait until you use it before you speak, Senior Brother Ren said in a low voice. He was unhappy that Lin Ling didn't put him in his eyes again and again. What martial art did you use before? After arriving at the open space, Lin Ling suddenly turned around and asked. Everyone was stunned. Was this young man here to play? He didn't even know what martial art it was and dared to bet. Void six-gate fist, Senior Brother Ren said with an ugly expression. Lin Ling's words were like mocking him. The name is pretty good, but it's too weak. I'm afraid it's barely a second-grade king step. Lin Ling nodded in realization. Previously, he had only glanced at it once, and his mind immediately recalled it. It was the memory of Limitless Sword Saint. Ironically, Limitless Sword Saint already knew this martial art when he was 6 years old, and it was the martial art his father gave him to warm up. However, in the eyes of these disciples, these king-stage martial arts were priceless. They even flattered Senior Brother Ron in order to gain his favor and learn these martial arts. How ironic. I remember it was like this at the beginning. Lin Ling began to display it, but because it was his first time using it, he was a little clumsy. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This kind of comprehension ability was so bad that he didn't have the face to see others. Even Long Xiaochen from before was better than him. Alas, I'll take your sword. Zhu Qin also shook his head mockingly. The bet is not over yet. Don't be too confident, Lin Ling indifferently said. He had even cultivated the tyrant sword's secret art to the point where he could wield 10,000 swords in a single breath. At that time, in order to cultivate that speed, his entire body was in severe pain for several days, but he still clenched his teeth and persevered. Therefore, how difficult could it be for a mere second-grade king rank cultivator? Gradually, the speed of his punches became faster and faster. The aura of flames spread out, and there was also a trace of the void chi. The mocking voices of the crowd instantly stopped. They were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. This young man had actually cultivated the chi of nothingness. It's just a fluke, but you have to punch out 300 punches in one breath to be considered a master. Zhu Qin's heart trembled, but he quickly sneered. Look, his punches are getting faster and faster. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd exclaimed. They saw that Lin Ling's fists had turned into shadows, like a meteor shower falling from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. The air was torn apart, and the sound of the sound waves was deafening. Some disciples even vaguely saw that Lin Ling's fist had turned red like soldering iron. That was the result of his rapid punches. How is this possible? He actually reached 300 punches in one breath with just a glance. Senior Brother Ren's face became solemn. He was most familiar with this martial art, and naturally he could see that Lin Ling had succeeded in cultivating it. However, that was just the beginning. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. His fists were like moving clouds and flowing water. Faster and faster punches appeared. Gradually, he had cultivated to the realm of great success. 500 punches in one breath. The magnificent frequency of his punches made the crowd feel suffocated. Senior Brother Ren's eyes widened, and he roared, "Impossible!" This young man had actually cultivated the Shiwu Six Gates fist to the same realm as him. 500 punches in one breath. Is that amazing? At this moment, a disdainful voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and an even more terrifying thing happened. Lin Ling's fists turned into shadows, causing the earth to shake. He had reached 800 punches in one breath. 800 punches? What kind of concept was that? In the blink of an eye, 800 punches had appeared. Each punch contained a vast amount of power. If it landed on a person's body, it would be enough to shatter their bones. The open space was silent. All the young geniuses had pale faces. They had previously mocked Lin Ling for overestimating himself and thought that he was simply a disgrace. But now, Lin Ling had used his martial arts foundation to slap them in the face. The martial arts that they dreamed of to Lin Ling had been learned with just a glance. Do you still need me to use 1,000 punches in one breath? A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Senior Brother Run and Zhu Qin's faces to become extremely ugly. 1,000 punches in one breath. That was the minute subtlety realm, a realm that even Senior Brother Run could not touch. Moreover, their bet was that whoever succeeded in cultivating it would win. At the very least, Lin Ling had not lost. Chi-Chi. Without using any more fist techniques, Lin Ling withdrew his fists and stood up. His entire body emitted white smoke, which was caused by the high temperature. As for his fists, they were bright red and extremely dazzling. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding youths, appearing extremely dreamy and demonic. I'm sorry, but I haven't lost this bet yet. Senior Brother Run, please use a more profound martial art. Lin Ling ignored the shocked Senior Brother Run and returned to his chair. He picked up his tea and drank it. Senior Brother Ren's whole body trembled, as if he still could not believe what he had just seen. Whether Lin Ling had already learned the fist technique or learned it with just a glance, this was enough to shock him. After all, Lin Ling's Shiwu Six-Gate fist had reached the perfection realm, which was higher than his own realm. It's fake, it must be fake. Senior Brother Run, use a more difficult King realm martial art, or else we will lose. Zhu Qin gnashed his teeth and said. He thought he was a genius, but the blue-white robed youth told him that he was not a genius, but a waste. Okay, I will use another martial art. If he can't use it, then he loses. Senior Brother Ren said in a hoarse voice. His words made the crowd's pupils constrict. This was very unfair. After all, the condition of the bet was that Senior Brother Run would use a martial art. Between Lin Ling and Zhu Qin, whoever could learn it first would win. In the previous Shiwu Six-Gate fists, Zhu Qin did not lose. He had used it, but Lin Ling also did not lose. Moreover, his realm was higher. But now, Senior Brother Ren said that he was going to use a more profound King Realm martial art. If Lin Ling could not use it, then Lin Ling would lose. But if Zhu Qin could not use it, then he would not lose. How is this fair? How thick-skinned? Is this the power of a moon guard? Long Chen grumbled. Long Xiaochun said unwillingly. He was speaking up for Lin Ling. Chapter 520. Yin Wuchang, it's fine. This stupid pig can't possibly have any profound martial arts. At best, it's just some fancy moves. Let him use it. If I can't use it, then I'll lose. But the stakes must be higher. That stupid pig called Senior Apprentice Brother Run. You have the aura of the sun on your body. Take out that treasure and use it as a bet. Okay. Lin Ling indifferently sat in his chair, as if he was already aware of Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's shamelessness. He didn't care at all. In fact, he hoped that Senior Apprentice Brother Ren would display some profound martial arts. After all, although he seemed to be gambling, the truth was that he was also learning a heaven-step martial art. Therefore, Lin Ling had no interest in learning a low-level heaven-step martial art. On the contrary, Lin Ling was looking forward to learning a high-level heaven-step martial art. As for how difficult it was to learn, with the memories of the limitless Sword Saint, in addition to Lin Ling's martial arts experience and soul force, most of the 7 profound martial houses' martial arts were not difficult. The difficult part was that Lin Ling hadn't seen these martial arts with his own eyes. After all, although he had the memories of the limitless Sword Saint, that was only a remnant soul. Lin Ling needed to see these martial arts with his own eyes in order to learn them. The aura of the sun. You mean the sun essence stone? Senior Apprentice Brother Run took out a shining golden stone from his rune bag. At first glance, this stone looked like a block of gold, but only a martial artist knew that this was a sun essence stone. This sort of treasure was relatively rare, but as for its specific effects, there weren't many people that knew. Because of this, Senior Apprentice Brother Run was very forthright in taking it out as part of the bet. To him, Lin Ling's sword was much more valuable than his Sun Essence Stone. Sun Essence Stone. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Because he was a fire attribute martial artist, he was very sensitive to the aura of the Sun Essence Stone. He had guessed that Senior Apprentice Brother Ren had a Sun Essence Stone on him, but he didn't think that he really did. Moreover, Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was willing to take it out as a bet. It had to be known that his first Shade True fire pill required 5 different materials to refine. One of them was the Sun Essence Stone. Sure enough, after wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, he found it without effort. All right, I have taken out the Sun Essence Stone. Can we begin? Senior Brother Ren didn't know the value of the Sun Essence Stone. Instead, he was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word and wanted Lin Ling to agree immediately. Let's begin. Lin Ling suppressed the excitement in his heart and took a sip of tea. That calm look made the crowd feel like they were dreaming. It seemed that compared to Senior Brother Run, this unknown newcomer was more like a senior brother. You'll regret it. Senior Brother Ren walked out, his mind constantly pondering. Since he wanted to win, he might as well use that martial art. Floating Cloud Steps, a 3rd-grade king stage technique. This martial art was extremely powerful. Once cultivated to the minute subtlety stage, it was said that one could ride the clouds and fly faster than ordinary flying martial arts. Moreover, the minute subtlety stage of martial arts contained the true intent of martial, which was precisely the true intent of clouds. It was said that once cultivated successfully, one could be as ethereal as the clouds in the sky. Even if tens of thousands of people besieged him, he would still be unharmed. However, what he obtained was also an incomplete version. Currently, he hadn't even reached the small success stage and only knew a little about it. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling would definitely lose. After all, this was an incomplete version. There was only a small step at the beginning, and there were no further steps. In fact, he had been wondering if this martial art was really a 3rd-grade king stage technique. Perhaps it had already reached the 4th grade of king stage. Watch carefully. Senior Brother Ren smiled proudly. An elegant aura filled the air. At this moment, he was standing in the same place, but he seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. Clouds as elusive as the clouds. The crowd's hearts trembled. This martial art was so mysterious. On the other hand, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as a name rose up in his heart. The Soaring Cloud Steps was a fourth-grade king step martial art. It was one of the Wuxia Sword Saint's favorite movement martial arts back in the day. Because it was ethereal and unpredictable, it was as dreamy as the clouds, extremely magical. Cloud impermanence, mist-gathering clouds, drifting indefinite. The memories in his mind seemed to be unsealed. Lin Ling's heart began to have illusions. Those were the steps of the Wuxia Sword Saint's martial art, which made him addicted to it. The imperceptible realm actually has the true meaning of clouds. Lin Ling gasped and became more focused. Then, without any distractions, he became addicted to it. He walked out of the chair step by step. At this very moment, Senior Brother Ren was still using the floating cloud steps. He had only just touched the threshold of this martial art, but it still filled him with pride. This was because this martial art was incomplete, and he was able to learn the slightest bit of it. This also showed his comprehension ability, a third-grade king stage technique. This should be the first time you've seen a profound martial art in your life. But remember, the more profound a martial art is, the harder it is to learn. If you force yourself to learn it, you will be possessed by the devil. Senior Brother Ren said proudly. He knew that at this moment, there must be many disciples worshiping him. Then he moved slightly and walked in the open space like a cloud. At the same time, he was looking forward to hearing the reverence of the disciples. However, the open space was silent, which made Senior Brother Ren frown. He realized that the disciples were not looking at him. What was going on? His gaze quietly shifted, and he instantly discovered that the gazes of all the disciples were focused on the spot beside him. There was a youth quietly standing there, but the strange thing was that even though he was standing there, no aura could be sensed from him. That's right. Even with his cultivation, he could not sense any aura. It was extremely mysterious. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the figure floated up like a wave. Then, like an illusion in the water, it was torn apart, elongated, and gradually disappeared. The fluctuation of the clouds. Senior Brother Ren's pupils constricted. This was his floating cloud steps. Impermanence of clouds. A shocking voice appeared in Senior Brother Ren's heart. The floating cloud steps had reached the completion stage. The elusive aura, the erratic traces, and the impermanence of the clouds in the sky. This was the first step of his floating cloud steps martial art. Fog gathering clouds. In the next moment, Senior Brother Ren roared again in his heart. He saw the young man's afterimage appear in the open space. It seemed to be 10 meters away, but it gave people the feeling that he was floating on top of the clouds. This elusive feeling made people want to vomit blood. This was the completion stage of the floating cloud steps. It was both real and fake, elusive and elusive. When using this martial art, the enemy would not be able to catch your figure. Sometimes you would be right in front of them, but in reality, you would be thousands of meters away. Sometimes you would be far away, but in reality, you would be behind them. True intent of clouds. In the end, Senior Brother Ren's heart finally trembled. The young man's aura had completely disappeared. No matter what martial art he used to investigate, the young man seemed to have disappeared from heaven and earth. And the only thing he could see with his eyes was that dreamy figure that was like a cloud. A series of shocks left Senior Brother Ren speechless. After looking carefully, he realized that the one who used his floating cloud steps was actually the young man from before. So terrifying. He was sure that this was the first time this young man learned his floating cloud steps. After all, he only knew half of it. But the young man took a look and filled in the incomplete chapter, cultivating it to the minute subtlety realm. What kind of perception was this? Who exactly is he? Why is that king stage martial art more powerful than Senior Brother Ren's? Chapter 521. You dare touch me? A moment later, Lin Ling's figure appeared at the table. The tyrannical song sword, the sun essence stone, and the 100,000 spirit crystals were all put away by Lin Ling. This gamble he had won. Not only had he obtained 100,000 spirit crystals, but he had also obtained the Sun Essence Stone and filled in the flaws of his movement martial arts. Now, do you have anything to say? Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth, causing the entire room to remain silent. Could they still have anything to say? After all, everyone had clearly seen that the youth's floating cloud steps was even more formidable than Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was the senior apprentice who had given pointers and was equal to half a teacher. But this youth had surpassed their teacher, so who could say anything? Many eyes even revealed looks of worship. A Star Guard disciple had surpassed a Moon Guard disciple. This was simply breaking the rules of the 7 profound martial house. It is said that there is a monstrous genius in this world that has obtained the source of martial arts. They have a photographic memory and can instantly learn any martial arts. Is he one of those monstrous geniuses? Senior Apprentice Brother Ren stood in place. He was more surprised than anyone else. He looked up at Lin Ling, as if he wanted confirmation. Is that the floating cloud steps realm, the true meaning of clouds? His heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He had practiced this martial art for many years without success, but today this youth had actually displayed it. If he could learn the cultivation method from this youth, then wouldn't he have learned it? This martial art is called the floating cloud steps. In fact, it is a 4th grade King's Step martial art. Lin Ling lightly said, "Bang!" Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's heart shook. His understanding of the floating cloud steps was too shallow. Then where does the true meaning of clouds come from? Senior Apprentice Brother Ren asked again. It is in the footwork. Lin Ling gently smiled, causing Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's body to tremble again. In the footwork, he had only obtained a fragmented section, and the footwork was incomplete. But this youth had filled in the fragmented section and deduced the complete footwork. This was terrifying. This was a true, monstrous genius. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren seems to be asking the youth. As the crowd watched this scene, they suddenly felt as if they were in a dream. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was the senior apprentice brother, but he seemed to be asking the youth for advice. This reversal of status was extremely dramatic. Teach me. Senior Brother Ren's eyes turned red, causing Zhu Qin's complexion to become extremely ugly. They had suffered a crushing defeat, and that was one thing. But not only was Senior Brother Ren not angry, he was even asking for guidance from that young man. Who do you think you are? You think you can teach just because you wanna? When you were high and mighty, you didn't casually teach other disciples. Lin Ling shook his head. Just one sentence, and he wanted him to teach. Why should he teach? If this Senior Brother Ren was the kind of senior who was approachable and didn't put on airs, he might teach him. However, from the looks of it, Senior Brother Ren was just a high and mighty person. The crowd of disciples also nodded. Not long ago, Senior Brother Ren had displayed a heaven-tier martial art, but it was mostly to show off. It couldn't be counted as real guidance. If they wanted to learn it, they had to spend all their effort to watch it. But now, Senior Brother Ren had the nerve to ask others to teach him. What is your name? Let me advise you. I am a Moon Guard level disciple. In the 7 profound martial house, I have a strict status. If I kill you, there will be absolutely no one who will object. Therefore, you do not have the qualifications to refuse. Senior Brother Ren's face was ice cold. This was just a trivial Star Guard disciple. If you wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting his hand. That's right, leave behind the sword and spirit crystals, otherwise you will not leave here alive. Zhu Qin coldly shouted from the side. How could he be willing to lose 50,000 spirit crystals for nothing? He was refusing to admit his loss. How shameless. The youths in the open space all shouted in their hearts. It had to be known that Lin Ling had won both times fair and square. But Senior Brother Ren and Zhu Qin had finally reneged on their debts. It was clear that they wanted to use their strength to bully Lin Ling. Do you still have any face? Long Xiaoqian also roared. Only now did he realize how stupid he had been. After all, from the looks of it, this was a gamble that he couldn't win. If you lost, you had to hand over the money. If you won, The other side would use their status and strength to renege on their debts and force you to hand over the bet. This was very overbearing. Is your life more important, or is your treasure more important? You decide for yourself. Senior Brother Ren ignored everyone's disdain and coldly said he wanted to see what this youth would choose in the end. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and sighed. What a pity. This youth's perception was terrifying, but he didn't know that in the 7 profound martial house, strength was #1. So what if he won? He would still obediently lose the bet. My name is Lin Ling. If you dare to touch me, then try it. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was not flustered at all. He picked up a teacup and drank as he spoke. Lin Ling? Senior Brother Ren frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. But at this moment, he didn't think too much about it. With a cold snort, a terrifying aura erupted, and his hand reached out to grab Lin Ling. Although he did not know the soaring cloud steps, he was still able to become a Moon Guard disciple. His strength was naturally extremely formidable. You're dead. Looking at Senior Brother Ren's overbearing move, the crowd sighed. But Long Xiaochun was suddenly worried. Lin Ling had been at the 7 profound martial house for less than a month. How could he possibly be a match for a Moon Guard disciple? Then, they saw Lin Ling still sipping his tea, unperturbed even if the sky collapsed. They could not help but admire Lin Ling's courage. In such a situation, this youth was actually not afraid. Not long ago, the 7 profound martial house was recruiting disciples. The 12 Xian elders, the Sword Elder, and the Great Sun Elder had a bet. They bet that in 3 months, I would become a Moon Guard disciple. Today, you dare to touch me. That is equal to disrupting the bet between the Xian elders. Can you afford this crime? After drinking a mouthful of tea, Lin Ling gently placed the teacup on the table. His calm voice sounded out, causing Senior Brother Ren's pupils to narrow. He forcibly withdrew his hand that was about to grab Lin Ling, and his body appeared in front of Lin Ling. Ha! Lin Ling slapped out. Weren't you very awe-inspiring before? Why don't you dare to move? You are Lin Ling. Senior Brother Ren's pupils shrank, and the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. There was finally an impression in their minds. Lin Ling was this year's famous young genius of the 7 profound martial house. It was said that he was this year's 2nd-ranked genius, but his courage was extremely terrifying. He did not fear Senior Su Fan, nor did he fear the 12 Xian elders. He even made the powerful Xian elders use him as a stake in a bet 3 months from now. This bet was the focus of everyone's attention. Many people speculated that Lin Ling was only a chess piece, and that the real conflict was between the 12 Xian elders. But a chess piece also had its own importance. How could these small characters move against him? If they moved against Lin Ling, that was equal to disrupting the bet between the 12 Xian elders. It was also equal to offending 2 Xian elders, as well as Senior Su Fan. This was a sensitive period. Lin Ling was a hedgehog who would dare to move against him. Move against me. I want to see who dares to move against me. Lin Ling stepped forward, his aura magnificent. He coldly stood in front of Senior Brother Ren, making it difficult for Senior Brother Ren to breathe. Did he dare to move? Absolutely not. Ha! Senior Brother Ren did not dare to move, but that did not mean that Lin Ling did not dare. Another slap fell on Senior Brother Ren's face. I'll slap your face now. If you don't like it, then move against me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Not only did he not fear Senior Brother Ren, he even slapped Senior Brother Ren, forcing Senior Brother Ren into a rage, and then killing Lin Ling. However, Senior Brother Ren did not dare. He could only let Lin Ling slap his face. Chapter 522. The 8 Heavenly Kings' Good Courage. So this is the Lin Ling that caused such an uproar in the 7 profound martial house this year. The crowd's eyes flashed. This youth had come to the 7 profound martial house, and his name had shaken the entire 7 profound martial house. They all worshipped him. In the 7 profound martial house, a Moon Guard disciple has a high status and can casually kill a Starguard disciple. But you are a high and mighty Moonguard disciple, and I'm only a Starguard disciple. You can casually kill me, so why don't you dare to kill me?" Lin Ling said again. Senior apprentice Brother Ren took 3 steps back. He was afraid. This hedgehog, he could not move, but in his heart, anger was boiling. He could only watch as a youth that was inferior to him slapped him, and yet he did not dare to move. This kind of humiliation could be imagined. You are a Moonguard disciple, so you are high and mighty. You say that the martial hall is not sincere in teaching martial arts, but colluding with others to cheat a Starguard disciple of their spirit crystals. You are really a disgrace to the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling said again. These words made senior apprentice Brother Ren's complexion turn extremely ugly. Then, Lin Ling ignored him and came in front of Zhu Qin. "Do you really think you are a genius? Don't think that I don't know that you have already learned the 6-gate formless fist. But you and senior apprentice Brother Ren are in cahoots to deceive others. But after you lose to me, you renege on your debt. Your skin is really thick." "Pa!" Lin Ling slapped out, leaving a clear palm print on Zhu Qin's face. Zhu Qin's eyes were red, full of murderous intent. Many people's pupils shrank. Some of them knew that there was something fishy going on, but some of the newcomers did not. Now that they heard Lin Ling's words, they knew just how ugly Zhu Qin was. Zhu Qin had deceived everyone, making them think that he was a genius. But compared to Lin Ling, he was nothing but trash. "Are you unwilling? You can try to touch me, but I can tell you that if you dare to move, you will die here today," Lin Ling said again. But the word "die" made Zhu Qin's heart fiercely tremble. Although Starguard-level disciples were not allowed to kill each other, this was only on the surface. After all, there were so many Starguard-level disciples. How could the 7 profound martial house manage them all? If 1 or 2 people died, as long as it wasn't too big, the 7 profound martial house wouldn't care, especially Lin Ling. This matter was related to the gambling match 3 months from now. If he killed Lin Ling, the 7 profound martial house would certainly not punish Lin Ling. Of course, the most important thing was that he realized that he was no match for Lin Ling. "If you don't dare to speak, then I'll take the bet and leave," Lin Ling lightly said. This was telling Zhu Qin in front of his face that he, Lin Ling, was going to take the bet and leave, and that Zhu Qin's status in Star Sea Pagoda wasn't very high. If he had the ability, then come and stop him. Unfortunately, Zhu Qin did not dare. He did not have the ability to do so. "Let's go, Long Xiaochun." No longer paying attention to Zhu Qin, Lin Ling turned to Long Xiaochun and smiled. Long Xiaochun nodded. But the two had just taken a few steps when Wan Er's voice sounded out. "Big brother Lin Ling, can you take me with you?" "Yes." At this moment, Wan Er pitifully looked at Lin Ling. Her voluptuous body exuded a seductive color, making one feel as if they were pressing her to the ground and ruthlessly whipping her. The meaning of her words was obvious. She had abandoned Zhu Qin, and it seemed that she wanted to be with Lin Ling. What a cheap woman. "Long Xiaochun, don't you want to slap her 3 times? Lin Ling looked back and disdainfully laughed. "I'm too lazy." "But she's calling you." "You go." Long Xiaochun shook his head. "I'm also too lazy. I don't want to dirty my hands." "Yes." Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and strode away. Wan Er stood in the same place. She had tried to flatter Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had rejected her. He had even wanted to slap her 3 times, but he was too lazy to do so. He was afraid that it would be dirty. "Haha, what a cheap woman. You delivered yourself to his door, and he didn't want you." "Huh." The crowd looked at the pale and humiliated Wan Er, and they covered their mouths and laughed. "Lin Ling, you have made me lose face today. Although I don't dare to touch you, I will teach you a lesson and cripple you. I don't think the 7 profound martial house will blame us." "Huh." Looking at Lin Ling leaving, Zhu Qin's face was extremely ugly. He could not swallow this humiliation. "Lin Ling, you freak. You actually reached the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. How long has it been?" Walking side by side with Lin Ling, Long Xiaochun was aware of Lin Ling's cultivation. After thinking about the previous scene, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Lin Ling had entered the 7 profound martial house with him. Not long ago, Lin Ling had been slightly stronger than him. But in this short period of time, the distance between them had become greater and greater. You've been addicted to it. Lin Ling gently smiled. Long Xiaoqian's eyes flashed. Faintly, he seemed to understand the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. After arriving at the 7 profound martial house, because the atmosphere here was much crueler, he had gradually become addicted to it. He had walked the same path as the other talented youths. For instance, there were some youths who became strong in order to enjoy a sense of superiority. In order to win the favor of a young girl, they had completely forgotten their heart of martial arts. But Long Xiaoqian was the same. He valued honor more than honor. For instance, in the previous bet, because of Wan Er's words, he had gambled and had completely forgotten why he practiced martial arts in the first place. On the path of martial arts, other than difficulties and setbacks, enemies and opponents, there are also many external factors, such as power, beauty, fame, and so on. Remember, don't let these external factors affect your heart to learn martial arts. Lin Ling said again. Understand. Thank you, Lin Ling. Long Xiaoqian nodded. Luckily, Lin Ling had reminded him, so he hadn't taken a wrong path. As the two of them walked and talked in the vicinity of Star Sea Pagoda, the news of Lin Ling's appearance was like a rolling snowball, growing bigger and bigger. The speed at which rumors spread was always the fastest. Lin Ling, this year's second-ranked genius. His strength was average, but his courage was extraordinary. As soon as he entered the 7 profound martial house, he dared to offend student Su Fan. He did not fear Great Sun Elder, and even made Great Sun Elder and Sword Elder make a bet for him. Such a youth was undoubtedly very curious. This guy is fishing for fame. In order to become famous, he is willing to risk his life. Haha, what a clown. In 3 months, he wants to become a Moon Guard disciple. Does he think he is a monstrous genius? I want to see whether or not he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Without cultivation resources, without the guidance of a teacher, it is impossible to become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. So far, no one in the 7 profound martial house has been able to do this. In every corner, all the geniuses were talking. Then they all walked towards Lin Ling's residence. They wanted to see just how fierce this clown was. There were even many geniuses that wanted to take this opportunity to step on Lin Ling and become famous in the 7 profound martial house. At this time, Lin Ling's cabin had already been demolished. Sky Eagle and the others were still waiting there. They were surprised to see a large number of talented youths arrive. Moreover, in this massive number of talented youths, there were 5 that were the most dazzling. They were 5 of the 8 heavenly kings of Star Sea Pagoda. 8 heavenly kings of Star Sea Pagoda. This meant that they were the strongest of the star-ranked disciples. They were like heavenly kings that stood above the heads of all the talented youths. In Star Sea Pagoda, there were powerhouses that had reached the 50th floor and above. They were also the most promising to become a Moon Guard disciple. In other words, in Star Sea Pagoda, they were the 8 kings. She continued to ask for guaranteed monthly votes. She was already working hard to update. Every day, she would have 4 chapters. Every day, she would go to bed after 2 in the morning. Fishy was already working very hard. Writing 4 chapters a day was not difficult, but the difficult part was persisting in writing. Chapter 523. Unreasonably difficult, the appearance of these 5 figures was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Their eyes were indifferent, and they did not care about the awe-inspiring gazes around them. Instead, they were talking to each other. Perhaps dragons did not live with snakes. They had the position of heavenly king and naturally disdained to interact with lower-level disciples. Of these 5 people, 3 were men and 2 were women. The men were handsome like jade, and the women were like proud daughters of the heavens. I heard that this Lin Ling was dissatisfied with Master Su Fan's decision to not recruit him, so he caused a ruckus during the disciple recruitment ceremony. Those who study martial arts are so impetuous. This Lin Ling's strength is limited. and he arrogantly said that in 3 months he would become a Moon Guard disciple. He is just playing to the gallery. A woman and 2 men were talking, their words full of disdain. At least the 8 heavenly kings had cultivated in the Star Sea Pagoda for a year. Some had even cultivated for 2 or 3 years. They had relied on their battle records to obtain the title of Heavenly King, and were getting closer and closer to becoming a Moon Guard disciple. Lin Ling wanting to become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. This was just a fool's dream. That's not necessarily true. He is ranked 2nd this year, so he might have some strength. A young girl wearing a black dress said. She thought that since Lin Ling's name could shake the 7 profound martial house, he should have some strength. This girl was tall and slender, with her long hair tied behind her head. She gave off a very capable and experienced feeling. What attracted people the most was her pair of legs, which were extremely slender and straight. Her black pants only reached her thighs, while the lower half of her body was covered in a black gauze that was as thin as a silkworm's wing. The faintly discernible delicate pearly toes were red, giving off a different kind of attraction. But no one dared to look at her legs, because all the geniuses knew that this young girl's leg skills were extremely fierce. With her legs, she could move mountains and rivers. The 7 profound martial house recruits geniuses every year, and every 10 years a monstrous genius will appear. Lin Ling might be one of those monstrous geniuses. Maybe he has some strength, but that is only in front of this year's newcomers. A young man with an indifferent expression shook his head and said. His eyes imperceptibly swept over the legs of the young girl beside him. There was a trace of longing in the depths of his eyes. The black-clothed girl didn't pay attention to him. She shook her head and didn't argue any further. Whether Lin Ling's reputation was undeserved or not, it would be clear in a moment. That's Lin Ling, the youngster in the blue and white robe. At this moment, someone cried out in surprise. Many people looked over and saw Lin Ling and Long Xiaochun walking over from afar. Both of them were very surprised. They hadn't expected that their residence would be surrounded by so many people. Lin Ling, many people have come to see you because of your fame. Someone looked at Lin Ling and smiled faintly, but the smile was filled with malicious intent. Obviously, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house, but he was only a newcomer. Naturally, many people wanted to see just how great this newcomer was. Lin Ling's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He was also surprised that so many people had appeared here. But soon, he shook his head and didn't intend to pay attention to them. But when he arrived at his wooden house, his face suddenly turned ugly. His wooden house had been torn down, and it was covered with feces and urine. Several figures were standing not too far from the wooden house, coldly looking at him. Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was Huang Lin. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't think that you would be so famous. No wonder you were so bold and dared to touch my little cousin. At this moment, Tianning slowly walked over and spoke in an icy cold voice. He had only just learned of Lin Ling's name, and this made him a little excited. After all, he did not feel any sense of accomplishment from bullying a nameless newcomer. But bullying Lin Ling was different. At least the name of Sky Eagle would spread throughout the entire 7 profound martial house. You only have 2 choices. 1, fight with me, and after you lose, drink this half-barrel of feces and urine. 2, drink this half-barrel of feces and urine. Sky Eagle's sneering voice floated out from his mouth, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. This Sky Eagle was too excessive. He actually wanted someone to drink feces and urine, and half a barrel at that. This was obviously an old man bullying a newcomer. Haha, interesting. However, some of the talented youths couldn't help but laugh. How could they miss such a good show? Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire 7 profound martial house. But if he were to drink feces and urine, then he would become the laughingstock of the 7 profound martial house. You came for Huang Lin, but you don't want to ask what Huang Lin did. Lin Ling's face was icy cold. What did he do? I'm too lazy to know. In any case, since you dared to bully my little cousin, then you will have to bear the consequences of my anger. Sky Eagle shook his head in disdain. At the same time, He kicked the wooden barrel beside him and said, "Are you ready to drink?" "Big brother Sky Eagle, wait a minute, I'm anxious. Can you fill the wooden barrel even more?" A little brother beside him said, causing the crowd to laugh even louder. But facing this massive amount of ridicule, Lin Ling didn't have any angry expression. He just shook his head. It seemed that after his name spread out, there were many people who wanted to see him suffer. Everyone had their own selfish motives. When facing someone who was more famous than them, but had never heard of them, they naturally hoped to see the other party's downfall. However, it was still too early for them to see Lin Ling's downfall. "Wait, Sky Eagle, you are only a genius from the Star Sea Pagoda's 60th floor. You don't have the qualifications to fight. I'll go first." At this moment, a youth walked out from the 5 heavenly kings. Sky Eagle wanted to say something, but he immediately suppressed himself. He even smiled and said, "If Big Brother Zhu Qian wants to teach Lin Ling a lesson, then you go first. I'll wait until I go. In any case, I want him to drink this barrel of feces and urine today." The youth faintly nodded, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling deep in his eyes. A surge of anger rippled out. He was Zhu Qin's brother, Zhu Qian. He was ranked 8th among the 8 heavenly kings. In the vast sea of geniuses in the Star Sea Pagoda, there were only 7 people stronger than him. This clearly showed how terrifying he was. Moreover, he was 100% confident that he would pass the next Moon Guard disciple assessment. Why did you bully my little brother?" Quietly looking at Lin Ling, Zhu Qin's mouth slightly moved, and a cold voice came out. Lin Ling bullied Zhu Qin's little brother. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? The crowd was stunned for a moment, then they were shocked. He even dared to bully the little brother of one of the 8 heavenly kings. Was this Lin Ling courting death? Bully? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Then do you know what happened?" He was speechless. This youth should be Zhu Qin's brother, but did he bully Zhu Qin? Not all. He just couldn't bear to see Long Xiaoqian being played, so he saw through Zhu Qin's scam. From beginning to end, he only slapped Zhu Qin once, and that was because Zhu Qin went back on his word. This kind of punishment was already considered light. He believed that if this kind of thing happened to another cultivator who was more tyrannical, that cultivator would have already killed him. Now, this Zhu Qin actually said that he bullied his little brother? What a joke. No need to quibble. No matter how you quibble, I won't believe you. Because my little brother said that you bullied him. Zhu Qian shook his head, disdainful of Lin Ling's explanation. Lin Ling frowned and coldly said, "I just want to reason with you and distinguish between right and wrong, but that doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Don't speak in such a self-righteous tone. Since you don't want to reason, then I don't need to reason with you." Chapter 5:24. Light Sword Zhu Qian. You want to reason with him? Do you have the qualifications? Do you even know who he is? Humph, he's just a trash newcomer. And yet he thinks he's some character. At this moment, a young man's voice came from not too far away, causing Lin Ling to frown. It's Tong Qianjin, one of the 8 heavenly kings. He once set a record in the Star Sea Pagoda by rushing through 50 levels. Someone said as they looked at the young man. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Tong Qianjin was truly terrifying. He had rushed through 50 levels in a single breath. This was the first time in the 7 profound martial house that someone had done so. After all, everyone knew how difficult the Star Sea Pagoda was. Then who do you think you are? I'm talking to him. What does that have to do with you? Lin Ling frowned. This young man had called him trash. Since this was the case, why should he give him face? Who do I think I am? Ignorant. Let me ask you, have you ever rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda? The young man called Tong Qianjin sneered. No. Lin Ling nodded. Since you haven't, then what qualifications do you have to speak? You haven't even rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda. You have no strength. If you aren't trash, then what are you? Tong Qianjin suddenly shouted. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't understand what strength had to do with rushing through the Star Sea Pagoda. But these people thought they were strong, so they made things unreasonably difficult for him. Facing such people, Lin Ling was disinclined to speak any more nonsense. He slowly took out the tyrannical song sword and said, "Your little brother wants my tyrannical song sword. Since you want to help him vent his anger, then let's see who gets the tyrannical song sword. What do you want?" Zhu Qian frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling meant. Did Lin Ling want to give him the sword to appease his anger? Fight! However, in the next moment, Lin Ling pointed his sword at Zhu Qian, and his cold voice sounded out. Everyone's eyes widened. There was complete silence. This youth that had been at the 7 profound martial house for less than a month actually dared to challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings? Was he crazy? Lin Ling, Long. Long Xiaoquan immediately shouted anxiously. He felt extremely guilty because Lin Ling had offended the 8 heavenly kings because of helping him. But now, Lin Ling was fighting for him again. Moreover, in his heart, he admired Lin Ling. After all, he and Lin Ling had come to Star Sea Pagoda together. However, Lin Ling already had the courage to not fear the 8 heavenly kings, while he didn't even dare to move against them. Long was to challenge Long Lin's to challenge 8 heavenly kings was a 10 heavens dragon king. He couldn't help but look forward to Lin Ling becoming a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. After all, Lin Ling's growth was too fast. On the empty ground, there was still no sound. Lin to Long to help see Long to help. It had to be known that the 8 heavenly kings were able to stand above tens of thousands of disciples, so there was no need to doubt their strength. Every single one of the 8 heavenly kings was a master of the king spirit realm, and they also possessed powerful martial arts and talent. In these past years, how many people wanted to surpass the 8 heavenly kings and become a moon-class disciple? Every genius that came to the Star Sea Pagoda knew that they had to struggle for at least a year before they could challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings. And that was just barely Lin Ling, who had been at the 7 profound martial house for less than a month, dared to challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings. This was the first of its kind in the Star Sea Pagoda. Ha. In the silence, Zhu Qin's arrogant laughter sounded out. The other 4 heavenly kings also began to laugh. This was the first time that they had seen someone take the initiative to challenge Zhu Qian. Most of the time, it was them who challenged others. "You're too arrogant to recognize yourself," Zhu Qian said with a contemptuous smile. Did you give me a choice?" Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was right. This youth had no choice. "You're only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, but I am at the middle king spirit realm. In addition to my martial arts and swordsmanship, you are no match for me." Zhu Qian shook his head, his face cold and indifferent. Although Lin Ling was an ant, a newcomer, he had a principle. When he went to battle, he would use his full strength. Clang! His sword also flashed out. It was a blue sword, extremely dazzling and brilliant. Zhu Qian is an exception. His king body is a second-grade talent, but I don't know why it is difficult for him to display the full power of his king body. Afterwards, he switched to the sword, and on the path of the sword bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. "He seems to be a natural swordsman," Tong Qianjin said as he looked at Zhu Qian's swordsmanship. Obviously, he had fought with Zhu Qian before and knew just how dazzling Zhu Qian's sword was. The 8 heavenly kings were able to stand above tens of thousands of people. Each one of them had their own trump card and also their own name. Zhu Qian's name was Light Sword. Shua. At this moment, Zhu Qian lightly waved his sword. The sword was shadowless and lightless, as if the sharpness of the sword had been hidden. He slashed at a rock under his feet, but the rock seemed to be unharmed after being slashed by him. "Light Sword Zhu Qian," he slashed that rock, but the rock seems to be fine. The crowd looked at the rock, their hearts filled with doubt. "Did you see that? Newcomer, you know my sword?" Zhu Qian said proudly, causing Lin Ling to frown. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past, and the rock in front of Zhu Qian suddenly shook and instantly turned into dust. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Under the sword, the rock was slashed into dust. This was not caused by the tyrannical spiritual energy, but by the sword. In one breath, I slashed out 5,000 times. Such a fast sword, even without the use of spiritual energy, is extremely terrifying. A cold voice floated out from Zhu Chen's mouth, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying sword, the speed of light. Then, they looked at Lin Ling's sword and couldn't help but shake their heads. Lin Ling's sword was very big and majestic, but it was obviously weaker in terms of speed. On the other hand, Zhu Chen's sword was only 3 fingers wide, and it was an elegant sword of killing. This was a true swordsman. Are you qualified to play with the sword in front of me? Pear Blossom Storm Sword. Without waiting for Lin Ling to react, Zhu Chen's sword shot out like a storm of pear blossoms. It was so fast that even the shadow of the sword could not be seen with the naked eye. The terrifying sword attack made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. Although Zhu Chen had not comprehended the true meaning of the sword, the speed of his sword was indeed very fast. With his sword in hand and the strength of a mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator, there were indeed few who could be his match. Mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. This was the strongest cultivator Lin Ling had fought so far. Soaring cloud steps. Lin Ling's body turned into a floating cloud, making it seem like he was real and illusory. He actually disappeared from where he stood, and the storm-like sword attack pierced nothing. This kid's movement technique is not bad. No wonder he's so confident. Among the 8 heavenly kings, the black-clothed girl lightly said, "Blindly running is useless. Zhu Chen's sword can be used for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping." Tong Qianjin retorted, his eyes quietly sweeping over the girl's slender jade legs that were wrapped in black silk. "Do you think you can escape? Bright Rain's sword." At this moment, Zhu Chen's attack had failed, so he coldly shouted, and the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. His sword was very fast, and not only was it fast, he could even control the angle of light, hiding the sword in the shadows. When the sword attacked, it was difficult for the opponent to see it. Lin Ling naturally noticed all of this. He had dodged Zhu Chen's sword earlier because he wanted to see where the mysteries of Zhu Chen's sword lay, and where the difference between him and Zhu Chen was. Chapter 525. Heart's Eye Sword. Is your sword very fast? A cold voice sounded out as Lin Ling's figure appeared. He tightened his grip on his sword and said, "Dripping sword." Similarly, the frighteningly fast sword appeared and disappeared. It was as if not a drop of water could pass through it. It was as fast as lightning. What? Watching the 2 swords collide, the crowd's pupils constricted. That young man seemed to have blocked Zhu Chen's light sword. His sword is heavier, but it's very graceful in his hand. It's like moving clouds and flowing water. The speed of his sword is very fast. How'd he do it? The girl in black's beautiful eyes flickered. Clang, clang. How can your sword catch up to me? Zhu Chen's pupils constricted. With this young man's sword, he didn't need to fear any early-stage King Spirit Realm genius. Is it only catching up to you? Within the endless sword shadows, Lin Ling's sword was even faster. He slashed out like a storm. His sword was originally heavy and wasn't suitable for fast sword attacks. However, when his sword could reach the speed of a fast sword, then his sword was extremely terrifying, because at that time, the power of a heavy sword could be displayed. Clang, clang, clang. All of Zhu Chen's swords were sent flying. The tyrannical power made it difficult for him to hold the sword in his hand. He shouted in his heart, "Retreat." Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. His cold voice sounded out at the same time. "Didn't you say your sword was very fast? Why are you retreating now?" Zhu Chen's face turned ugly. "Why is your sword faster than mine? When you can swing 10,000 swords in a breath, you can also be faster." Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the hearts of the people around to tremble. How did this young man cultivate to be able to swing 10,000 swords in a breath? Could it be that he didn't get tired? Zhu Chen frowned, but then he laughed. "Interesting. It seems that I can't play anymore. What I did before was just a sword technique. I didn't use my king body." Clang, clang. A tyrannical aura burst out, and Zhu Chen's entire body shone with a dazzling light, as if he had become one with his sword. Rain-light physique. According to legend, when the rain falls to the ground, it absorbs light and thus forms a kind of heaven and earth momentum. Tong Qianjin muttered to himself. The rain fell from the sky to the ground in a very short amount of time, but it could absorb light and release the light of the rain. This kind of king body talent was indeed very unique. It seemed that those who possessed it would find it difficult to display its power, but if it was used on a sword, then the sword would be even faster, just like the light in the rain. Torrential rain. Zhu Qin's sword stance quietly changed. He seemed to have disappeared from the world, and a downpour seemed to have occurred. Zhu Qin's body disappeared. He had actually used the indiscriminate sword slash. His body was slashing wildly in all directions like a storm, and the geniuses who were close to the open space suffered one after another. They were hit by the sword, but the most terrifying thing was that they couldn't see the person and didn't even know when they were hit. Furthermore, one person in the east was struck by the sword, but an instant later, another person in the west was struck by the sword. It felt as if both sides were struck at the same time. This was the most terrifying part. Zhu Chun seemed to have formed a sword domain. You will die under this chaotic sword. A cold voice passed into Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's pupils to shrink. The 8 heavenly kings were truly fierce. With such a sword, he simply couldn't see his opponent. He could only be cut down by his opponent's chaotic sword. Clang! Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a crazy sword slashed at him. Lin Ling waved his right hand and blocked the sword. At the same time, he used the soaring cloud steps to avoid the chaotic sword. However, just as his feet moved, another chaotic sword slashed at him, forcing Lin Ling to use his sword again to resist. The storm-like chaotic sword was simply impossible to defend against. He's lost. I only hope that under Zhu Qin's chaotic sword, Lin Ling will not be killed. Otherwise, the 7 profound martial house will blame him, and Zhu Qin will not be able to bear the consequences. One of the 8 heavenly kings said, shaking his head. The others also shook their heads. They thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. I said that I was just playing around. However, once I get serious, you won't have the capital to be arrogant. Under the endless sword domain, Zhu Qin's murderous voice also spread out. Is that so? But are you the only one playing around? Clang! Clang! After blocking several more swords, Lin Ling's lips curved up in a cold smile. Zhu Qin's sword was truly terrifying, but no matter how fast the sword was, no matter how chaotic the sword was, the one using it had to breathe. There would always be a moment when they blinked, and that moment was when their weaknesses would be exposed. Enough, mind's eye sword. A cold voice spread out in the open space, causing countless people's hearts to fiercely tremble. They seemed to realize that Lin Ling was about to counterattack. Xiao! The tyrannical song, sword's magnificent sword light slashed out, piercing into the void. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword seemed to become even lighter. However, many people saw that the sword seemed to pierce nothing, because there was no one to Lin Ling's left. But at this moment, Zhu Qin was brandishing the sword in his hand, wanting to cut down Lin Ling. But in the blink of an eye, a sword light came from the horizon, instantly appearing in front of his neck. That sharp sword light caused blood to flow out from his neck. At the same time, his body stopped because if he took another step, he might be stabbed to death in the next moment. At the same time, a cold voice sounded out. The moment you blink is the moment you lose. Silence. Silence. In the open space, there was not a single sound. Under numerous gazes, the blue and white robed youth held the large sword in his hand and pointed it straight at Zhu Qin. At this moment, Zhu Qin's face was a bit blank, as if he had not reacted at all. But he did not dare to move. This meant that he also knew that he was under the youth's sword. What was going on here? The crowd felt as if thunder had struck their hearts, causing them to be shocked. Radiant Sword Zhu Qin, one of the 8 heavenly kings, had lost to the newcomer Lin Ling in a competition of swords. What a powerful sword! He had used the moment Zhu Qin blinked to instantly attack, and that moment was also the flaw in Zhu Qin's chaotic sword. This was because when a person blinked, their mind would go blank for a moment. Although the time was very short, not even a breath of time, if a genius with a deep martial arts foundation were to grasp it, that small moment could be fatal. Sigh. The black-clothed girl seemed to be the strongest of these people. After pondering for a moment, she immediately guessed the fierceness of Lin Ling's sword. What, in the blink of an eye, a thunderous sword attack, a fatal sword strike. Sigh. The crowd's pupils constricted. What a terrifying insight, what a fast sword. All of this sounded simple, but how many people could do it? Impossible. How could you break my sword? Sigh. With Lin Ling's sword pointed at his neck, Zhu Chun muttered to himself, as if he still could not believe that he had lost. You believe in your sword too much. A swordsman, a swift and fierce person. Although one sword can break 10,000 techniques, one's own flaws must be constantly filled. You only seek merit, not defense, only speed, not stability. You simply do not know how to fight with an opponent. The blink of an eye is a flaw, and you actually did not make up for this flaw. Sigh. Lin Ling coldly said. Then he withdrew his sword and looked at Tong Qianjin. You said before that I had not entered the Star Sea Pagoda, so I did not have the qualifications to speak. But now, it seems that a genius who has entered the Star Sea Pagoda is nothing more than this. Sigh. Chapter 5:26. You asked my sword. In the Star Sea Pagoda region, the symbol of strength was how many levels a genius had passed through. The higher they went, the stronger they were. But Lin Ling hadn't even gone through the Star Sea Pagoda, so he was nothing more than trash. But now, Lin Ling's words were like a heavy slap to his face. So what if he was a genius who had reached the Star Sea Pagoda? He would still lose to Lin Ling. He's only using his sword to fight you. He's given up his advantage in cultivation. If he uses his strength to crush you, you'll still be helpless. Tong Qianjin suddenly laughed coldly. His words were, strength overcomes all three. No matter how high your sword technique is, if your cultivation isn't high, then what's the use? Once your strength explodes, any exquisite sword technique will be broken. Lin Ling was at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm, but Zhu Chun was a King Spirit Realm expert. This meant that Zhu Chun hadn't used his full strength before and lost due to carelessness. That's right. If I use my strength at the mid-King Spirit Realm to crush you, you'll definitely lose. Zhu Chen's eyes narrowed. His previously defeated heart began to boil again. He was one of the 8 heavenly kings. How could he lose to a newcomer? Then you could give it a try. Don't think that you're the only ones with hidden cards. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. This youth had defeated Zhu Chun, and that wasn't even his full strength. Was he still hiding a trump card? This newcomer was too terrifying, just deliberately mystifying. Who doesn't know what to say? We'll only know after we fight. Tong Qianjin's eyes burned with anger. This youth was looking down on them, the 8 heavenly kings. Clang! Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He pointed his sword at Tong Qianjin. Instead of saying so much, it was better to fight. Good courage. Yes. Looking at Lin Ling's resolute face, his elegant blue and white robe, and his large sword, everyone's eyes turned dreamy. At this moment, the youth was like a god of swords. The sharpness of the sword was displayed on the youth's body. There was nothing it couldn't cut, nothing it didn't fear. This heart of martial arts is so firm. The girl in black also narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect that after Lin Ling defeated Zhu Chun, he would still dare to fight Tong Qianjin. I say, you're bullying me with numbers. Aren't you a bit too thick-skinned? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. You 8 heavenly kings, come at me together. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a huge white skeleton appeared. The white skeleton held a bone sword and smashed down from the sky. Rumble. The earth trembled. A bone sword was stabbed into the ground, shocking everyone's hearts. Beside the bone sword, an indifferent youth with long hair was quietly standing there. What terrifying strength! The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. With just one sword, they knew how terrifying that young man was. It made them feel as if they were facing hell. Big brother. Linling looked at the newcomer and smiled happily. The newcomer was Xianxia. Xianxia also looked at Linling and smiled. Then, he looked at the surrounding people and his face turned cold. Linling is my brother. If you dare to bully him, you'll have to ask my sword first. Is it you? Rumble. The bone sword was pointed at Tong Qinjin. Tong Qinjin's eyes narrowed. He actually didn't dare to fight. Is it you? The bone sword was pointed at Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen's face also turned ugly. The 8 heavenly kings were like ants, not daring to speak. This made the surrounding geniuses suck in cold air. This Linling's brother was so domineering. Big brother, they're not enough to make me afraid. Linling said with a smile. He also knew that his big brother was strong. After all, the D bloodline originally had the sword bone in his body. Moreover, he was once the bloodline of the house master. So, how could he not be strong? I know, but I can't stand them bullying you. Hearing Linling's words, Xianxia put away the sword in his hand and looked at Linling with a smile. He treated Linling as his own brother. So, as long as someone bullied Linling, he would immediately take action without any hesitation. This kind of heart made Linling's heart warm. Although he didn't fear the 8 heavenly kings, his big brother also didn't want him to be bullied. He wanted to solve all the enemies for him. This kind of protection had already reached the level of doting. Leave these people to me. It won't be long before I trample all these so-called 8 heavenly kings under my feet. Although Linling was grateful for his big brother's protection, he had his own heart of martial arts. So, he would solve them himself. That's good too. But this time I came to say goodbye. I will go out and train for a period of time. I will come back in 3 months. Xianxia said with a smile. This was the reason why he came to find Linling. Linling nodded. In his heart, he also had the idea of going out to train. After all, the level of his heavenly spirit origin core was too high. If he wanted to break through to the king spirit realm, it would be more difficult than anyone else. So, if he wanted to become one with the core, sometimes he still lacked an opportunity. The two of them talked without restraint, causing the surrounding geniuses to have bitter expressions. These two people seemed to be ignoring them, especially the geniuses of the 8 heavenly kings. Their expressions were even more unsightly. Right now, they couldn't leave, they couldn't speak. Instead, they stood there like supporting characters. This Linling's big brother was too strong. He was definitely a Moon Guard disciple. How could they have the qualifications to speak? Linling, next time we meet, let's fight. In the end, Tong Qinjin couldn't bear to stand there like a supporting character and coldly said, "Consider yourself lucky." Linling indifferently replied. If his big brother hadn't come, he would have exploded with his full strength to see how strong this Tong Qinjin of the 8 heavenly kings was. You, Tong Qinjin growled. Linling seemed to be saying that if his big brother hadn't come, he would have definitely fought with him today. A newcomer like this didn't fear him. It made his title as one of the 8 heavenly kings seem somewhat undeserved. I haven't lost the previous battle. Next time, I'll make you prostrate yourself before me. Zhu Chen's anger boiled as he coldly said, "Can your skin be any thicker? My sword is already pointed at your neck. If it were anywhere else, you would already be dead. Do you think there will be a next time?" Linling didn't even look at him, causing Zhu Chen's face to turn red. The surrounding crowd also quietly laughed. They didn't know if Zhu Chen had exploded with his full strength, but he had indeed lost. Linling had already had the opportunity to easily kill him, but Zhu Chen still had the cheek to say that he hadn't lost. If it were anywhere else, he would already be dead. Still haven't lost? To think he dared to say that. A bunch of shameful trash, Scram. If you disturb me and my younger brother again, then stay here forever. Sakura overbearingly roared, causing everyone's face to turn ugly. They slowly left with a humiliated heart. Wait, I remember that you also challenged me. Now, let's settle the grudges between us. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice suddenly sounded. Sky Eagle originally wanted to quietly escape, but his footsteps paused. His body trembled, and then he said with an ugly face, "I admit defeat." At first, he thought that Lin Ling was just a newcomer with a big reputation and weak strength. However, in the previous battle, Lin Ling was already able to threaten the 8th Heavenly King, Zhu. As for him, he had only reached the 50th floor of Star Ocean Pagoda. How could he be his opponent? So now he was afraid, extremely afraid. The new chapter was here. I saw the comments and also saw the students who voted. So, even after work, I started writing without eating. Today, there will be 5 chapters. Chapter 527. Challenging the Mansion Master. You gave me 2 choices before. First, after a battle, if I lose, I have to drink that bucket of shit. Second, I can drink that bucket of shit directly. Since you gave me the choice, you could decide for yourself. Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. You wanted to drink that bucket of shit? Sky Eagle's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. You can refuse. Yes. Lin Ling said coldly. Yes. Sky Eagle's face was extremely ugly. He regretted in his heart. Why did he provoke this Lin Ling for no reason? Now that he had to drink that bucket of shit in front of countless people, how could he survive in the Star Sea Pagoda in the future? All of you together. Yes. Lin Ling said again, causing Huang Lin's face to turn pale. He even looked angrily at the young man beside him. Previously, the young man had taken advantage of his free time to poop in the bucket. He wanted to see Lin Ling drink it, but now, he was actually left for himself. Huang Wei, you pooped the most before. Yes. Huang Lin said furiously. The young man who pooped the most was called Huang Wei. Now, everyone had to drink Huang Wei's shit. The most excessive thing was that they pooped and drank it themselves. The more they pooped, the more they had to drink. I don't want to say the same thing twice. Yes. Seeing their hesitation, Lin Ling shouted again. Indra looked at Sky Eagle and the others coldly with killing intent. He didn't care about the rules of the Star Guard disciples. If they didn't drink, he would kill them. Drink. Yes. Sky Eagle waved his hand bitterly. The crowd couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They were asking for humiliation. Damn it, Huang Wei, you drink more. You poop the most. Yes. The few of them surrounded the bucket with bitter faces. They used their hands to dig out the shit and urine and stuffed it into their mouths. Their miserable appearance made the people around them laugh. Lin Ling also shook his head and smiled. Ugly. Yes. But then, everyone went far away. After all, it was too smelly. On a mountain peak near the Star Ocean Pagoda, clouds and mist drifted and astral winds howled. 2 figures sat on a rock, allowing the astral wind to blow their long hair. But their eyes were fixed on the distant Star Sea Pagoda. One of the young men said indifferently, This Star Sea Pagoda is really high. Second brother, it's about time for you to explore it. After the young man finished speaking, he took out the wine flask and drank a mouthful of wine. Then, he threw the flask to the young man beside him. The 2 of them were Lin Ling and Sakura. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and allowed the fiery liquid to flow down his throat. Then he smiled and said, Currently, I should be able to rush to the middle and upper levels. However, since I'm going to explore, I still want to rush to the 99th floor in one go. Otherwise, I might as well not go. Haha, you have guts. As expected of my second brother. Sakura laughed and rushed to the 99th floor. As far as he knew, there were no more than 5 people in the 7 profound martial house that could do this. However, don't underestimate the 8 heavenly kings. They still have some strength. Sakura reminded. Lin Ling nodded. He also knew that the 8 heavenly kings were not weak. To be able to stand above tens of thousands of disciples, they naturally had their own hidden cards. In the following time, I will go out adventuring and strive to become a Sun Guard disciple as soon as possible. Then, I will become a scholar, Elder Xian, and finally challenge the martial house master. Sakura stood up and looked into the distance, his imposing manner overlooking the world. Then, Sakura turned to look at Lin Ling and said, Wait until the day I become the martial house master. I will protect you and third brother Di Jitsuan. No matter how big the storm, this big brother will block it. Lin Ling's heart warmed, but he curiously asked, the martial house master can also be challenged. Of course. The 7 profound martial house has a strict status, but all positions are won through challenges. The martial house master is also born from the 12 elders Xian. Therefore, a martial artist does not fear battle. If they want to challenge, they challenge the strongest. Only by becoming the martial house master, standing at the top, can they see further. Sakura proudly smiled. Big brother's goal is too far. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then he heard Sakura say, second brother, your strength and talent are good. Although big brother is stronger than you now, he has cultivated for a year longer than you. Therefore, in a year you will definitely surpass big brother. Since that is the case, why don't you challenge the martial house master? After all, this is the goal of all the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Challenge the martial house master? His heart began to boil. It had to be known that his heart of martial arts was to stand at the top of the clouds of this world, to look at the world, to be free and unrestrained. If he wanted to reach that height and surpass the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, this was the path he had to go through. If he was inferior to the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, then how could he talk about being free and unrestrained? Moreover, when he could challenge the martial house master, he would stand at a higher level of the rainforest's holy land. At that time, he might be able to find out news about his mother. Good, this martial house master position, Lin Ling will take it. Lin Ling stood up, his eyes resolute as he looked into the distance. His unhesitant words stunned Sakura for a moment, and then he laughed out loud. This was Sakura's brother, bold and unrestrained, not afraid of any challenge. The road of martial arts was as vast as the sea. If one did not have a firm goal, then how could one move forward in this vast sea? Therefore, a goal was very important, and he believed that this second brother of his would surely be able to steer the ship. After going through hardships, he would finally reach the end. At that time, us 3 brothers will soar together to the rainforest's holy land. Sakura opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the world. His bold and resolute voice floated out from his mouth. Good. Lin Ling nodded. Martial house master, this was his goal. He would definitely reach that height. Of course, he was still very far from that height. This required more effort. His primary goal was to break through to the heavenly spirit realm. However, breaking through to the heavenly spirit realm was easy for other geniuses, but Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence pill was too high. This made it even more difficult to break through. He needed to become one with the pill. Therefore, Lin Ling also planned to go out adventuring and look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Afterwards, Lin Ling told Sakura his thoughts, and Sakura nodded. The 2 brothers would go out adventuring, and in 3 months they would meet again at the 7 profound martial house. Sakura was also looking forward to what level Lin Ling would reach in 3 months. The next day, Lin Ling bid farewell to Long Xiaoqin, and then stepped onto the road of adventure. After he left, news spread out from the Starsea Pagoda. Lin Ling, this clown, had borrowed the name of his brother Sakura to be arrogant in front of the 8 heavenly kings, but he had refused their challenge. He was simply a coward. This news was sent out by Zhu Chun. Obviously, he had lost that day and had lost all face, so he was trying to restore his dignity. Regarding this news, those who were present at the time naturally did not believe it, but those who were not present were 100% convinced. After all, Lin Ling was only a newcomer. How could he possibly defeat Zhu Chun in a single battle? Chapter 528. Going out to adventure. As for those who were present at the time, they still didn't believe it. After all, they had clearly seen that Zhu Chun had been pointed at by Lin Ling's sword and could have died at any moment. Whether or not he had hidden a trump card, a loss was a loss. How could there be so many excuses? If this was outside, then he might have died. Thus, Zhu Chen's argument was simply ridiculous. As for Tong Qinjin's challenge, That was because Big Brother Lin Ling had arrived, so the challenge had been suspended. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling had won, it also didn't mean that Tong Qianjin had won. But Tong Qianjin had spread rumors that Lin Ling was afraid of their challenge. This was a bit too shameless. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. At this time, he was riding a dragon boat, leaving the rainforest holy land. That giant ancient tree is so mysterious. I wonder what secrets it hides. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Ling looked at the rainforest holy land that was getting further and further away. His heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that when he returned, he would definitely become a Moon Guard disciple and sweep through the Star Ocean Pagoda. Lin Ling didn't have a specific destination for this adventure. His only goal was to go to the upper three realms. After all, the only place he had been to in this world was the Cloud Domain. He hadn't seen any of the other powerful regions. We've arrived at the Mountain Sea region. Does anyone want to disembark? We've arrived at the High Tripod region. Does anyone want to disembark? We've arrived at the Blue Heaven region. Does anyone want to disembark? The 100 domains were centered around the rainforest holy land. The dragon boat slowly moved forward. Every time they arrived at the Blue Heaven region, there would be people shouting. Lin Ling finally disembarked from the boat. He had talked with the martial artist driving the boat and learned that the Blue Heaven region was the upper three realms closest to the Cloud Domain. Therefore, he was also looking forward to meeting some acquaintances in the Blue Heaven region. After disembarking, Lin Ling looked up. He saw the blue sky and white clouds floating in the air. This made him feel incomparably relaxed. He didn't know when the pressing cultivation atmosphere at the Seven Profound Martial House had disappeared. The Blue Heaven region, this was a very good place. The realm of Green Heaven was ranked at the bottom of the upper three regions. However, one should never underestimate this place because it had a long history and many ancient warriors had appeared here. Unfortunately, under the long river of history, those ancient warriors had died, but they had left many traces in the realm of Green Heaven. For example, transforming into a whirlpool. Legend had it that the mysterious wonder of heaven and earth was left behind by the battles of the ancient martial artists. It would appear once a year and could engulf thousands of living creatures. Anyone who entered the whirlpool would definitely die. At this moment, in the Iron Soul City in the realm of Green Heaven, the city was majestic and vast. The entire city was built with pitch-black steel. From afar, it looked like a giant steel dragon lying on the ground. TSK, this city doesn't exist in the middle three regions. I came from the Lulan region, and this is my first time coming to such a big city. I came from the Cloud Realm. It took me 3 months just to see how wonderful the outside world is. 3 months? If you came from the Rain Sea, it would only take you a few days. Outside the vast steel city, a large number of martial artists were walking and chatting. They came from other places in the 100 territories and were also martial artists who had come out to train. Rain Sea? Other than the geniuses of the rainforest's sacred land, ordinary martial artists are not qualified to ride it. A martial artist shook his head and said, the rainforest sacred land was the center of the 100 territories. It was also the palace of martial arts for thousands of martial artists. Unfortunately, very few martial artists could go to the sacred land. From another perspective, every martial artist who came from the sacred land was the king of the 100 territories. What a beautiful girl! Right at this moment, a cultivator exclaimed in admiration. Behind the crowd of people waiting to enter the city, there were 2 young girls in the prime of their youth waiting as well. One of them was older. At first glance, she seemed rather ordinary, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that her eyes were filled with intelligence, and one couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at her. Moreover, the girl's willowy waist was very beautiful. If one held it in one's arms, the feeling would be unimaginable. The other girl wore a purple dress. She was younger, but she was like a budding flower, light and pure, giving people a feeling of tranquility. This girl's facial features were devastatingly beautiful. At such a young age, she gave people a feeling of emptiness and purity. In the future, this girl would definitely be a beauty who could shake the 100 territories. The younger girl, wearing a pair of cute deerskin boots, lightly kicked a small stone on the road and muttered, "So annoying, he's still following us." The older girl frowned. "His strength is very mysterious, but he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards you. Yu, do you really not know him? He seems to be very respectful to you." "I don't know him, but he said bad things about Big Brother Ling. He said that a mere youth from the cloud domain doesn't have the qualifications to be worthy of me. That's why I hate him." The younger girl pouted. Her cute appearance made the surrounding martial artists shake their heads and laugh. Facing this agile girl, they couldn't help but want to protect her. "Big Brother Ling? I really envy that lucky guy," some warriors said in a low voice. If Lin Ling were here at this moment, he would certainly be surprised to discover that these two girls were the heavenly concubine and Yu, who had gone out to gain experience. At this moment, the huge steel city gates rumbled and slowly rose up. "The city gates are open. Let's enter." It said that Iron Soul City has first-grade king step martial arts for sale. There are also many weapons. I hope we can snatch them up. Yes. Everyone entered the city one after another. Behind Yu and Heavenly Concubine, a mysterious person wearing a large cloak also slowly entered the city. When Yu looked back, her clear eyes immediately revealed her displeasure. That person was still following them. In truth, this mysterious person didn't have any ill intentions towards them. However, he seemed to know Yu and asked Yu to follow him back. He even said that Yu was his master. As for this inexplicable experience, Yu naturally didn't care. In fact, when the mysterious person pushed them too hard, Yu even said that if they dared to follow them again, Big Brother Lin Ling would definitely teach them a lesson. However, this was in exchange for the disdain of the mysterious person. This caused Yu to instantly become furious. After all, Lin Ling was like a reverse scale in her heart. If anyone dared to slander him, she would have the impulse to go berserk. "Yo, is this the first time you two beauties have come to Iron Soul City? How about we have a drink?" As they walked on the streets, Yu and Heavenly Concubine's unique temperament instantly attracted the attention of many lecherous men. They stepped forward to tease them. The mysterious man in the distance frowned when he saw this scene. Killing intent bloomed in his eyes. How audacious! They even dared to take liberties with his excellency. He was about to attack and kill those people, but he restrained himself in the end. Little Princess Yu currently didn't know how strong he was, nor did she know how strong that place was. So, if he wanted little Princess Yu to follow him back, perhaps the only way was to make little Princess Yu suffer some hardships. In truth, the reason why he had been following Yu was very simple. When Yu had left the cloud domain, she had encountered some cultivators who had tried to do something to her. However, at that time, Yu had displayed her innate king body and defeated all the cultivators who had tried to do something to her. At that time, he just happened to pass by and was immediately shocked. Chapter 529. Taoist Heavenly Yin. This ancient talent king body could only be found in that place. It was the bloodline of the sparrow race. Moreover, he had heard that a royal bloodline had gone missing in that place. It was just that their whereabouts were unknown, so the matter was left unsettled. But he hadn't thought that after so many years, he would actually be lucky enough to encounter this lost bloodline. So no matter what, he had to bring this bloodline back. Get lost. Facing the provocations of these wastrels, the Heavenly Concubine and Yu were already used to it. So they didn't say anything and directly displayed their powerful auras. These wastrels were startled, and then they smiled and left. I hope they can suffer some hardships." The mysterious man sighed in the distance, but he wasn't disappointed. This time, Yu could use her strength to intimidate others. But if she met a true powerhouse, she would certainly suffer some hardships. At that time, when a mysterious man attacked, Yu would know just how formidable he was. She would also obediently go back with him. What a familiar feeling. It seems that Big Brother Ling is here. Yu walked forward again. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, a bit nostalgic. Lin Ling has only been gone for a month, and you're already thinking of him. He is currently at the 7 Profound Martial House. How could he possibly appear here? The heavenly concubine scratched Yu's small nose, causing Yu to helplessly shrug her shoulders. She unwillingly said, "That's not necessarily true. After all, this is the upper 3 realms closest to the cloud domain. If Big Brother Ling comes out to adventure, he will definitely pass through this city." The heavenly concubine helplessly smiled. He is currently at the 7 Profound Martial House. How could he possibly come out to adventure? And even if he did, he might not go in this direction. As the two walked and talked, they were soon attracted by the various clothes of the girls on the street. At this moment, they didn't see that in the distance, a large group of figures was slowly walking towards them. One of them was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. His aura was extraordinary. He had a square face, and his narrow eyes carried a touch of indifference. "Sir City Lord." As the people on the roadside saw this middle-aged man, they immediately respectfully bowed. The city master of the Iron Soul City, Lu Renxing, was an overlord of the Iron Soul City. He had great courage and a domineering aura. In the Blue Heaven territory, he was a rare master. "Is my son coming back?" Lu Renxing didn't pay attention to the respectful gazes around him as he asked the old man behind him indifferently. "The young master is about to return from the 7 Profound Martial House. Congratulations to Master." This year's 7 Profound Martial House disciple recruitment. The young master has relied on his monstrous talent to become the disciple of the formidable Master Su Fan. Congratulations. Behind him, a man who looked like a butler respectfully said. His voice was not soft, causing all the martial artists on the road to suck in a breath of cold air. To become a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, that was a true genius. There were countless geniuses in the upper 3 realms, but not all of them could enter the 7 Profound Martial House, let alone become an apprentice. This Lu Renxing had a good son. Not only that, but Lu Renxing's status as the city lord was even more stable. "Ha! Spread the news, and have the people of the city congratulate me. Also, I will tell the nearby main cities to have those city lords come and congratulate me. 3 days later, there will be a grand banquet." Lu Renxing's cold face gradually revealed a touch of pride. Obviously, he was very happy and proud that his son had become a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. "Master, the young master is about to return. What about the marriage?" The butler smiled again. "My son has returned, and the entire city is celebrating. For the Ouyang family to become in-laws with my Lu family, that is their honor. Even if that little girl of the Ouyang family refuses, we cannot tolerate her. My son's wife naturally has to be the most beautiful woman in the entire city. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of the title of genius?" Lu Renxing lightly said. The butler also smiled and nodded. The Lu family was like a king in Iron Soul City. They had the qualifications to speak. So overbearing. The martial artists on the street side, they had already heard about this marriage. It was said that before the Lu family's young master had gone to the 7 Profound Martial House, he had taken a fancy to the daughter of Iron Soul City's Ouyang family. But that young lady did not seem to like the Lu family's young master. It was just that the Lu family was too powerful and could not tolerate the Ouyang family's refusal. However, at that time, the Ouyang family had opposed this marriage. But now, their attitude had changed. Not only did they not oppose it, they even approved it. After all, young Master Lu had already become a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. His future was bright. Unless the Ouyang family was stupid, how could they refuse a future powerhouse? Young Master Lu is a proud son of heaven. Only the most beautiful woman in the world is worthy of him. But there is only one beautiful woman. That doesn't seem beautiful. At this moment, behind Lu Renxing, an old man wearing a monk's robe smiled. His eyes were looking at the young girl on the street, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He did not think that he would meet them here. "Taoist Master Tianyin, what do you want to say?" Lu Renxing stopped his footsteps and coldly looked at the old man. This old man was someone he had recruited not long ago. It was said that he came from the cloud domain. In the cloud domain, He was a first-class powerhouse, but he had provoked a strong enemy, so he went far away to seek help. For such an old man, Lu Renqing naturally did not put him in his eyes, but he saw that the old monk's strength was not bad, and he could be considered half a hired thug, so he let him follow him. The Cloud Domain was an insignificant middle 3 regions. According to what he knew, the Cloud Domain was the closest middle 3 regions to the Blue Heaven Domain. Taoist Master Tianyin. If Lin Ling was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this old man. He was the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sound Temple of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When Lin Ling had entered the palace to kill the Crown Prince, Taoist Master Tianyin had come forward to stop him. But after a confrontation with Lin Ling, it ended in a draw. At that time, Taoist Master Tianyin did not dare to fight with his life, and finally left with shame. Afterwards, Taoist Master Tianyin learned about the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, and Lin Ling's name had shaken the Cloud Domain. At that time, he knew that if he wanted to move against Lin Ling, he could only rely on the powerhouses of other regions. So, he went far away, came to the Blue Heaven Domain, and finally worshipped under Lu Renqing. In his mind, Lu Renqing was an enemy that Lin Ling would never be able to surpass, and his great enmity had been avenged. Amiba, this is fate, this is fate. Sir, what do you think of those two young girls? Taoist Master Tianyin faintly smiled and pointed to Yu, who was looking at clothes on the street. He remembered that the young girl seemed to be Lin Ling's relative. At present, he had no way to take revenge on Lin Ling, but he could still humiliate Lin Ling's relatives. When Lin Ling knew, he would be furious. When he wanted to settle accounts with him, he would only meet Lu Renqing. At that time, Lin Ling would die. What's more, Lu Renqing's son was the legendary disciple of the 7 profound martial house. How could Lin Ling compare? Oh, not bad. One gives a feeling of intelligence, and the other one is pure and light. Good. She is worthy of my son. Lu Renqing looked at the young girl in the distance and smiled with satisfaction. This sanctimonious Taoist, Master Tianyin, had good taste. Chapter 530. Fire poison fruit men capture them. In 3 days, the entire city will celebrate, and it will also be the day of my son's wedding. Lu Renqing shouted proudly, causing the cultivators on the street to sigh even louder. The 2 girls were innocent. Of course, they were not surprised. After all, in this world, the strong were respected. As long as one was strong enough, they would have the power to make all the decisions. The weak would never have the right to speak. Therefore, the 2 girls could only blame their bad luck for being seen by the city lord at this time. Then, the angry voices of the heavenly concubine and Yu came from the street. However, although they were not weak, they had only awakened their bloodline for a short time, causing their cultivation to be too low. Therefore, they could not stop the cultivators of the Lu residence. As for the mysterious old man in the distance, he frowned and almost wanted to attack, but he held back. Little Princess Yu was too naive and pure. Sometimes she should experience some hardships. Only then would she know the cruelty of the outside world and obediently go back with him. Flowers in a greenhouse, indeed, had to experience some storms sometimes. Moreover, little Princess Yu seemed to admire the young man called Lin Ling. However, the next scene would make her realize that her so-called Lin Ling was just an insignificant ant in front of the strong cultivators of the upper 3 regions. As expected, Yu and the heavenly concubine were captured by the people of the Lu residence and brought back. At this moment, outside the ancient city of Iron Soul City, a slender figure was slowly walking over. This person was not old. He carried a huge longsword on his back and wore a blue and white robe. He gave off a pure feeling, but his eyes were extremely strange. If one looked closely, they could not help but be immersed in them. The passers-by could not help but take a second look. They were surprised and said in their hearts, "What an otherworldly young man." Yes, the youth was none other than Lin Ling. He was already a little over 18 years old, and his chiseled face had lost a little of its childishness. Instead, it had gained a little more determination. Moreover, after his sword intent had attained 30%, Even though he'd restrained it, the sword intent could still be vaguely revealed, causing him to faintly possess an otherworldly and indifferent aura. Iron Soul City, a giant iron city. Interesting. Stopping, Lin Ling looked at the vast ancient city in front of him and smiled. Then he strolled into the city. The purpose of his trip this time was to relax his state of mind and look for an opportunity to break through, so he wasn't in a rush. Of course, if he was a little faster, he might be able to meet someone he knew. Iron Soul City was bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of martial artists were walking around the city, chatting as they walked. From the mouths of these people, Lin Ling learned a thing or two about Iron Soul City. This place had a long history, and it had a heavenly vortex. It was said that any martial artist who was sucked into the heavenly vortex would become a soul devourer. It would be difficult for them to reincarnate, and they would be trapped forever. Why? The 100 territories were indeed filled with all sorts of strange things. Lin Ling was secretly astonished. He was somewhat curious about this natural phenomenon. This is the upper 3 regions closest to the cloud domain. If the cloud domain's martial artists go out to gain experience, they will pass by the heavenly stream and the dark forest. Then they will arrive here. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He looked around, wanted to see if there were any martial artists from the cloud domain. However, he quickly shook his head. Even if there were, he might not know them. Then he continued to move forward. Soon, he arrived at the free market. This was a place where martial artists set up their stalls freely. Since martial artists came from all over the world, naturally, there would be some natural treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to see if he could find some good stuff. Young hero, your sword is not bad, but you lack a good scabbard. This scabbard of mine is from the Rain Clan's expert. It only costs 10,000 medium spiritual crystals. Young hero, I have an elixir here that can help you break through to the next realm. What do you think? First grade king, level martial arts, barter. As soon as he entered the free market, a large number of shouts could be heard. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the so-called treasures were actually very ordinary. Hey, fire poison fruit. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In a stall in front of him, there was a fiery red fruit that looked a bit like a lychee. This was a rare fire poison fruit. It was extremely poisonous, but it was very effective for martial artists of the fire element. Most importantly, this was an essential ingredient for refining the first concealment true fire elixir. I currently have the fire element jade and the sun essence stone. I only need the fire poison fruit and the dissolving divine mud. Lin Ling walked over quickly. He stretched out his hand and wanted to take the fire poison fruit. However, at this moment, a delicate hand was faster than him. It picked up the fire poison fruit in an instant. At the same time, a voice asked, "What is the price of this fire poison fruit?" 1,000 medium spiritual crystals. The stall owner said lightly. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. He was still too slow. In front of him were 2 young girls. One of them was wearing a red dress. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was quite sweet, but there was a trace of worry in her limpid eyes. The young girl next to her seemed to be a maid. She looked quite ordinary, but at this moment, she was looking at Lin Ling with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She seemed to be mocking Lin Ling for being too slow. "Okay, I'll buy it." The young girl in the red dress didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. "Wait, can you give me this fire poison fruit? I can pay 10 times the price." Lin Ling immediately looked at the young girl in the red dress. He also knew the rules of the free market. Whoever made the first move would get it. So, if Lin Ling wanted it, he would have to ask the young girl in the red dress first. 10 times the price? It's only 10,000 medium spiritual crystals. If you don't have the money, why are you pretending to be rich? Do you think my miss lacks that little bit of money? The young girl in the red dress didn't speak, but the maid next to her suddenly said harshly. The young girl in the red dress reprimanded her. "Xiaoling, don't talk nonsense." "Miss, I didn't talk nonsense. I saw this young man with delicate features, but I didn't expect him to be a wastrel. He wants to use this old-fashioned way to get close to a girl. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough courage. The maid still muttered. She seemed to think that Lin Ling was a wastrel. He wanted to buy the fire poison fruit to get close to her. Mississippi Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to say more to the maid. Instead, he said to the young girl in the red dress, "Your Excellency, I see that you are not a fire attribute warrior, so the fire poison fruit is useless to you. On the contrary, it is harmful to you. I am a fire attribute warrior, so I sincerely want you to give the fire poison fruit to me." The young girl in the red dress wasn't as arrogant as the maid. She nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you. Anyway, the fire poison fruit doesn't have to be poisonous. Since you need it urgently, I won't ask for 10 times the price. The original price will be fine." She was very easy to talk to, which made Lin Ling stunned. He had a good impression of the young girl. However, the young girl's words seemed to be saying that the fire poison fruit didn't have to be poisonous. Did she want to die? Moreover, he saw the worry in the young girl's eyes. Perhaps she really wanted to commit suicide. Taking the fire poison fruit, Lin Ling asked, "If you need any help, you can tell me. If I can help you, I will try my best." If it was someone else, Lin Ling would be too lazy to pay attention to them. However, he owed them a favor. With his temperament, he would treat others the same way they treated him. Therefore, if he could help, he would try his best to help. 5 chapters have ended. Asking for tips, asking for monthly votes. I only need a dozen more votes to reach 200. At that time, I will add another chapter on top of the 4 chapters. Chapter 531. Kill. The red-dressed girl froze for a moment. During this time, everyone had opposed her marriage, so this was the first time that she had heard someone willing to help her. Her heart surged, and her face dimmed as she said, I want Mary, but I don't like him, and I don't want to marry. Miss, the family is doing this for your own good. What's wrong with Sir Liu? He is a genius of the 7 profound martial house. To be able to marry him is the dream of countless girls. Also, if you want him to help, wouldn't that just implicate him? The maid reprimanded. The red-dressed girl wanted to say something, but she finally held back. Lin Ling frowned. This maid seemed to think that he was the master and actually reprimanded the red-dressed girl. At this time, the maid coldly looked at him and said, I don't care where you come from, and I have no interest in knowing. But as a person, you must know your place. You want to help the miss, but do you have the qualifications to do so? You are just a country boy. Our Ouyang family's matters are none of your business. Be careful that your curiosity will kill you. The maid's voice was cold and carried a thick threat. At this moment, she was not a servant, but a superior master. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He coldly looked at the maid and said, I only asked a question. Your miss did not speak, so what qualifications do you have to speak? Don't forget your status. You are only a servant. You dare to reprimand me? The maid was suddenly angry. If you can't see yourself clearly, then be careful that your arrogance will kill you. Lin Ling's cold eyes stared at the maid, causing her body to tremble. This boy's eyes were very cold. If she spoke any more arrogant words, this boy would attack her. Subconsciously, the maid did not dare to say anything more, but her eyes were full of resentment. The girl in the red dress hurriedly said, Thank you, but you should leave. It's better if you leave Iron Soul City. Iron Soul City isn't as simple as you think. As for my matter, it's good that you have the heart. I'm very grateful. She didn't want Lin Ling to get into trouble, so she quickly left with her maid. After all, in her heart, this kind-hearted young man might have some strength. But how could he compare to her future husband, Lu Qing? Lu Qing was a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. You're dead. The maid left with the girl in the red dress, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Before young Master Lu left Iron Soul City, he had told her to watch over Ouyang Xiaoqian and kill anyone who dared to approach her, especially those of the younger generation. There was no need to show mercy. With young Master Lu as her backing, she gradually became bolder. Lin Ling must die. When that time came, she wanted to see this young man kneel before her and beg for mercy. After the two of them left, Lin Ling shook his head. Although he wanted to help, the girl in the red dress didn't want to say anything. Moreover, he didn't know the specific process of the matter, so it wasn't good for him to rashly help. Therefore, he could only let it be. I finally got the fiery poison fruit. That night, Lin Ling found an inn to stay in. He was thinking about leaving Iron Soul City and looking for an opportunity to break through. At the same time, he was also looking for the last medicinal ingredient, the godly dissolving paste. I'm only missing one ingredient for the first truth fire pill. If I can gather all of them, my king physique will reach the fifth truth fire pill. At that time, my strength will greatly increase. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. The vermilion bird's flame was his foundation. When it matured, its power would naturally be stronger than sword intent. Xiao. At this moment, a soft sound rang out. Lin Ling could faintly hear a voice coming from downstairs. That young man is staying here. Immediately tell everyone in the inn to scram. This is young Master Lu's order. Today I want that young man's life to stay here forever. The voice was cold and emotionless, but Lin Ling could vaguely make out that it was the voice of a young girl. With Lin Ling's powerful soul force, he immediately realized that the sinister young girl was the maid he saw during the day. That maid actually sent people to kill him. There wasn't much enmity between him and the maid, only a few verbal conflicts. Lin Ling didn't take this matter to heart, but he didn't expect that the maid wouldn't let it go. Because of this loss of face, she wanted to kill him. This girl is so ugly. As a maid, she scolded the young miss. She was stingy, but she wanted to kill him in exchange for her heart's satisfaction. Lin Ling's face turned cold, but soon his lips curved into a sneer. Kill him? Did that maid have the strength to do so? Since you're here, why sneak around? Come out. Come out. After shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly said coldly, Your Excellency has the nose of a dog. I wanted to give you a surprise, but it looks like I'm going to fail. Come out. Bang. The window of the room broke open and a figure slowly floated in. This was a middle-aged man with the strength of an early King Spirit Realm cultivator. After entering the room, he saw Lin Ling calmly sitting there and was immediately shocked. This youth was very calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for them to arrive. Get out of here and count out his sister, Xiao Ling, 3 times. Perhaps you'll be able to leave with your life. Cold. Lin Ling shook his head as the cold voice floated out from the middle-aged man's mouth. If I see her, perhaps she won't be able to leave with her life. But that's fine. I also want to see how ugly her face is. Yes. Under the middle-aged man's shocked gaze, Lin Ling stood up and walked out of the room. The middle-aged man was stunned speechless. This youth was only at the Sky Spirit Realm, but he didn't seem to fear him at all. He even dared to see Sister Xiao Ling. Didn't he know that Sister Xiao Ling had the Lu Manor behind her and could cover the sky with one hand? Killing this youth would be as easy as flipping her hand. Outside the inn, 5 figures stood silently. One of them was sitting on a chair. It was the maid that Lin Ling had seen earlier in the day. At this moment, she was holding a cup of snow-eared bird's nest and drinking it calmly. Her Hongyan fingernails moved along with her stirring, emitting a cold and elegant light. She didn't even have the strength of the Earth Spirit Realm, but could summon several King Spirit Realm experts. The reason for this was the Lu Manor. Sir Lu had given her great authority to supervise her young miss. She'd been a bit overwhelmed at first when faced with this kind of authority, but she'd gradually gotten used to the feeling of being above others. When he comes out, don't kill him immediately. I want him to kneel and ask him where he came from and if he regrets offending me. Xiao Ling said faintly after drinking a mouthful of snow-eared bird's nest. The streets had been cleared, but there were still many people hiding in the shadows and watching. This wasn't assassination, but an open and honorable killing. Many people sighed. Who would be so bold as to offend someone from the Lu Manor? He's coming out. At this moment, someone spoke softly in the distance. At the door of the inn, a slender figure slowly appeared. It was a young man in a blue and white robe. He carried a large sword on his back and had an indifferent expression on his face. What surprised many people was that the young man actually walked out of the door. He didn't run, nor did he panic. What courage! Xiao Ling frowned. She'd sent someone to invite the youth out. She'd thought that the youth would be caught by the experts like a little chick, but who would have thought that the youth would walk out on his own? The youth was ignoring her. Chapter 532. On a rainy night, on a long street. Moreover, this youth's aura was very cold. It was different from what she had seen during the day. It made her feel as if she had awakened a sleeping god. However, she soon sneered. This youth was only at the heavenly spirit realm. She had 5 king spirit masters on her side, as well as a middle king spirit powerhouse. So why should she fear this youth? During the day, you were very proud and even dared to refute my words. Now, are you regretting it? Are you surprised that a maid like me has such great power that I can summon a king spirit powerhouse? Maid Xiaoling lightly said as she took a sip of the bird's nest soup. I'm not surprised that you are strong. I'm just surprised that you are so young, but your personality is so insidious. A gust of wind blew, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter in the wind. His cold voice floated out from his mouth. You, Maid Xiaoling stopped drinking the bird's nest soup, her face ugly. This youth was at death's door, and yet he was still so stubborn. She coldly said, Tell me, where did you come from? Before I die, I want to know who died in my hands. At least I don't want some nameless person. Also, you have one more chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and perhaps I will let you go. Cloud Domain, Lin Ling. Lin Ling lightly said. Cloud Domain? Maid Xiaoling was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed. Sir Lu is coming back, and the city lord wants to give him a great gift. My family's miss is one of them. I heard that 2 girls from the Cloud Domain were caught today, and they are even more beautiful than my family's miss. I didn't think that the Cloud Domain, which is so close to the Blue Heaven region, would have so many beautiful women. Cloud Domain girls. Lin Ling's pupil shrank. This was a bit unexpected. He coldly said, What are the names of those 2 girls? Faintly, he had a guess. Iron Soul City's city lord Lu Mansion was overbearing and arrogant. His family's young master had entered the 7 profound martial house and was proud and arrogant. Thus, the entire city was celebrating. In order to welcome Sir Lu back, the Lu Mansion had forcibly arranged a marriage and had even snatched some beautiful women into the Lu Mansion. The girl in the red dress today was probably one of the victims. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that the realm of clouds is like a small city to the realm of green heaven. You have offended the Lu Mansion of the realm of green heaven. Even if the realm master of the realm of clouds is here, you will still have to die. Xiao Ling said disdainfully. The Lu residents? I hope it doesn't touch my people. Otherwise, this land will no longer be the Lu clan. I will burn this steel city to ashes. Lin Ling's voice carried a frightening chill. He became worried. Regardless of whether it was a guess or overthinking, he absolutely would not allow anything to happen to his people. At the moment, he already had killing intent towards a servant girl, Xiaoling. This vicious girl must die. As a servant, not only did he not share his master's burdens, he even pushed his master into a pit of fire. Such a person must die. An invisible gale swept out, and the true intent of the sword slowly spread out. The crowd that was secretly watching from afar sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth was so domineering. He actually said that if it was one of his people, he would burn down the giant steel city. But was that even possible? No one believed the youth. Everyone thought that he was just trying to show off his ability. The servant girl, Xiao Ling, naturally didn't believe it either. Her eyes also revealed killing intent. You can talk about that after tonight. Do it. Before I drink the snow-eared bird's nest, I want him to kneel before me. Yes. The 5 King Spirit Realm experts coldly shouted, and a terrifying aura of the King Spirit Realm bloomed. Don't resist. You don't have the chance to resist. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Perhaps you can live. If you resist, die. Cold voices floated out from the mouths of the 5, causing the hearts of the crowd in the distance to tremble. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. With a rumbling sound, a torrential rain poured down. Clap, clap. What a tenacious heart of martial arts. Even when facing 5 King Spirit Realm experts, he still didn't retreat. Kill. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. Accompanied by a murderous voice, one of the King Spirit Realm martial artists had attacked. Second grade King Step, 7-star bright moon blade. A blade seemed to come from the rain. It cut through the rain, causing a bright moon to appear in the vast torrential rain. What a terrifying aura. They are truly worthy of being from the Liu family. The crowd in the distance found it difficult to breathe. They could see that in the heavy rain, 7 stars were surrounding the moon. This was a powerful martial concept. That youth. Suddenly, everyone looked at the youth standing in the rain. Their pupils shrank. That youth was actually motionless. Could it be that in the face of a powerful King Spirit Realm Master, he didn't have the strength to resist? However, this was also normal. No matter how powerful a Heavenly Spirit Realm martial artist was, how could they be a match for a King Spirit Realm martial artist? Unless they were a genius from the 7 Profound Martial House. However, geniuses from the 7 Profound Martial House were rare. How could they appear in the Blue Heaven region? He's drawing his sword, but it's so slow. Suddenly, someone whispered. They saw Lin Ling slowly draw his sword. But this speed was too slow. He wasn't gathering his aura, nor was he using a powerful sword skill. Did he think that he could block the saber of a King Spirit Realm Master with just that sword? Clang! At this moment, the sword light was like water, cutting through the rain as if it had come from the void. Shwa! There was a dull sound. The martial artist that had slashed out with the 7-star bright moon blade was about to cut down Lin Ling's head, but a dazzling sword appeared, as if it had seen through the flaws of his martial arts. From the endless saber light, the sword cut through his neck. He could not avoid this sword. Sword of the heart. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His face was indifferent, and his mind was immersed in a state of indifference and calmness. But at this moment, the third boundary of the fast sword quietly rose up in his heart. Sword of the heart. Through one's powerful martial arts background, one could see through the opponent's moves and cut out a sword that could break through martial arts. This sword was very frightening. It could be said to be a sword that cut off all means of retreat. After all, if the opponent's martial arts were not seen through, then the one to die would be the swordsman. However, a swordsman fought with his back to the river, and fought to live from the brink of death. Rumble. Under the heavy rain, the first King Spirit Realm cultivator to attack swayed and fell on his back. Endless blood spurted out from his neck, sprinkling on the ground along with the rain, causing the street to instantly turn red. How frightening. The street was deathly silent. Killing a King Spirit Realm Master with a single sword strike. This youth was so frightening. He's not an ordinary Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. He's very likely a genius. Kill him together. Kill him. The remaining 4 King Spirit Realm cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and then shouted coldly. Sword of the Raindrop. Kill him. Allowing the rain to fall on his face, Lin Ling's voice was filled with endless coldness. The sword in his hand became faster and more numerous than the raindrops in the sky. What a dazzling sword! Kill him! The hearts of the distant crowd trembled fiercely. The youth in the rain, his sword was like the heavens. Not good. Shit. A King Spirit Realm expert was just about to use his martial arts when the terrifying sword stabbed towards him. He wanted to retreat, block, and counterattack, but at this moment he felt powerless in his heart because the sword was too fast. Chapter 533. Shadow in the Rain Fast, an extremely fast sword strike. When Zhu Chun had slashed out with his sword, he had relied on the speed of his sword to slice the stones on the ground into pieces. But Lin Ling's sword was even faster. Under 10,000 sword strikes in a single breath, the King Spirit Realm martial artist's entire body trembled. Then, as a cold wind blew past, his entire body actually exploded, turning into an endless mist of blood. He had been turned into dust. What kind of sword is that? Looking at the cold youth in the rain, the hearts of the people in the distance shook like thunder in the sky. Caught you. Die. Die. At this moment, a cold shout came from the void. An illusion of a scorpion appeared. The scorpion's tail coldly pointed at the youth in the rain, preparing to deal a fatal blow. This martial artist had the highest cultivation level of the 5. Moreover, his innate king body was extremely insidious. It was the black fiend, Scorpion. His attack was a finger, sharp and poisonous. Most shamelessly, he had used Lin Ling's attack to launch a sneak attack while he was killing the other person. A dignified mid-stage king spirit realm martial artist. Not only did he bully others with numbers, he even launched a sneak attack. The Liu estate has lost a bit of face. The people in the distance shook their heads. At this critical moment, could the youth block it? Yes, the youth's sword was very powerful, but could he block it? The expert who had launched the sneak attack also had the same thought. His eyes were extremely cold, and his attacks were even faster. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At some point, he even thought that the youth had already died under his finger. The rain continued to fall. The rain fell on his face, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes. But this was very fast. It was just a subconscious action. This small blinking had no effect on the battle at all. But against Lin Ling, this was a huge weakness. Heart's Eye Sword. Sword. The sword was fast to the extreme, accurate to the extreme, and ruthless to the extreme. There was no extra movement. In an instant, it had killed. Sword. The martial artist's scorpion finger had already reached Lin Ling's forehead, but he was still too slow. It was even shorter. The sword had pierced through his forehead, causing him to stand there in a daze, allowing the merciless rain to drench him. But before he died, he still said, "So that's how it is." He had thought that Lin Ling would not be able to break through his fatal blow, and he had also wanted to see how Lin Ling would break through it. But now he saw that it was a sword that did not seem to exist in this world. Mu Wu is dead too. The remaining 2 King Spirit Realm cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 moves, or rather 3 sword strikes, had killed 3 King Spirit Realm cultivators. Just what kind of monster was this youth? Retreat. The 2 of them looked at each other and shouted. Scared. Both of them were scared. The young man in the rain was like a god of death, his sword reaping lives. Dance of the Vermilion Bird. Lin Ling didn't hold back at all. His opponent wanted to kill him. How could he hold back? If his strength was inferior to his opponent, the one who would die would be him. So, fleeing when he couldn't win? How could there be such a thing? Gorgeous flames appeared. Under the heavy rain, countless vermilion birds flew out, sweeping towards the 2 King Spirit Realm martial artists, causing their eyes to widen. This young man didn't seem to be strong in the sword. He had other tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, this method was even more terrifying. It was the destruction of flames. Boom! Without any suspense, the 2 of them died even faster because the flames of the vermilion birds were even more terrifying. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 5 King Spirit Realm cultivators had fallen, causing the street to become even more deathly silent, as if it was hell itself. Everyone's eyes were on the youth in the rain, their hearts shaken. The youth in the rain was covered in flames, evaporating the rainwater and forming circles of smoke, making the youth look extremely dreamy. Have you finished drinking? A voice as indifferent as the netherworld sounded out. A slender figure appeared in front of Xiao Ling, and she was still holding a bowl of snow-eared bird's nest soup in her hand. Previously, she had said that before she finished drinking, the 5 King Spirit Realm experts had to capture Lin Ling. But now, even though she hadn't finished drinking, the battle was already over. In the end, Lin Ling didn't die, but the 5 people she had brought with her had all died. Clang! The snow-eared bird's nest soup in her hand fell to the ground. Her face instantly paled and her body trembled. 5 King Spirit Realm experts, existences that could cover the sky with a single hand, had all died when they surrounded the youth. Kill me. Lin Ling's voice was extremely indifferent. Wait a minute. I'm from the Liu family. You can't touch me. Xiao Ling nervously said. You came from the cloud domain. You simply don't know how powerful the upper 3 regions are. The Liu family is not someone you can provoke. Not only that, but the Liu family's young master is a genius of the 7 profound martial house. He is an existence that you will always have to look up to. At this moment, she could only bring up the Liu family to make this youth fear her. 7 profound martial house. I came from there, but it's nothing to be proud of. Lin Ling shook his head and lightly said, causing Xiao Ling's eyes to widen. This youth was actually a disciple of the seven profound martial house. Only, he came from the tiny cloud domain. How could he be on the same level as the Liu family's young master? They both came from the same holy land of martial arts. As for the Liu family, you already said it before, so you don't need to worry about it. I said that if the Liu family dares to touch my people, they will disappear from this world. Moreover, you will never see that scene again. Lin Ling said again. But this time, Xiaoling suddenly believed in Lin Ling's words. If the Liu family provoked this youth, perhaps they really would disappear from this world. She believed in this intuition. After all, this youth in front of her was truly terrifying. Please spare my life, I was wrong. I only enjoyed the feeling of taking someone's life for a while. But I'm still young and don't know anything, so please don't bother. Next time, I won't dare to play with you again. Xiaoling knelt down, constantly kowtowing. In front of this youth, the background that she relied on was nothing more than this. Therefore, she was afraid. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He shook his head and turned to leave. At the same time, a vermilion bird landed on Xiaoling's body, and a gorgeous flame bloomed, burning her to ashes. Because he was young, he could casually take someone's life? Because he wanted to play, he treated someone else's life as an ant? This statement was laughable. The street was still silent, and only the sound of the rain could be heard. The crowd in the distance looked at the slender figure in the rain, and there was only one question in their minds. Who was that youth? Then they looked at the cold street, and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. The Ouyang family's servant had been using the Liu family's prestige to flaunt her strength everywhere. Many innocent cultivators in Iron Soul City suffered losses. As long as they didn't like her, they would be taught a lesson. If they retaliated, they would most likely be killed. And now, this unruly and overbearing behavior had finally kicked an iron plate. In the end, a servant was still a servant. Using a chicken feather as an arrow, this was just a moment of pride. Without strength, she couldn't escape the fate of being killed in the end. Rumble. In the sky, the thunderstorm soon ended, and only thunder continued to roar. On the cold street, a slender figure slowly walked forward. Those people from the cloud domain, I hope they aren't my people. But this possibility isn't great. After all, Yu and the others should still be at home. But whether or not they are my people, in 3 days I must go to the Liu family to take a look. If they are my people, then there is no need for the Liu family to exist. Sir Liu, a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, I want to see just what qualifications he has to be so arrogant. Chapter 534. The entire city celebrates in these 3 days. Iron Soul City, this ancient giant city of steel, was unprecedentedly lively. A massive number of martial artists from the nearby main cities had arrived. Even the city lords of the main cities had come to congratulate them. And the reason was that they wanted to see just how dazzling a genius from a Seven Profound Martial House was. It had to be known that the Blue Heaven region had 28 countries, and Iron Soul City was only the main city of one of them. However, such a main city actually had a genius become a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. This was undoubtedly a kind of pride, and also a miracle. At this moment, in the Liu residence, the heavenly concubine and Yu were being watched by several powerful martial artists. With their strength, it would be difficult for them to resist. This made them realize just how small and weak they were. They also realized that in the past, Lin Ling had carried countless difficulties and setbacks, constantly growing stronger and protecting them. This process had been extremely difficult. In the room, there was an old man smiling at the two women. Yu didn't recognize this old man, but the heavenly concubine did. This was the highest elder of the Heaven Profound Kingdom's heavenly sound temple, Sage Tianyin. Amitabha, this old monk is giving you a marriage predestined by fate. You should be grateful to this old monk. Sage Tianyin lightly said. His face was like that of an old monk, full of holiness and majesty. Shameless. The heavenly concubine clenched her teeth. No wonder she and Yu had been caught by the powerhouses here for no reason. It was that bald donkey sage Tianyin who had framed them. Isn't it good to marry Sir Lu? Sir Lu is a disciple of the seven profound martial house. His future is bright. Many women want to marry Sir Lu, but they are all coldly rejected by Sir Lu. You have such a lucky chance, and yet you don't cherish it. Sage Tianyin said again. Compared to Lin Ling, Sir Lu is much better. Lin Ling cannot be compared. He seemed to be kindly persuading them, but the truth was that he wanted the heavenly concubine and Yu to be willing to marry Sir Lu. When Lin Ling saw this scene, he would vomit blood in anger. Despicable. You are not Lin Ling's match in the cloud domain, so you fled to the outer realms to curry favor with other powerhouses. Is this the highest elder of the heaven profound kingdom? Shameful. Heavenly concubine coldly shouts again, causing Taoist Tianyin's expression to turn ugly. This was his humiliation. In the past, he was a person of virtue and prestige and was a grand supreme elder. After Lin Ling appeared, he was like a stray dog and became the laughingstock of the heaven mystic's kingdom. Big Brother Ling will come and save us. Bald donkey, let me tell you, from the past until now, everyone who has provoked Big Brother Ling has met their end. You won't be an exception. You will regret it, Yu said with a frown. This old man disgusted her. Sigh. In the future, you will know my painstaking efforts. As for Lin Ling, even if he knows that you are getting married, he will definitely not dare to come because he will feel inferior when he meets young Master Lu. Reverend Tian shook his head and sighed. It was as if he was considering the future of Yu and Yu, but they didn't understand his painstaking efforts, which made him very disappointed. I feel like vomiting whenever I see you. Scram. The heavenly concubine finally couldn't hold it in and said, This bald donkey was very hypocritical. Reverend Tian smiled helplessly and didn't intend to say anything else. Just as he was preparing to leave, a stalwart figure appeared at the entrance. He looked at Yu and Yu indifferently and said, It is your honor to marry my son. In this world, apart from my son, who else is worthy of the two of you? The Lin Ling that you're talking about? Kiki, compared to my son's prodigy, he is simply trash. The person who appeared was the city lord, Lu Renxing. You're not allowed to speak ill of Big Brother Ling. Big Brother Ling is much more formidable than that arrogant son of yours. Hearing Lu Renxing's words, Yu immediately retorted. She hated it when people slandered Lin Ling. Lu Renxing let out a disdainful laugh, and naturally didn't put Yu's words in his heart. Lin Ling? Never heard of him. He was just a clown. He then left with Reverend Tianyin, which made Yu and the heavenly concubine in the room turn gloomy. At noon, Iron Soul City became even more lively. The streets and alleys were flooded with people. This was because many people had received news that Sir Lu would return at noon, a genius of the seven profound martial house. I'm looking forward to seeing just what kind of spirit he has. Sir Lu not only returned with pride, but today is also his wedding day. Besides the beauties of the Ouyang family, it is said that there are two even more beautiful ones. I envy him. Fame, fortune, beauty, strength, everything. Sir Lu is simply our idol. At the vast city gates, many youths waited in anticipation. Toward Sir Lu, they greatly admired him and regarded him as their goal in life. Without a doubt, today was the stage of the Lu family's Lu Qing. Xianxia, when Sir Lu returns, you absolutely cannot show him a black face. He is not someone we can provoke. Also, if the Ouyang family can form ties with the Lu family, this would be a great help to our Ouyang family. In the crowd, a fat old man said to a red-dressed girl. The red-dressed girl frowned, but as she thought of this old man's status, she finally nodded. This was the head of the Ouyang family. She was just a little miss of the Ouyang family. She simply could not resist. Aya, other people wish they could marry Sir Lu, but you are so unwilling. I really don't understand you. You should think more about your family. The old man tried to persuade her. Ouyang Xiaoqian's face was gloomy. Perhaps other people wanted to marry Sir Lu, but she did not like him. Could feelings be forced? With a sigh in her heart, she followed the family guards to the city gates. As she was about to reach the gates, Her eyes suddenly revealed a touch of surprise. In the crowd, a young man in a blue and white robe was quietly standing there. His handsome face was calm, like an ancient well, completely different from the excited youths around him. His temperament was very different. It was as if he was standing at the city gates, not admiring Sir Lu, but simply looking at him. It's him. His temperament is so otherworldly, much better than Sir Lu's. Xianxia suddenly smiled. This was the young man who had bought the fire poison fruit from her not long ago. However, Xiaoling did not return 2 days ago. It is likely related to this young man. Now that Sir Lu is about to return, if he knows about this, he will definitely do something to this young man. Xiaoqian was shocked and quickly walked toward the young man. It's you. When she approached Lin Ling had already noticed her. He had a good impression of this young lady in red. Hurry up and leave. Sir Lu is about to return. It will be difficult for you to leave. Xiaoqian hurriedly said. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile, It seems like you don't really want to marry him. That day when you bought the fire poison fruit, you were actually seeking death. So, if I leave, you will fall into a fire pit. His words were extremely calm, but there was a strong sense of confidence in them. Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't know why, but the young man's faint smile gave people a feeling of sunshine, and the calm voice of concern touched her. In the whole city, only this young man knew that she did not want to marry Sir Lu. Chapter 535. Sir Lu returns. Is she very powerful? Lin Ling still shook his head. This young girl was very kind. She reminded him of Yu Munyan. In the past, Yu Munyan had been forced into marriage by the powerful imperial power. At that time, Yu Munyan had also been lonely and pitiful. In this world, the strong were revered. In the face of tyrannical power, the weak would never have the right to speak for themselves. Sir Lu has returned. At this moment, the city gates were in an uproar. Countless youths were boiling with excitement, and even some young girls in their prime screamed. Below the city gates, 2 handsome figures appeared. One of them wore a long blue robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. His handsome face had a touch of confidence and pride, and he was smiling as he looked at the scene in front of him. He was the pride of Iron Soul City, the proud son of heaven of the Lu family, Lu Qing. Appearance, strength, talent, status, and a proud son of heaven. Brother Lu, it seems that your reputation in Iron Soul City is quite good. Beside him was a young boy in a brown robe. His appearance was handsome, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. This smile gave off a strange and evil feeling, and to some young girls who had not experienced much, this smile had a fatal attraction. Since he was walking together with Lu Qing, it was obvious that he was a good friend of Lu Qing and came from the 7 profound martial house. It's just a false reputation. Lu Qing shook his head, as if he was helpless in front of this sensational scene in Iron Soul City. So handsome. Seeing Lu Qing's indifferent and calm appearance, the crowd cried out in alarm. The 2 of them were like the Son of Heaven on an inspection tour, slowly entering Iron Soul City. Not far from the city gates, Lin Ling looked at the 2 youths. He was not familiar with these 2, but he had heard that they were this year's 7 profound martial house's geniuses. So, these 2 were geniuses of the same generation as him. However, the 7 profound martial house's recent disciple recruitment was his stage, and he had swept away all of this year's geniuses. So these 2, in other words, he had never heard of them before. Haha, Brother Lu, there are many people who worship you, but this young boy seems to be so nervous that he has forgotten his own existence. At this moment, a smiling voice rang out. It was the brown-robed youth, and his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. At this moment, all the youths of the city gate were watching from afar out of admiration and worship. Only Lin Ling remained indifferent and continued to watch with Xiaoqian. Therefore, for a moment, Lin Ling became the focus of everyone. What a joke. He worships young Master Lu, but he's so nervous that he's even blocking the way. How foolish. Compared to young Master Lu and young Master Lu, they are like toads. Hee hee, I heard that youngsters nowadays like to carve their idols' names on their swords to motivate themselves. Could it be that this youngster wants young Master Lu to carve his name on his sword? He's so thick-skinned. Numerous voices of disdain sounded out from the crowd. In their eyes, the blue and white-robed young man and Lu Qing were the center of attention. But it was obvious who was a genius and who was mediocre. Lu Qing looked at Lin Ling indifferently and then at Ouyang Xiaoqian. He was a little surprised. Why was the girl he liked with this young man? Was there something fishy going on? However, he might be overthinking it. With his reputation and strength, who would dare to lay a hand on his woman? They were simply blind. Do you want me to carve my name on your sword? Lu Qing looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, which stunned Lin Ling. He had stayed in Iron Soul City because he wanted to see if anyone from the Lu residence would lay a hand on him. He stood at the city gate and didn't leave because he was different from the other youths. He didn't worship young Master Lu at all. In front of Lu Qing, he even treated him like an ant. That was why he didn't leave. However, Lu Qing said that he wanted to carve his name on Lin Ling's sword. What did that mean? You don't seem to be from Iron Soul City, so you must be from another main city. You put in a lot of effort just to see me. How about this? 3 days later, come find me, and I'll carve my name on your sword. I hope it will motivate you. Lu Qing said with a smile. His handsome face, coupled with his calm words, caused the surrounding youths to cry out in admiration. Lu Qing was so handsome. Not only that, but that blue and white robed youth was too lucky. He was able to obtain Lu Qing's name on his sword. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He faintly understood what this meant. At this time, Lu Qing had already brought Ouyang Xiaoqian forward. As for the brown-robed youth, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "You are also a swordsman? Unfortunately, you don't know. If you want to obtain Brother Lu's guidance, you must have your own way of the sword. You cannot let your idol carve his name on your sword to motivate yourself, because such a sword is not your sword. My guidance to you is here. I hope you can understand." As he finished speaking, he indifferently left. It seemed that because he was in a good mood, he had given Lin Ling a few words of advice, and that sentence naturally caused the surrounding youths to be even more envious. This blue and white robed youth was so lucky. He had actually obtained the guidance of 2 geniuses from the 7 profound martial house. Guide me. Lin Ling was stunned. He helplessly shook his head and looked around. He saw that the hot-blooded youths were now following Lu Qing and Ouyang Xiaoqian. Looking at their worshipful expressions, Lin Ling finally understood why he, Lin Ling, was able to enter the 7 profound martial house, and these youths could not. What was the use of worshipping others? The road of martial arts was not for you to look up to your idols, but to surpass them, to defeat them. Afterwards, Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them. He followed the crowd. Right now, he wanted to see just who the 2 captured girls from the domain of Cloud were. Bang! Bright fireworks soared into the sky. The entire city was celebrating. Above Iron Soul City's huge square, there was a turbulent flow of people. This cold steel square seemed to welcome endless enthusiasm at this moment. City Lord Lu, congratulations. In the 18 upper 3 regions, there are countless countries, but there are very few people that can enter the 7 profound martial house. But today, Lu Qing has done it. He has brought glory to my Blue Heaven region. Sir Lu has become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house at such a young age. As far as I know, the 7 profound martial house only recruits geniuses. Sir Lu is truly a proud son of heaven. In time, your name will surely shake the 100 territories. Everyone congratulated him, causing Lu Rinxing to constantly laugh. At this moment, Lu Qing and the others walked over. The square was instantly silent. At this moment, it was as if they were looking at a proud son of heaven returning with honor. "Father, I'm back." "Father." Lu Qing's eyes swept over the square. He was not surprised at the grand atmosphere, but faintly smiled. For this scene, he had already guessed. He had returned from the 7 profound martial house. This was the glory and pride that he should have. This boy's temperament is extraordinary. The eyes of the great figures of the main cities brightened. Lu Qing was neither surprised by honor nor humiliation, neither haughty nor humble. They were all satisfied. It's good that you're back. Chapter 536. Thick-skinned Xiaoqian. She was already here to welcome me. Lu Qing faintly smiled. Getting married under the eyes of countless people was also a kind of pride, and he liked it very much. Of course, it's not just Xiaoqian. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention that you are a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Lu Renxing had not yet spoken when a middle-aged man next to him laughed and said. Lu Qing shook his head and proudly said, "Ordinary women are beneath my notice." Yes, although these words were arrogant, he had the qualifications to say these words. "You'll be satisfied." Yes. Lu Renxing confidently smiled and clapped his hands. The square quieted down. Under countless gazes, 2 beautiful figures were led out. These 2 women, just by looking at their figures, one could tell that they were absolutely beautiful. Everyone was looking forward to seeing under the bridal headscarf. Just what kind of beauty was that? Lu Qing's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Then, a maid took off the bridal headscarf of one of the young girls. Suddenly, a pair of lively eyes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This young girl's temperament was extremely intelligent. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was white. At a glance, one could tell that she was a rare beauty. It had to be known that in this world, there were many beautiful women, but there were very few beauties with temperament. Good. Yes. Lu Qing's pupils constricted, and he could not help but say a word. Such a beautiful woman was indeed worthy of him. So beautiful. Yes. The crowd also exclaimed. Then they looked forward to the second beauty even more. Then the bridal headscarf was taken off, and the true appearance of the second beauty appeared. This beauty was very young, at most 16 or 17 years old. But at this moment, she was wearing a red phoenix robe. Her light and pure appearance and temperament immediately caused the entire city to quiet down. This young girl did not seem like she should appear in the mortal world, but should come from the heavens. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, and her temperament was otherworldly. Even Lu Qing was stunned, although this young girl was still young and had not yet fully bloomed with a woman's temperament. But in time, this young girl would absolutely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. But compared to this young girl, Ouyang Xiaoqian, who he liked, clearly lacked that kind of quickness, that kind of temperament. This, I want her. Yes. Lu Qing finally could not help but shout. This young girl is like a fairy from the 9 heavens. After the entire city fell silent, many people were secretly amazed. Young Master Lu was handsome and talented, and his 3 unmarried wives were beautiful and charming. Each of them had their own charm. They were a perfect match for young Master Lu, and could be said to be a match made in heaven. How could they possibly be ordinary women to be able to become my Lu Renxing's daughter-in-law? Today, the 3 of them being able to enter my Lu family is also their fortune. Lu Renxing was very satisfied with the envious expressions of the people in the square. Is everyone in the Lu residence so thick-skinned? They're just toads lusting after swans. How dare they say that it's their fortune to be married into the Lu family? At this moment, an icy, cold voice rang out, causing the entire city to fall silent. The hearts of many trembled fiercely. How bold! Right now, the whole city was celebrating young Master Lu, but there were people who said that young Master Lu was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. This was simply courting death. Who is it? Lu Renxing's face turned cold. Today was his Lu residence's big day. He did not expect that someone would actually dare to cause trouble and make him lose face. Under everyone's gaze, on the cold steel square, a slender and elegant figure appeared. This person was not old. He had delicate features and wore a blue and white robe. He gave people a kind of otherworldly feeling. However, this person seemed to be alone. He dares to oppose the whole city by himself. This young man is really courting death. Many people's gaze focused. They had never seen this young man before. He did not seem to be a famous expert in the Blue Heaven region. Even Lu Rinxing's gaze focused. He had never seen this young man before. However, because of this, he was even more furious. A jumping clown dared to make his Lu residents lose face. This was simply like plucking the hair from a tiger's mouth. Lin Ling. There were not many people who knew Lin Ling. However, Reverend Tian Yin was definitely one of them. At this moment, he was both surprised and excited. He was surprised because Lin Ling actually came, and he was excited because since he came, then he would stay forever. Brother Ling. On the other side of the square, Yu Yu and Heavenly Concubine's beautiful eyes were filled with emotions. After they were captured, they had been silently praying for the young man's arrival. Although this was a kind of extravagant hope, and the possibility was not high, perhaps the young man's continuous protection made them think that the young man would always be by their side. However, now, the young man really appeared. Unfortunately, although they were excited, their bodies were confined by powerful martial arts. Therefore, they cannot speak at all. Amitba, today is a great marriage. The whole world is celebrating, but you disobeyed the world and broke the marriage. Could it be that you came out to cause trouble because of jealousy? Alas, it's better for young people to see themselves clearly. Although you are jealous, you are not as good as young Master Lu. Therefore, you should leave early. I don't want you to die here at such a young age. At this time, Reverend Tian Yin walked out and looked at Lin Ling with a kind face. Lu Rinxing and Lu Qing nodded slightly. This old man from the cloud region was really good at talking. He said that the young man came out to cause trouble because of jealousy. From another point of view, this also meant that Lu Qing was more outstanding, so outstanding that it made people jealous. No wonder he is so bold. It turns out that he can't restrain his lust after seeing a beauty. Unfortunately, he said that young Master Lu is not worthy of the three beauties. But does he have the qualifications to say this? He is not as good as young Master Lu. The crowd started to discuss spiritedly. They looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Reverend Tian Yin, ignoring the voices around, Lin Ling coldly looked at the front and said, he naturally knew that hypocritical old man. In the past, the Heavenly Sound Temple was famous for its hypocrisy. As the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sound Temple, Reverend Tian Yin was the most hypocritical in the Heavenly Sound Temple. No wonder Yu Yu and the others were caught for no reason. It turned out to be you, bold donkey, Lin Ling coldly said. Reverend Tian Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. However, he concealed it very well. He still smiled and said, Your Excellency, even ants drag out their lives. Why do you want to seek death? He seemed to be merciful, but in fact, he couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die here. Moreover, he also knew that Lin Ling would never leave. Haha, I will return this sentence to you. Even ants drag out their lives. It's better for you to hide. Why do you want to provoke me and seek death? Lin Ling laughed loudly, making the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was so arrogant. He seemed to know that kind old man. When the old man advised the young man to leave, not only did the young man not give him face, he even said that he wanted to kill the old man. What a ruthless heart. In my opinion, he should be killed so as not to make a fool of himself. Cold voices came from all around square. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. All of them were waiting to watch a good show. Are they all blind?